見たわね。見られたからには死んでもらう。美しい月夜に運のない男ね。私が噂のヴァンパイアクイーン。教会のハンターに負わされた傷もお前の血が癒すでしょう。今日に何を嫌いなんて言われたことがなくて、私を死ぬ前に描きたいってお前って画家なの。 Dear time I loved 私綺麗なの。鏡に映らないこの身を見てみたい。そんな願いがふっとよぎったの。勘違いしないでいつでもクローゼロ。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Osu Catch World Cup 2025. We're in the quarterfinals, about to see Chile versus Sweden. I'm Snow Leopard here with Hypnospira. No, how's it going?
Hello, Snow Leopard. It is going very, very well. Should be a very good match, this one. Chile, of course, a fantastic team, and Sweden coming off of that tiebreaker win against Australia from yesterday. So, very excited to see how this is going to go.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup, but I think either team has what it takes. We've seen some upsets here, for sure.
Absolutely. Now, Chile definitely had the seed advantage here and may seem quite favored on paper with some of those very recognizable names, but Sweden have shown this tournament so far that they are no pushover. They can bring a fight to even some of the best.
Yeah, I mean, I got so much faith in them. I have the Sweden banner, which is a good call out for you guys there in the chat. If you don't have your banners yet, go check them out. Or maybe wait until the match is over, because we're getting into it right now. It is going to be Sweden winning the roll.
Yeah, so Tomi 79 rolling a 79, so very fitting there. And Sweden is gonna ban first, pick second. Something that we've seen quite a lot of teams do, they choose to pick second. And Sweden's gonna get rid of that double time 1, and looking at some of the players on Chile, specifically players like Arisial and Stark, getting rid of that double time makes quite a bit of sense, I think.
Yeah. I think double time 2, double time 3 still could be a bit scary, but you can only pick one, so can't go wrong with the double time 1 ban.
Definitely. And curious to see what direction Chile's gonna go with the ban. Hidden, though, they do have quite a solid hidden roster, but Sweden has proven their strength on hidden this tournament so far, so curious to see what direction they're gonna go. They might opt for Mixed Mod 1. Makes sense considering how good Sweden was on that against Australia.
Yeah, I think generally if you're the higher seeded team, it can be an advantage to ban the mixed mod, because the lower seeded teams, now maybe not Sweden, but in general, those lower seeded the lower seeded rather teams, they may have a player or two that are like really good at a particular mod, but they struggle to field 3 members that are all specialized in that same mod. So they can really excel in mixed mod where they may struggle in like Hard Rock or Double Time just because they don't have 3 players that can do that mod.
Yeah, very good analysis there. I think it's, and I think that's part of what makes mod so exciting. But we are going to see Double Time 3 here be picked by Chile. Scarlet Rose, the classic song, and immediately we see Pekkarat, Stark, and Arisial come in for Chile. No surprise there, seeing those 3 players, I don't think.
Yeah, classic roster for sure. Gonna set the tone for what Chile's gonna be bringing out in this match.
Absolutely, and we, from the side of Sweden, we see Asian, Shamimaru, and Omni SD. Omni SD has been performing very, very well for Sweden here, and I think on a map like Double Time 3, seeing a play like Asian, I've mentioned it before, but Asian is a big fan of that Double Time modification, so seeing him here makes quite a bit of sense, and Shamimaru, I mean, Shamimaru can play pretty much, can play most things in this pool very, very well, so no surprise there. Maybe a little bit of a surprise to not see someone like Data or maybe even Satomi, but should still be a good lineup for them.
Yep. Going back to those bans, the Double Time 1 ban, that is the highest approach rate of the Double Time map, so it's going to be the visually fastest one, so makes sense for that ban to come out. Double Time 3 going to be in the middle at an 8.7 base. So hopefully a little bit easier for Sweden to fight back against.
Yeah, but this map definitely has some trickier spacings that have caught quite a few players off so far this round, so curious to see how they handle it this time around. I do not recall if Chile... No, I believe Chile played this in their match yesterday.
That is something that I should have pulled up, but I also woke up 20 minutes ago, so...
Yeah, no, I should also have that ready, so that's also on me. Yeah, we are going to get into the map here. Double Time 3. Yep, the lineups are, as we said, Pekkarat, Stark, and Arisial for Chile, and Shamimaru, Asian, and Omni SD for Sweden.
See that early miss from Shamimaru and Asian following it up. 4 combo, or 4 full combos still left.
Yeah, holding on to those full combos after those early misses from Sweden, but there is quite a bit of combo in this map, so definitely time to make up for that, but the map does...
20k lead, not big.
Yeah. Yeah, 20k is a little bit over 1 miss, I believe. But the players are holding on now after those misses. Shamimaru and Asian having stabilized. Shami's gonna fall again. Finding a few misses there.
Yeah, Chile now finally going to have a real lead, and Omni drops the FC. No more FCs for Sweden. It's going to be a team miss. Stark, the only... Oh, no. Stark and Pekarat to trade. So just the one FC left on the board, but that's still score advantage over to Chile.
It is indeed score advantage over to Chile, and seeming to be comfortable on this pick. And I did double check. Yes, Chile did play this, and they got 2.9 million score so on the team. As Shamimaru finding another miss there, and they're going to see at the break that Chile has quite the advantage.
Yeah. Chile can pull out another 2.9. That's going to be really hard for Sweden to come back. I think at this point they wouldn't even be able to, but I don't know if Chile's going to be able to pull that off again. I've already found a couple misses.
Yeah, they have found a few misses, but as Shamimaru and Omni, as they also Aesion now, falling, and it's quite a significant lead from Chile. But that double S from Mauricio,
yeah, it's putting in huge work.
It is doing quite a lot here, as Shamimaru finding some struggles on this map, not quite keeping up with the rest of the lobby. Stark and Pekrat are going to find misses again, but it's not going to make too much of a difference as Shame and Omni will trade those. I think the thing we're looking out for here is, can Mauricio hold on to that full combo all the way?
It's almost there, just a few seconds left to go.
Yeah, is going to hold on to the double S even. Full combo is one thing, but double S-ing on double time is notoriously a little bit difficult, so very impressive.
Yeah, so scoreline not going to be quite up to that 2.9, but it was pretty close, 2.86. And Sweden put up a pretty good fight on that. The miscounts pretty much the same for Omni and Aesion. Shamimaru struggling a little bit more, but overall it was a pretty good showing.
Yeah, and it does show that the DT1 ban does make sense.
Yeah,
definitely a sensible ban.
I think DT2 might go a bit better as well once we eventually get there. You'd imagine Chile will probably pick it at some point. And it is the slowest of the three, so might be just slow enough that Sweden can actually fight back and potentially steal a point on it, but remains to be seen. We're going to be going to No Mod 1 first.
Yeah, it is going to be Nanahira. You get to hear her voice once more in this round. And I think that makes sense. Sweden definitely have players capable of playing a map like this. And it's quite common to see those more consistency-based maps to be picked against a higher seed. Hopefully you can take a point away from them there.
Yeah, going to be going from the double time all the way to a 4-minute consistency no-mod map. It's not the largest jump you could make. They could have always went into like low AR hidden, but still quite a different map for sure. And I think this will be a good one to get their nerves under check and get back on track with the match.
That is for sure, but it's not super different when it comes to speed, as this is 250 BPM. Quite high for a No Mod 1, but the patterns are quite consistent and shouldn't be too much of a difficulty spike for players of this caliber. As we see Chile sticking with Stark and Mauricio, Don't Play CTB coming in for Pekarat, and Satomi coming in for Aesion.
Yep, a couple roster swaps to be expected. See, pretty high pacing on this map, despite it being the consistency map and 4 minutes long.
And Don't Play CTB is going to be the first one to miss before that 200 combo mark. So not going to be as detrimental as other misses might be, but still, I mean, you never want to miss, so.
Not a great thing. Omni gonna be trading it back. Should flip the score to Chile, but not by a ton.
No. Chile will have the lead now, but it's like you say, not a big lead by any means. And with the density of the combo here, Omni SD is going to quickly get back to the 200 combo. And Shamimaru is going to miss, though, giving a bigger lead to Chile.
Yeah, Chile will now have a full lead worth of buffer to go with, but still not a ton, still pretty easy to flip over.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of map left to play, and Sweden's just gonna have to hopefully find that consistency as Shamimaru's back to that 200 combo. Omni SD though is gonna lose their combo again.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate they keep trading back and forth.
And they're gonna see at the break here that Chile has that advantage.
We haven't quite hit halfway mark, so there's still plenty of time to go, but yeah, every time you hit that break point, you see it, you're behind, especially if you're one of the people who have missed already.
Yeah.
Do a bit on your mental, adds a lot of pressure. Don't want to let your team down.
For sure, but on the
These
flip
players
side of
all
that,
very experienced.
absolutely. And I was going to mention on the flip side of that, it does become important that when you see that you are ahead, that you need to hold on to those nerves. Now, a lot of these players, like you said, are very experienced, should have that nerve control a little bit in check, but still, you need to make sure.
Does that nerves, especially when you're above 1,000 combo, that's always a dangerous point to be for a lot of players, and we now have 4 people at that mark. Shamimaru not that far off.
Yeah, the players have found their footing now, and we're at the point where like absolutely anything could happen despite the lead we see from Chile. Actually, Satomi's gonna find a miss, losing that full combo, and it's gonna give a bigger lead to Chile.
Yeah, that final combo gonna be off the board for Sweden. Shamimaru has reached 1,000 combo though. Omni not too far behind. So,
Yeah, but those combos are very important for Sweden as we approach the end, because anything can happen. I believe a potential team miss from Chile would flip it, but looking at all 3 of the players, they are playing very well here.
yeah, I mean, forget a miss. Aristo and Stark haven't even missed a droplet. They got the SS going, but this is a long map. Endurance is a factor to bring into this, especially with how dense it has been.
Absolutely, and time is running out for Sweden on this map. They are finding their own footing. Tomi's gonna fall again, and that might just be the dagger.
Oh, Aristo missed a hyper.
Yeah, Aristo finding quite a few misses there. Don't play CTB.
Okay.
Also, the Shamimaru's gonna actually,
well.
yeah, so that's not gonna make a difference, and it's gonna be a break point for Chile, making it 2-0.
Yeah, Chile with the spinners will reach that 3 million mark. So, I mean, 2,941,000 for Sweden. Like, it was really close, but unfortunately, Chile playing that near perfectly did not give opportunity for Sweden to make a comeback after those small slip-ups.
Definitely not. Stark with a double S, very impressive showing here, and it's a very solid team score from Sweden, it has to be said, but Chile just played very, very well.
Yeah, I think against a lot of other teams, that score from Sweden would have been a winner, but fortunately for them, Chile pulling off some big performances here.
Definitely, and it is Chile's pick again. It feels like we can expect them to maybe go to that double time too. Yep, it's gonna be double time too. Mega Man 2 medley. And I do believe Sweden might feel a little bit more comfortable on this, but we're gonna have to see how this turns out. Chile, of course, still gonna be favored on this, I think, knowing the double time caliber they have, but definitely not over yet.
Yeah. I mentioned it before, this is the lowest AR of the double time, which may help Sweden, but one thing that won't help as much is that this is like a compilation of 3 different tracks with different BPMs, so there is going to be a speed change twice throughout the map, about equally spaced.
Yeah. Definitely an important factor to keep in mind. you need to be ready for the density changes.
Good news is though, even if Sweden don't get the point here after this, all the double time will be gone, so they won't have to go up against that anymore. And if they get the break point, that's even better. They're back on track.
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely going to be looking towards that break point, but like you say, even if they happen to not get it, there is still the positive of not having to play DT against Chile anymore. And here we go, Pekrat, Stark, and Orisyl versus Shamimaru, Aesion, and Anni SD.
Slight spin advantage to Sweden.
Yeah, Shamimaru's gonna find an early miss. Orisyl trading that though. Anni following suit, and Shamimaru once more. And the lead is early now with Chile.
Yeah. No full combos left for Sweden. A little bit of struggle being shown on this, especially compared to that previous map.
Yeah, we're already at the 100k score difference, and Chile are looking very comfortable on this, as we kind of expect them to.
Yeah, the 2 FCs and then Orisyl just with that very early miss. Not looking to give Sweden any opportunities here.
No, definitely not. Sweden have found their footing a little bit though, all of them back to 200 combo. As we enter the second half of the map. We have seen massive comebacks though, but Chile are not looking like they will allow that. Pekrat will find a miss, however.
It's unfortunately traded, but Orisyl misses as well. That will be a slight advantage over to Sweden. Anni, no!
Anni right before the spinner. Yeah, that's unfortunate timing. And Shame and Aesion actually, the entirety of Sweden getting reset. And the score is going to run away for Chile now.
Yeah, it is a short map, but 250k even for this map is asking a lot to come back from.
It's asking quite a bit, yeah. 100% correct there. And Sweden surely now just bringing their focus towards what they're going to pick next.
Yeah. We do see some cracks being formed over on Chile. Everyone dropping at the end. They pretty much had a team miss, but in the final seconds of the map, so definitely not going to be changing anything. 280k score advantage. Very nice play from Chile.
Very nice play from Chile. And Sweden wasting no time. Hidden 2 is what they're going to go into. And considering how we've seen Sweden play Hidden this tournament, I'm not surprised one bit. I'm almost a little bit surprised they didn't go into it the first pick.
Yeah. This one, I like this. It's the AR8 Hidden. So I think this is a perfect response to the double time that's been forced upon them by Chile.
While not the highest AR DT, it is still on the higher end of AR, and speed-wise as well. This is a lot slower, both AR-wise and just how the song goes.
Yeah, I mean, Chile, they have some players that can play Hidden, but AR8 Hidden, completely different skill set.
It absolutely is.
Probably, definitely, I think not something they'll want to play coming out of double time immediately. That's a massive shift in tempo.
Yeah, but it is also a big shift in tempo for Sweden, who are going to replace Aesion with Satomi for this one. Hopefully for them it doesn't backfire. But we see the good luck have funds come out in chat, and that means only one thing. We are about to get into the map.
Getting into it again, a bit longer than the previous 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Get everybody synced up.
We have seen some people miss on these very early notes, but Auricio is gonna wait a little bit until they find that miss. Shamimaro are gonna trade it though, but Auricio gonna find another one. And this map is very much, Quijibo has been talking about it quite a bit, and I do agree, this map is not really about who misses less, it's more so about who can build the smaller combos throughout the map.
Yeah.
As we now see Chile having a bit of a lead, but the combo advantage is with Sweden.
Yeah, the combo advantage is going to be over in Chile now with Lechu and Auricio above the 200. Satomi doing a really good performance in, but he uses other two teammates to help out as well. Hold some combo a little bit.
For sure. Needs to see Omni SD and Shamimaro find their footing a little bit, but Lechu is going to fall.
Oh, Lechu drops. All right.
That's
now Satomi's combo is starting to take into effect.
Yeah, Pekarat missing as well, and Sweden have found their combos. There is a miss for Shamimaro that Aurisio's going to trade, but Satomi's going to find a miss as well.
Yeah,
it is still advantage Sweden, though.
As I say his name, I was about to say Omni got to 200 just in time to tag out with Satomi, but he's a drop of his own.
Yeah, but now the advantage is with Sweden again, especially with those misses from Pekka and Mauricio, and now the lead is with Sweden. Satomi's gonna find a miss though, but it's traded. Actually, no, it is not. Satomi was trading, but Lechu's gonna find a miss as well. Auricio and Pekarat also. And now Sweden's running away with it a little bit.
Yeah, I think this kind of confirms what Quijibo is saying. We're seeing misses all over from everybody, but it's a matter of who can hold combo, at least for a little bit. Tomi and Shamimaro are going to drop, but Omni picking up the torch. And
yeah,
Omni, a pretty big lead.
Yeah, Omni definitely found their groove in this map. Until I said that.
Wait, oh, there's...
Wait,
oh no.
This is...
Hold. Sweden, hold.
That's...
Please?
That's no. Right at the end. It's gonna go back to Chile.
Oh my god. That is so unfortunate.
That is heartbreaking stuff for Sweden.
Oh, you hate to see it. That was such a good performance from Sweden too. They just stumbled right at the very end.
Very good performance, but yeah, it's right at the end and you need to be able to hold on, focus all the way through. And they weren't able to.
Yeah, like no one had a like crazy high score. I guess you could say Lechu just shy of 900k, very impressive, but like the highest combo in the lobby was 470, so it was a battle all the way throughout and just really unfortunate timing at the end there.
Absolutely, and it is Chile's pick. Maybe something like the Hard Rock pool. Could see them go into that for sure. And looking at how Sweden played against the US on the tech year maps where they got a 3-way FC, we know Sweden can play stuff like the Noma 2 and 3, so that's going to be scary to go into against them.
Yep. Chile in a really good spot here. They can get to that match point. It will be tournament point as well. This is a lower bracket match. So
it will indeed, and we see Hard Rock 2, House on Fire by Slam Bamboo. What a banger this is.
Yeah. Chile, they're not on match point yet, but I do think this might be a must-win for Sweden. So they let Chile get to match point while they have none of their own. That's just... You have to go for a full reverse sweep at that point, and that's a lot to ask.
Is a lot to ask, and I think this Hard Rock pick makes sense against Sweden. This was what they banned against Australia. So definitely a Hard Rock map that they might not want to play as much as the other two, if they had to choose.
see a ton of roster swaps.
Now,
There we are.
seeing
We get one.
Shamimar step out, and if I have to guess, I would say Data Pada maybe coming in for this.
Hey,
It is gonna be. There he is. The Hard Rock main himself. It's been his primary role for the Sweden team for the years he's been here now.
The legend.
Absolutely.
Known him for I don't even know how many years, and I still can never decide if it's Data Pada or Data Peta or some mix of the two.
I think I've heard him say both, so it's that doesn't help. But we are getting into Hard Rock 2 here. No one electing for that hidden for the extra comfort in reading, and that makes sense. Hidden does become more difficult on smaller circles. And we see Sweden here. Actually, I don't know if there was a spinner advantage. I think they had it until the last spinner.
Yeah. Gonna be an early miss from Asean.
And from Data Pada.
Low 60 combo.
Yeah, Satomi being the only full combo on the side of Sweden right now, but that is trying to keep up with a 3-way FC from Chile.
Yeah, I'm hoping we see some misses from Chile, and we do at Karat. Say so that it's not just a battle of Sweden doing really good, but Chile just 3-way FCing. We do unfortunately see a couple more misses coming out for Sweden. Just that first one from Pekkarat earlier.
Yeah, it's gonna be the only miss on the side of Chile right now. Accuracy drops, however, but those are expected on this map. Asean gonna drop again. Satomi losing that combo also.
Dark wheel drop. There's still just one FC on the board, and that is Arisial in the top left there.
Yeah, Arisial holding on to that full combo. Very strong performance as we are approaching the second half of the map with a 6-digit lead for Chile. And Satomi's got to find another miss.
Unfortunately, Sweden, they're struggling to maintain that combo. To build up, Asean gonna find another miss. Arisial gonna drop the FC.
On that slider, yeah.
No FCs left, but there is a 200,000 square advantage.
Yeah, team reset from Team Sweden. For Team Sweden there on those honestly really cool sliders. And yeah, lead us up at 300,000 and increasing. And it seems to have been a good pick for Chile here.
Yeah. It's a bit cooked.
Yeah, we see why Sweden banned this against Australia.
Yeah, Sweden, the back is going to be up against the wall now. Luckily, this was a Chile pick, so they at least get one more pick of their own, try to turn things around, but they're now facing the tall task of trying to do a reverse sweep to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, blade to the throat as they are trying to find a map to get back into this, trying to just dig their way onto the scoreboard.
I like the good vibes still coming out from Sweden. That was the closest map I've ever seen. 500k, that's nothing.
I mean, if you think about it, 500k is less than $1 million. So like,
true.
In a way,
less
it is
than a full player. You know.
Yeah, it is, and that is something to keep in mind. It wasn't actually that big of a score difference. So, and Asean in all caps.
I like to see that.
Yeah, I do think this is a good pick here. Asean in all caps, a mix modded too. And yeah, I do like this pick. They and for the reason you brought up earlier, all you need to focus on is putting one player on each mod that can play it successfully. So
Yeah, and we also had Chile banning Mixed Mod 1. So trying to counterpick the ban as Chile did twice with the double time. And kind of with the Hard Rock just because Sweden couldn't ban both.
yeah, we see people in Twitch chat wishing for the new player on Team Sweden, Wormsniffer, to come in for this. It's not uncommon to see teams put their new players on a no mod, for example, on a mixed mod, but unfortunately Wormsniffer is not available for this match. I do wish we got to see the debut, but we're gonna have to wait.
That just means Sweden needs to win so we can get to the next round.
Exactly.
All part of the plan.
Exactly. This the debut is coming in the next round. That is indeed the plan. As we see Pekarat and Asian on the Hard Rock, Lechu and Satomi on the Hidden, and Stark and Omni SD on the Nomad. As Pekarat is gonna be the first one to find a miss, giving an early advantage to Sweden.
Yeah, this map in particular is interesting because it's all instrumental. Satomi going to be finding a drop, and it's kind of hard to follow along with the rhythm, at least to me, but it may feel a bit different when you're actually playing it.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with you, as the lead was with Chile. As Lechu's gonna find a miss there. Satomi approaching that 200 combo with vengeance. And Omni holding on to that full combo along with Stark. Aesion is gonna miss on the Hard Rock though, and Satomi as well, so it's gonna go back to Chile.
Yeah, that dense section, kind of difficult to hold on to.
It is indeed. And yeah, with that miss from Satomi, is going to increase the lead for Chile. It's not what they need here. Omni is holding on strong to that double S, but he's going to have to see more come out from Chile.
Yeah, I think I could best describe this map as a real reading challenge. Can't just rely on the rhythm.
Absolutely, really but we're gonna see a team reset for Sweden. That is a disaster for them here.
Yeah, that score lead just keeps growing slowly, but ever so surely. Chile. Where the map left to go? It is quite a lot to come back from. It is possible, but Chile needs to start finding a ton of misses soon.
Yeah, and Asian finding the miss on that slow section is not gonna help their cause. And the Chilean player, Stark, still on that full combo, and Pekara, after that early miss, has not budged since.
Yeah, this just a huge play out of Chile. Pekara will finally fall again, but
will do indeed.
Occasional misses coming out from Sweden, so it's not going to change the outcome.
It is not, and there is not enough time for Sweden. It is going to be Chile moving on to the next round, and we're unfortunately going to have to say goodbye to Sweden here. And I want to give a shout out to Stark's full combo here. When it matters, huge. They do it.
Yeah. Sweden, they needed the reverse sweep. Unfortunately, they only got halfway there. They just got the sweep, and it was the sweep for Chile. So Chile will be advancing, as you said, facing Germany, no, Poland, sorry. Rather, yeah, Poland.
Yeah.
They'll be facing next week in our semifinals.
And that's going to be a very good match. I'm very excited about that one, for sure.
Yeah, C9 versus C10, so it'll be a banger.
There will be many bangers next week, but we have more bangers today, actually, to watch. We are not done by any means, so stick around for those. Congratulations are in order for Chile. Played very well here. And Sweden also had very good scores today, but unfortunately not enough.
Yeah, they had overall a really nice tournament run. I think they have a lot to be proud of. It is unfortunate to go out on a full sweep on your final match, but they put up one hell of a fight, so definitely can be proud of what they did so far. And speaking of Germany, that must be where it got my mind. That is the match coming up in 23 minutes. It'll be Canada versus Germany. Quite a banger, so you don't want to miss it.
You definitely don't want to miss this match, and we are going to thank you for tuning into this one. Take a short break, and we will see you for that one.
Thanks all. See you then.
hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Osu Catch World Cup 2025. We're back in the quarterfinals here for an exciting matchup, a losers bracket matchup between our number 12 seed Canada and number 13 seed Germany. Loser is eliminated, winner makes it into the semifinals weekend. I am one of your casters, Toph Daddy here, joined by a Snow Leopard. How's it going?
Going great. And yeah, like you mentioned, I think this is going to be a banger of the match. We've said it throughout the tournament. Canada a little underseeded perhaps at number 12, but despite that, they've had some close matches. They've had some lower seeds take some points off them. So I think Germany has what it takes to potentially get the win here. And it's going to be a close match.
Yeah, and we have seen both these teams play matches earlier in this weekend, so we've had a chance for both of these teams to kind of scout the performances of their opponents previously, and we saw Canada looking pretty strong on the hidden and especially that DP pick. Germany probably going to want to stick to the hard rock zones, though against a team like Canada, that's a little bit of a tough ask because Canada is just so strong at pretty much everything. But I'm really interested to see how they end up going about it.
Yeah, I think Germany just sticking to their strengths is probably the way to go here because, like you said, Canada, a very well-rounded team. They can play pretty much anything. So rather than trying to counter-pick them, I think Germany really just focus on what they excel at and can try to take some points.
Yeah, and I mean, there's an argument to be made that Canada maybe underperformed in their qualifiers, so maybe you would expect these seedings to not be as close as they ended up due to qualifiers. But Germany has been putting on some incredible performances in the previous rounds to the point where I could absolutely see them putting up a very close fight against Canada here.
Yeah, even though rolls are close, 74-72, it will be Canada taking the victory, but by a mere 2 points.
If we're talking about bans now, it looks like Canada will get second ban, Germany getting first ban at that, assuming that that's what they go for. I believe Canada now gets to choose, but that's what I would do. But no, they're actually going to go first ban, second pick.
Okay.
My expectation is maybe a no mod 1 ban in Canada. I feel like that would maybe be the area that they want to go. Yeah, that makes sense. It's the most approachable, and I think if you're a team like Canada who feels that the skill ceiling of your team might be a little bit stronger, that's the kind of pick you want out of the way because that's the most consistency based and is the one that is most impacted by random misses potentially.
Yeah. And so there's some strategy behind this decision to go for the first ban, second pick. So generally you see it with the higher seeded teams where they have a ban, something like No Mod 1, where they know Germany's not going to pick that because it's the type of map that would favor them. So you're not worried about hoping your opponent bans what you were going to ban and you kind of getting a second ban effectively. And then also now Germany has to start with their pick, which gives Canada a bit of breathing room, both in if they underperform, well, it doesn't matter, it wasn't our pick. And if they do steal a break point, then that's a huge momentum boost right off the bat. So yeah, it's a bit risky, but if you think your team has a higher skill level, then it can pay off.
Yeah, I think something else to look at, especially with a matchup with the seedings as close as they are here, if this match is to go the distance, as in, say, we're at a 5-4 stretch and we're one map away, Canada gets that last pick, so they get to decide how to go into that tiebreaker. If they're behind, what map is the most comfortable for them, or if they're ahead, how to avoid the tiebreaker if that's possible.
Yeah, that's another good point.
But we do see a No Mod 3 ban coming out from Germany. Ultimately not too surprising given how we've seen the performances from these two teams on the quarterfinals pool so far. No Mod 3, one of the maps that both of these teams did play in their previous match, and Canada has a score being about a little bit over 400,000 score points better than what Germany had in their matchup. So probably just a respect ban at that point.
Yeah, that's fair. If it wasn't for that, I would say I would expect perhaps a double time ban, but yeah, with that much of a score difference, I think that's a very fair pick.
And
we'll actually be starting this double time.
All right. An interesting way to kind of go about it. Canada historically a great DT team. But Germany looks like they have a little bit of confidence under their belt for this DT pick. And I mean, it has some similarities to that Nomad one where it's not too technically difficult. It just has a lot of speed and a lot of consistency where singular misses can mean a lot more on a map like this than on something like Nomad 2, for example.
Yeah, and Germany, despite Canada being great at double time, Germany definitely no slouches at it either. So I think kind of in a similar vein to what Canada may be trying to do here with having the second pick. If Germany wins this pick, then they've just taken out a double time pick from Canada that maybe they would have done in the future and securing a point on it. So that could also be a very nice beginning to the match for them.
Yeah,
Mind games all the way down.
Mind games one way or another, but that is a big risk. Like you mentioned, Canada being very strong at that DT. If they show the strength on the DT here in this first pick of the map, they elected for that second pick and could start this match with some incredible momentum.
Yeah. Some risky decisions from both teams so far, I think, but starting to load in, or I guess rather get the rosters in, I should say. Like it's gonna be Katsuragi, Red, and C2B Whitecat, aka Fui for Canada. Wonderlife, Lume, and Marv Mello for Germany.
Yeah, worth noting as well that in some of those, despite both teams having an eye into how their opponent would perform on this round to their previous matches, Marv Mello didn't actually play any of the maps from their first match. So there is a little bit of hidden ability from Germany. So it's not necessarily going to be fully transparent what they're capable of. And maybe that gives us a little window into whether or not they're going to be able to hold well on, a DT like this, despite our earlier reservations with how good Canada is. And already proving to be pretty strong. 1 miss to 2. Marv Mello was a miss pretty much right out of the gate, and Red and Katsuragi, going to trade that miss with 2 of their own a little bit later and give Germany a strong lead already, about 40,000 points.
Yeah, that miss from Marv Mello was within the first 20 combo, I believe, so not going to matter much. That miss from Red going to hurt a lot more as everyone's up to combo now.
Yeah, and after just that 1 miss, we're continuing to see misses from Canada. Katsuragi going to find yet another miss. So it's still just the 1 full combo from Fui there against 2 from Wonderlight and Lume as Red continues to find more drops. And Marv Mello, despite that early miss, recovered very nicely above 500 combo alongside their teammates.
Yeah, Wonderlife going to find his first miss here in a slower section. Another followed up, but Red will trade a little later. So, right for the 6-digit advantage over for Canada as they continue to find a couple misses.
Wonderlight is going to trade one of those out, and Marv Mello as well, so that's going to start dropping the lead just a little bit. Lume, the only full combo left on the board for Germany against Fui there for Canada, who's been matching them with better accuracy as well, but without the backup there, Germany's going to maintain a lead, especially with Red finding a drop right there at the end of that chorus.
Yeah, Germany, they were maintaining that 6-digit lead. It's going to drop slightly with that miss from Marv Mello, but still a very convincing lead into the final quarter of the map.
And this is a little bit of a almost free combo type section, so it shouldn't be too damaging of a miss. And we see that lead going back up to the 6 digits as Katsuragi finds a couple of misses. Marv Mello and Red gonna trade misses yet again. But Wonderlife and Lume holding onto the combos. Just the 1 combo from Fui there on Canada holding back, but that score lead continues to rise above 150,000 nearly into this ending, and that should just about do it. It would take a full collapse from Germany here to give up that first point here, and a good opening for the German side.
Yeah, really well played. If they just won the map, but it was close, you could say, it happens. But with that convincing of a victory, it might make Canada think twice about the remaining double time picks. So I think both score-wise and mentally, this is a huge win coming out of that first map for Germany.
Yeah, and really good score from Lume there with the full combo for Germany, slightly beaten out by Fui there, CTB Whitecat for Canada, but it was the supporting cast there that really made the difference there. Red falling behind quite a bit compared to the rest of the lobby, but Marvmello and Wonderlife, having beaten both Red and Katsuragi, gave pretty much no chance for Canada to come back in this.
Yeah, Canada going to be jumping straight into the hidden with hidden 1. And I think this could be where Germany's in a bit of a danger. They didn't ban any of the hiddens, so 3 of them available. Canada definitely pretty good at hidden as well. And we're jumping into that swing map, which we've seen cause some issues for other teams.
Yeah, and this is another one of the mods. Like, No Mod 3 I mentioned, there was a major advantage for Canada there, but both of the hidden picks coming out from these two teams, Canada had a significant lead in their previous matches, multiple 100,000 points. So it's going to have to take a much better performance from Germany if they want to take that.
Yeah, and I think to be expected, we're going to see some roster swaps from Germany. Marv does stay in, though.
On something like this, you'd almost expect probably Nerfu to come in for Germany. I could see Uno for Life coming in potentially, though they are usually in for the more gimmicky picks like the Nomad 3 and the Convert picks, so I'm not sure if they would end up coming in here. But it looks like there might not actually be any
same
swaps.
roster. They're just rotating around the room.
So Lume Wonderlife and Marvmello all staying in, just in different positions. Katsuragi, Unlucky W, and Red in. So Unlucky swapping out for Fui on the hidden as pretty much expected, but Katsuragi and Red staying in from the DT pick.
Yeah, that makes sense from Canada. Do get some confirmation in the chat, though, from our one and only Ganoshi, saying expected Nerfu as the possible fourth option for Germany here. So good looks there, but it is going to be the same 3 staying in.
A little bit of a different roster from what we saw before, but at least before on the hidden 1 earlier in the weekend from Germany, but looking to just try and find a way in against Canada, who look very strong on maps like this, especially against Germany. And Wonderlife already, actually everyone on Germany immediately finding breaks in that opening pattern. No one on Canada finding a break, Red trading one of them back, but ultimately that is going to favor Canada still as another trade comes out from Lume. We get out of that intro as Unlucky actually finds a few drops, and that lead's going to start shrinking a little bit. Those misses a little bit more impactful from Canada overall. So as we start building up towards the 200, I think this might just about even out.
Yeah, it'll certainly be close, if not a flip, and a couple misses coming out is going to keep it just as competitive. I think the thing to keep your eyes on here is once we get to that core section, that's where teams that are not as comfortable have found a ton of issues, and we're about to jump into it.
Yeah, the swing pattern mixed with the 1/4 need to make sure that you're really on top of the rhythmic changes that happen throughout here. Unlucky going to be the only person dropping in this chorus. All 3 players from Germany full comboing through the first chorus and establishing a 40,000 point lead out of the gate, though Wonderlife going to trip up a little bit there and stem the bleeding for Canada, and missing yet again, and that lead is going to start shrinking pretty fast and might start moving towards Canada's way with a double miss. But Katsuragi with a miss right before the break is going to help Germany maintain a lead now.
Very unfortunate from Katsuragi there, but yeah, I was surprised that Germany held on so well during that core section.
Germany's going to have to hope they can hold on for 2 more of those choruses. Unlucky, though, continuing to find drops, being a little bit less consistent than their teammates. Red finding a bit of recovering a bit there, getting up to that 500 combo. Katsuragi as well up to 200. So the only player missing in these slower sections is Unlucky right now, but we do get into that second chorus. And Unlucky going to be the only one dropping so far again. Germany putting on a clinic right now in these choruses.
Yeah, the huge performance. Lume finally going to drop, but the damage is done. That is a 6-digit advantage for Germany so far, and only a quarter of the map left to go. but not quite home free yet, but they have a lot of buffer to work with, even if they crumble a little at the ending.
They definitely do. There is still one more big chorus where those difficult patterns come back around. Long spinner is going to leave the lead at around 95,000, but Unlucky actually did find a break going into that spinner, so Germany going to build up a little bit more. Lume is going to trade that back a couple of times there. And now just under 100,000 points for Canada to recover going into this ending set. Chorus is starting up, and Lume drops again. That lead starts to shrink. Canada establishing some combo here, but Red is going to trade one of those misses back, and it's looking harder and harder for Canada to start coming back as Marvmello with the only, not an FC, but a reverse choke, I think. And what a score!
Yeah, that was very well done. Like I don't remember what the score was for the previous match for Germany, but 2.8 million. That's really impressive on a map like this.
Germany
certainly has to be higher.
Germany improved their score by 750,000.
Oh my god!
I mean, I would never have expected that.
Yeah, like that should have been a pretty safe pick for Canada.
Wonderlife alone improved their score by almost 300k. I don't know if this map is just fluky in a certain sense, or if Wonderlife really put in practice after that first match, but what an improvement there.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm really curious what his practice scores were throughout the week as he's preparing, and did he just have an unlucky performance the first time around? Because that's such a big difference. Yeah, I don't know.
One way or another, it worked out for Germany in this case. They take an early breakpoint on a mod that I don't think anyone really expected them to want to be playing or take any breakpoints on. Canada probably felt very comfortable going into hit, and now their game plan might have been shaken up a little bit. And going right back into the DT is Germany on the Scarlet Rose pick.
Oh yeah, like if Germany gets this third pick, I don't know what Canada's plan is going to be. Like that's just a disaster. You would have lost on 2 of your double times and a hidden, all maps that you would expect Canada to have an advantage on.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you got to change the game plan. I imagine they went into this expecting to be going pretty much hidden, especially after seeing that No Mod 3 ban. But now you kind of have to look at maybe Hard Rock comes out. Canada had some very strong Hard Rock score in their previous match, having only played the Hard Rock 1 there. But still, it's really gonna have to come down to some kind of change in what they're looking at, especially, they might not want to change immediately, but if they pick another hidden and they end up losing that, that's going to put them in a really, really bad position, and they're going to have to change things up very quickly.
Yeah, that's one of the tough things with starting with hidden 1, because the other saving grace I could see is going for hidden 2, going for that AR8 hidden, where that's, it's one thing to have a team that can play hidden, it's another to have a team that can play low AR hidden with 3 players. So that would be another pick that you think would be very safe for Canada, but it does put that risk out there that if they somehow fumble it, I don't know what they do at that point. They're down 4 points and kind of out of picks as well.
Yeah, but I think that the determining factor kind of starts here. If they're able to take a break here, it's kind of no harm, no foul, really. It's evened up in there, and they just need to make a good pick after that. But if they do lose this, they're going to probably need to start thinking, of potentially changing their game plan and try to move into an area of the map where they might feel more confident. But starts with Scarlet Rose here. This is a lower approach rate. We didn't mention it, but it was above an AR10 approach rate for that DT1, and there's potential that the difficulty that Canada was having was a reading issue, though. Well, we'd have to determine that. So if it was a reading issue, this one's going to be slightly lower AR there. I believe DT1 10.3, this one 10.1, so a little bit easier to read there.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of the reasons we're talking about, this map is a must-win for Canada. It's not the end of the world, but especially if they were to pick in again and lose, like, winning this map is going to be a massive turning point.
Yeah, we saw a couple misses out of the gate from Katsuragi there. I believe Unlucky might have found a miss early, but also finds a miss there. Fui there, the only full combo, similar to what we were seeing from the DT1 pick earlier. Katsuragi and Unlucky W not really able to find any footing. Wonderlife is going to trade one of those, but Marvmello and Lume able to hold on to the combo through this high approach rate and explode this lead early on, only a quarter of the way through the map at about 75,000, but Marvmello is going to find a miss there and start stemming the bleeding just a little bit, give Canada a chance to recover some of that score as Katsuragi and Unlucky W are both able to recover very nicely from those early misses.
Yeah, it's going to stabilize that score advantage just a little above 50,000, which still within reach, but it's up to Germany to find the misses, and instead it's a double miss out of Canada right before this break.
And Germany's going to be able to see that, given that it gives you it shows you your opponent's scores there, so Germany knows that there are those two misses from Canada, and that lead is just about at the 6-digit range. Now have made it right before Katsuragi and Unlucky make it to 200. Marvmello is going to find a break there, but Katsuragi is going to trade it going to this last chorus, and Lume actually going to drop the full combo for Germany as well, but Unlucky is going to trade that as well. Wonderlife finding misses. Everyone in the lobby except Fui now dropping, but Fui is going to break the full combo, and there's not much of an opportunity for Canada to come back in this. Everyone is finding drops in this final chorus, and at least it is
favoring Canada, though. It's a bloodbath, but somehow Canada coming on top.
Ran out of time. Unlucky is going to find a break, and so is Katsuragi.
Oh, no.
The only combo, and now the patterns start to lighten up a little bit, and Germany might just be able to squeak this out despite kind of falling apart towards the end, but they do take a third point.
Yeah, that was a real crumble all around, but Canada was just a little more consistent until the very end, and it wasn't quite enough to flip over that score lead that Germany had going. So 0-3. Said earlier, I thought this was a bit of a must-win, but this next pick from Canada definitely is. If it doesn't go their way, then that could be really bad.
Yeah, I could see them going back into Hidden. I don't know if they think that the Hidden 1 selection was a fluke there from Germany's side, especially given how big of a difference in score they had compared to their previous match.
Yeah.
But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't feel super confident. I could absolutely see them going with something like Hard Rock 1 here, potentially a Nomad 2 selection. I don't know if I like Nomad 4 at all, but if I had to guess, it's somewhere between Hard Rock 1 and either of the mixed mods.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't jump into the Hidden again, at least yet. But if they they pick something else and get a map point, I could see the Hidden 2 coming up next after that. And it could come out now, but it is a bit of a gamble just because they don't know what's going on with Germany in the Hidden.
Yeah, something else worth noting, like, even though it is 3-0 right now, it is worth noting that this is a single breakpoint of difference. So Germany having won 2 of their own points and winning 1 breakpoint. Canada just needs to win 1 breakpoint and win the rest of their own picks to stay tied in this match. And Mixed Mod 2 is going to be the selection, so continuing to avoid Hard Rock, but does kind of keep the Hidden within reach by going with that Mixed Mod 2.
Yeah, I think this is a fair pick. It can be a little dangerous sometimes against, I guess, lower-seeded teams, which Germany really isn't. But for teams that don't have 3 players to field a particular skill set, Mixed Mod can be a real blessing. You only need 1 player for each of those skill sets, but these teams are both skilled enough. I don't think that's going to be that much of a factor here, so I do like this pick. I mean, mostly a reading test. The actual song itself is kind of hard to stick a rhythm with. It's like a dueling piano type scenario, so it's definitely a bit of a reading test compared to some other maps where you can just kind of flow with the rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the low approach rate that comes with this kind of map with the difficult reading, you can also kind of get an eye into how Germany's feeling overall on the low AR hitting. They're only going to give 1 player for it, but it still gives you an idea of whether or not their low AR hidden is up to snuff compared to, you know, Canada's hidden player in this case.
Yeah, actually, I didn't even think of that. I think that's It could be a good strategy pick here. They're going for the mix mod 2. They got the low AR hidden. They can see how does Germany perform on that. And if their hidden player doesn't perform super well, and you'd imagine it would be their best low AR hidden player, then that gives some safety to picking hidden 2, where they'd have to field 3 players on that low AR hidden. So could be a bit of a scouting move here.
Yep, and we're just waiting for the players to come back in. I imagine that last slot on Canada is being taken by Fui for the Hard Rock play. And on the German side, again, this could be a Nerfu going with the hidden play. They did that for the mixed mod in the previous match, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them jumping in. Though I could also see Marshmallow taking that hidden slot and having Winter Life in the make-up between the Hard Rock and Nomad, but Uno for Life actually going to be the third German player here.
Yeah, we got to see Uno coming in. Very nice.
And I mentioned, kind of a gimmicky type player, low AR Nomad, pretty good at the low AR Nomad, so I could see them taking the Nomad. I could also see them taking the hidden. Just depends how Germany wants to play it.
Yeah. And this is kind of a gimmicky type of map, or rather more of a gimmicky type of Song 2 map. So definitely makes sense to have Uno coming in here.
Yeah, Canada, not any real surprises there. Fui on the Hard Rock, almost certainly. Katsuragi taking hidden and Red going on the Nomad has been pretty consistent for them this tournament. And then just waiting to see Germany. Marvmel is going to take the hidden, Wonder Life on the Hard Rock, and as expected, potentially gets the low AR Nomad call, I suppose.
So far, so good. Everyone hitting the intro.
One of the first maps we've seen where we haven't seen any really early drops from anyone, so everyone just kind of holding strong, building up to that 200 combo where misses start to become more impactful. And overall, it looks like that early spinner did go to Germany, potentially. It's hard to tell.
It does seem slightly, maybe like a single banana, but...
Though we also see a little bit of an action drop, probably one droplet miss there from Katsuragi on the hidden, so Germany going to take a slight lead, though nothing really matters at this point. No one's found any misses, and that's a traded miss between the hidden player Katsuragi and the Hard Rock on Wonder Life there. Uno is actually going to find a drop on the Nomad as well, so Canada going to take an early lead here as Red is on the Nomad and Fui on the Hard Rock are holding strong to combat the hidden FC from Marvmel right now.
Yeah, and I do expect to see quite a few misses on this map all around. I'm surprised at how little we've seen so far.
Yeah, a lot of really challenging spacing. Those doubles not the easiest to coordinate. Those streams really difficult to dash properly. But everyone was able to build back up to the 200 combo after the early misses. And 3 FCs across the board, 1 on each of the mods, 2 for Canada, 1 for Germany, and a 35,000 point lead as Katsuragi finds a second break for Canada. And that should just about even out the scores long enough since their first miss that it should be about the same amount of score difference.
Another spinner, but then right back into it. Canada holding that advantage ever so slightly. Oh, maybe not. But by the time Katsuragi,
moves into Germany's favor by about 1,000. It's 2 misses to 2, so the miscounts are even at the moment. So 2 full combos from Canada, not helping them out as much as they might have hoped. But we're hitting the last few sets of patterns, and both teams putting on a clinic on this map at the moment. But Unolife is going to find a second break on the Nomad there, and it's going to give Canada a very slight lead going into the final few patterns. But Fui and Wonderlife trading on the Hard Rocks, and Canada's going to maintain a small lead. Last few patterns left of the map, and a full combo from Red matches up with the hidden full combo from Marvmello and gets Canada on the board.
Canada finally getting that point they needed, but that was a surprising performance all around.
Yeah, I mentioned that this could have been a pick to kind of scout that low AR hidden, and Marvmello looks like they are on their hidden game today.
Yeah, so that's not the result Canada was hoping for, even though they got the point. I think they would have preferred to see Marv struggling a little bit there. The whole lobby miscount, I think, is going to be less than we'll see for individual miscounts from other players on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, we see six misses for both teams total, which is absurd. I think these might be number 1 and number 2 scores on this for the weekend. Like, that's ridiculous.
Germany immediately going to be calling the timeout, so I think that makes sense. They want to have this next pick be thought out well. They do not want to give away that break point and allow things to be tied back up. They have pretty good momentum here. Canada going to be a little worried about the hidden 2 pick, I think, after that Marv performance. So they want to maintain that advantage, keep Canada sweating.
Yeah, I mean, it puts Canada in a position where I think, like I mentioned, their initial plan was probably go through the hiddens. But now they went into that mixed mod, saw a really good score from Marv, and now their plan pretty much has to change. It's not going to be hiddens anymore. I would imagine Canada's going to want to stick around the mixed mod and probably Hard Rock area. Germany has a DT pick, but this one's lower than AR10, so the reading's not going to be as impactful. And everything else in the pool is a little bit of a toss-up. You might even say that Germany might want to be picking hidden once they run out of whatever their initial game plan was going into this match.
Yeah. I could see a Nomad 2 pick, perhaps out of Canada. Just the tech Nomad generally favors the higher seeded or higher skilled team, but I don't know if you can fully say that at this point with how Germany's been performing. That Canada would be the favorite there, but I think it's a fair pick. I would not expect them to go for Nomad 4, the convert pick, because I think that Mixed Mod 2 kind of feels like a convert in some ways, just due to how the song has to be mapped. And Germany handled it fairly well. A little bit of danger on that. And Hard Rock might be the way to go for Canada at this point. And perhaps that Mixed Mod 1.
Yeah, I mean, the way this match has gone, it almost feels like the whole map pool is a minefield. Like, Germany's certainly in a little bit better of a position, having won both of their picks so far, but kind of unexpected performances all around here. Canada, the higher seed, going with the mixed mod and taking the point based off of the Nomad, just performance being better overall, which, you know, harkens back to that Nomad 3 pick getting banned out. So the slightly worse performance there on the low AR Nomad was enough for Canada to kind of take the lead there.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, it doesn't feel like anything's safe for either team. I don't know what I would do if I was in this match. I think it just transitions into picking whatever you feel comfortable with and what you feel the most confident you can score consistently on.
Yeah. And I think that's probably been the game plan for Germany all along, though. Actually, yeah, no, because they didn't pick the hidden. They just went with the double time so far. Hard Rock 2, that is a pick I did not expect. As far as the Hard Rocks go, this is a particularly difficult one as well.
This match is really exceeding my expectations in a way that I didn't really... I could never have predicted this.
Oh, absolutely not. Especially if you've seen how Canada's performed in previous World Cups, having pretty much the same roster. They're podium contenders, or at least, you know, up into that 4th through 6th slot for sure. So
yeah, I mean, they always have been, and you see Germany kind of giving them the business at this point, and then on top of that, moving into a mod that I don't know if either team would feel safe picking into.
Yeah. Germany, they've always been good, but they generally don't go the full distance into those final stages. So, you know, you really would expect Canada to be a clear favorite here, but it has not been the case at all. It seems like Canada's kind of fighting for their lives. And Germany's just really showing that they have what it takes. Perhaps they just haven't really had it all together in previous years, but they're here to make a statement this year.
Yeah, but back to this match. We're on the Hard Rock 2, the high precision, low density pick here. Certainly getting up there in difficulty, some cross screen jumps and some real tricky patterns that kind of bait you into going into the center and then force you to miss if you're not practiced and don't know that you're not supposed to be moving back to the center all the time.
We'll see. We'll say something that could be a good or a bad thing. It does seem like Germany wants at least one player to be taking hidden with this, which is a bit risky on a CS 4.7 base hard rock.
Yeah, I imagine Lume will end up with hidden. They seem to have been on hidden for all of the high approach rate maps, though doesn't look like they are.
Definitely can help with the reading.
Oh, they are. They are. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm like, Lume's not on hidden. What are we doing? But yeah, like you said, the reading is going to be improved there. Early spinners going in favor of Germany very slightly so far. It looked like it might have actually evened out there on the last one. So into the regular map, another one. Fuhi going to be the early drop for Canada there. I was about to say another map where no one dropped immediately, but I get proven wrong very quickly as soon as I say that, with Fuhi and Wonderlife both finding drops, as well as Unlucky W trading that as well.
Yeah, this is another map where I do expect to see some misses coming out. It's not as dense, it's not as weird, but there's just pure difficulty. How small these fruits are.
And the third full combo from Canada, or last full combo remaining for Canada, does fall there from Katsuragi. Lume and Marshmallow both holding on to the full combos for Germany and giving them a slight lead a quarter of the way into this map. And a double miss from Canada, traded only once by Wonderlife, with the two full combos still intact from Lume and Marshmallow.
Yeah, with this shaping up another miss from Katsuragi, like, we're already 6-digit advantage. If Germany takes this point, I think map pick is extremely scary for Canada. We're gonna get a double miss out of Germany.
Yeah, Hui finally building back up to 200 combo. Maybe the first 200 combo we've seen from Canada in a minute here for this Hard Rock 2. Unlucky and Katsuragi both building up as Wonderlife and Marshmallow are slightly behind, so the lead's going to shrink just a little bit, but Lume with the full combo is enough. And a triple miss from Canada is about the worst thing you could see there. Marshmallow is going to trade one of those back, but with 100,000 points of a score lead, there's going to need to be a big change in the second half of this map here for Canada.
Yeah, that triple miss was just absolutely devastating. Marv finally going to find a drop of his own, but the damage has been done. 140k advantage, and Canada not holding the combo anyway to try to capitalize off of that.
Lume finally dropping that full combo, but the work is, I guess, not fully over, but 160,000 points of advantage for your team is nothing to sneeze at there as we get into the end of this map. And continuing to rise as the consistency for Germany starts to show even more, with Canada continuing to find drops.
Yeah, a couple cracks being shown over on Germany, but no real damage. They're now maintaining a 200,000 score advantage into the final moments of the song.
And the final spinner comes through. Lume getting a nearly 980,000 score there, carrying Germany to the victory on that with solid backups. Canada just could not find their footing there, and Germany brings this to a 4-1 match. Still just a 1 breakpoint difference at the moment, but a 4-1 score line looks like a lot to overcome if you're in Canada's shoes.
Yeah, and I think the pick here from Hard Rock, the Hard Rock 2 pick here is a bit devious by Germany, given that they won. Because now nothing is safe for Canada.
Yeah, I mean,
we thought maybe the Hard Rock was what was going to save them, but now nothing feels safe. I don't know what they're going to pick.
I mean, they could stick with mixed mod. Mixed mod 1 is an option,
Yeah.
though that's doesn't have the low AR. I don't think it's going to force Yuno in to come play for the no mod on Germany, and I would expect them to have a potentially stronger roster on mixed mod 1, especially with Marshmello and the incredible hitting performances that he's been putting on today.
There we go. Got the timeout being called for Canada. Makes a ton of sense as well. These were very important picks for both teams. And once again, another must-win for Canada. Not want Germany to be on match point when you're that far behind. Especially since this is a lower bracket match. I mean, it's tournament point. There is the double time too. That is true. That is a Canada classic. But
Canada
this match, yeah. In this match, though, I don't know if even the El Clasico can save them on double time. It's high risk.
I mean, you're calling it high risk, but that's also kind of making the assumption that there are non-high risk picks left in the pool.
That is fair. That is fair. Yeah, I'm thinking Nomad 2 seems the safest to me, or maybe Mixed Mod 1, since Mixed Mod 2 went well. One of those two seem like the safest. I could see Hidden 2 as well, just because it's the low AR and you have to field 3 players on it, but there's risk there. More so than Nomad 2 and Mixed Mod 1.
Yeah, it's a really tough decision to make. If I'm being completely honest, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Hard Rock 1 come out as well. Hard Rock 2 is a bit unique in that the low density requires a little bit higher of a reading and practice requirement. I'm not saying that Canada didn't practice, but Hard Rock 1 certainly easier to be consistent on is kind of where that comes from. And if Canada feels confident on Hard Rock, I wouldn't necessarily see that as a bad pick coming out of them.
We'll be Hidden 2. Trusting in their strength. I think it's a fair pick. Yeah, Canada, they need to make a comeback here, prove themselves that Germany isn't just completely walking all over them. It's just been, like you said, it's a single break point, really, despite the scoreline looking way more convincing than that.
Yeah, and with the way that this match the way the picks have gone, Germany started with 2 of the DPs and then moved into Hard Rock 2, where it feels like they might be comfortable, but with them moving around in the mods a little bit, it almost feels like they're looking for a certain type of map, a reading type map, which all 3 of the maps that they've picked have been particularly about that high approach rate reading and proper understanding of the fast objects, which I think the rest of the Hard Rocks and the DTs don't quite have that high of difficulty from the higher reading portion of the skill tree. So it could point to Germany potentially moving into picks that they are less comfortable with, as what would happen naturally through the match. But it also really depends how they feel as the circle sizes get larger and the approach rates start to become more manageable.
Yeah, I just hope this goes well for Canada, because if they lose this, it's just going to be such. Yeah, and not only that, if they lose this and then Germany win the match, it's just a really feels bad way to exit the tournament. Kind of getting dominated across the board, but they could get the point here, which I think they are still favored too. Then it could be a good road to the comeback.
Yeah, we do see Nerfu coming in for the first time in this match here for Germany, coming in for the hidden, as we may have thought was going to happen for the hidden 1, but did not end up coming in for that. Does, as expected, come in for hidden 2, though. And the hidden team from Canada back, Katsuragi, Unlucky, and Red, the quintessential hidden team for Canada so far this tournament.
Definitely, yeah. You see Nerfu coming in? Which is a pretty scary roster from Germany face, but Canada should have what it takes. They just need to prove it.
Some spacing challenges in the intro. Germany going to find 2 breaks on Lume and Nerfu. Marshmallow going to hold on to the combo for Germany there, but Canada holding on to all 3 of their double S's at the moment, and a big lead already coming out as these tiny spacing jumps are continuing to catch Germany off guard. Unlucky's going to trade 1 of those, but Canada already is starting to approach 100,000 points of lead here.
Yeah. The density is very small, so these misses hurt quite a lot, and that is now a team miss for Germany. Only 2 coming out for Canada.
Again, Katsuragi, the last full combo remaining in the lobby, it's still holding on. Does drop a couple of droplets, so doesn't have the double S, but has the combo as needed, and a third of the way through this map, 160,000 points. There goes the full combo, and no more full combos on the board, but Canada does not matter for them right now. 200,000 points as no one on Germany is able to find any footing on this low AR pick.
Yeah. It's a massive term of events for Canada here. Or really for Germany if you want to look at it that way, but I think Canada definitely were favored on this map, especially before the match began, but showing it here. Red now taking up the torch, going to be holding that combo as that score lead grows ever so faster to 300,000.
Yeah, that early break from Germany, I think, threw a little bit of a wrench in the overall thoughts that people like the predictions for this match as far as performances go. But this is about the difference I think we were expecting from Canada on the hit, and they were expected to be very, very strong in this compared to Germany. And despite losing that first hidden pick, is going to come back and probably get a little bit more confidence in choosing hidden for future picks here, especially with a 500,000 point lead here.
Yeah. Winning this convincingly is almost as important as winning this, I think, for the mental and the strategy. So now they'll have that confidence. They know they can rely on Hidden 3 and Mixed Mod 1, of course. So that gives them 2 picks that they can feel a bit better about. Whereas before this map began, it looked like they may not have any picks to feel safe about.
Yeah, but the biggest difference I've seen in a while in one of these matches, but gives Canada a nice bit of breathing room, gives them a little bit of relief, and I think it kind of almost reverses what they saw from the Hidden 1, where they got beaten pretty handily by Germany, and they probably lost a lot of confidence and momentum from just the Hidden pool by itself, and that should bring it back pretty well.
Definitely, yeah. Germany still have plenty of picks that they can feel confident about. Hard Rock went well. Double Time has been going well for 2 picks now. Are some more questions to be had after that comeback from Canada? They haven't completely just crumbled and lost on mental. So it's up to Germany. Try and secure a point, not give them a break point back. They give them the break point back, all the bets are off. It's back to being tied up.
Yeah, and we're done with timeouts too, so picks are going to be coming by quick. No more breaks to start going into anything, and Hard Rock 3 is going to come out, so continuing the Hard Rock train for Germany. HR2 went well enough for them. They figure this is about where our confidence needs to be. Just stick with what works.
Yeah, a double time 2 pick is looming. I'm curious if Canada would pick it later on, yeah. Be the Hard Rock 3 for now. Decently larger route this time around, only CS 4.2 base, so it will require a little less precision than the prior, but still DAF map, still challenging in its own rights.
Yeah, certainly. And interestingly, this might be the first pure tech pick we've gotten so far. Like most of the other maps in this pool have either been like straight consistency or it's been like gimmicky. Like the no, you could call Hard Rock 2 a little bit of a gimmick type map with the high precision required, high practice that could be practice might be the difference between like getting an 850k and FCing, for example. And then you had Mixed Mod 2, which very much has kind of that gimmicky kind of convert type zone. Has a little bit of that technical element, but with a low approach rate, definitely proves to have some changes in the style. This is our first pure tech pick, and adding on that Hard Rock requires just a little bit more precision and might give either one of these two teams the opportunity to see like maybe how Nomad 2 would go if they ended up picking that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one goes. I don't think it's necessarily a must-win for Canada, but they do need to get a breakpoint back at some point, and if they can do that without letting Germany get to match point, that would be stellar. So this would be a very nice breakpoint if they can get that.
Yeah, allows them to get closer to that equalizer. Everyone in the lobby, Pui in unlucky, and Red staying in from the hidden pick. Marv, Wonder, and Lume staying in for Germany here. Or I guess Lume coming back in, I should say. Or Wonder Life coming back in. I'm forgetting everything that's going on in this match constantly.
It's so hard when they swap slots around.
Yeah, because
my memory
Lume's
is like
in the position that
yeah.
that the other German player, the Nerfu, was in for the Hidden 2, but Lume was in on Hidden 2 as well.
Location-based memory trips me up so much.
Wonderlife going to get an early drop there before even 100 combo. Going to be a little less impactful, but is going to give Canada a slight lead early on in this map.
Just getting ready to say no early misses, but paused for a second, and sure enough, we got that one early miss out of the way.
And coming out of the intro, the other 5 players getting to 200 combos, so Canada going to have a lead, and now misses are going to be more impactful. Lume going to be the second miss there. Germany now a couple, maybe a miss and a half behind Canada at the moment, who are holding a triple FC so far in this. Marmello, the only FC remaining on Germany, dropping a couple droplets. Pretty much everyone. No one left on the double S yet, but Canada showing some strength on this technical pick. The fast turnarounds not tripping them up as of right now. The high density doing them some favors, but everyone now picking back up, everyone above 200 combo. That lead going to stick around that 63,000 point for Canada halfway through this map.
Yeah, it seems like that timeout from Canada did wonders. They may have had a bit of a pep talk going if they were confident on what the pick would be. And they're coming back with a vengeance. Really huge performance so far. Red gonna finally drop. Will not flip the score though.
Yep, moving that back down to about a half a miss of advantage for Canada. One more miss would be devastating, but Wonderlife going to be the trade instead. I'm going to give Canada a little bit more breathing room going into the last quarter of this map. Red does recover, but finds a miss, trades it with Lume, so it's no harm, no foul for Canada here, though. Red and Unlucky going to find misses there as the lead starts to shrink a little bit. Fui, the only FC, facing off against Marvmella's FC. As the combos are trying to be built up, this lead is shrinking pretty quick. It's going to get very close here at the end. As we get into the last few patterns, 200 combo has arrived, and it's in Canada's favor. But Red finds a break right at the end, and that's going to move the lead. But Lume trades it, and Marvella misses as well. And Canada, by the skin of their teeth, is going to take the break point and have a chance to even it out.
That got extremely scary at the end, but Canada taking that break point The benefit though that this is mixed mod, so they're trying to get into the matching slots, so they get a pass this time. But they're on thin ice.
The assumption here is Fui and Marvel on the Hard Rock, Lume and Red on the Nomad, I guess? No, that doesn't make sense. Would Marvel do Hard Rock on this? I imagine they'd be on Hidden. And Fui is definitely not on Hidden.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What are slots?
Okay, I think Canada's trying to move Unlucky to match with Marmella's Hidden, Fui and Wonderlife on the Hard Rock, Lume, and Red likely on Nomad here. Could swap the Nomads and Hiddens. Could be Red and Hidden. Could be Unlucky and Marv on Nomad.
Yeah, I could see it either way.
And it will be Lume and Red on the Hidden here.
I think it makes sense. Red's been playing a lot of Hidden recently. And Lume and Marv, I mean, they're both really good.
Don't have to deal with the low AR that we had for the Mixed Mod 2, so likely much more comfortable for Lume in this case versus Marv Mello being probably the best low AR Hidden player on Germany's side.
Yeah, AR 9.4, plenty comfortable as far as Hidden goes.
And players waiting through the long intro here. Get a little bit of downtime. Watch the catchers dance a little bit.
Yeah, I think Fui was the only one who skipped, maybe. Maybe they're all skipping now, who knows? It is a long intro. And we're in.
Early Tycho patterns catch Unlucky W off guard can be the first drop, and that is a miss on the Nomad there. Lume going to trade it back on the hit and to be a little bit more score lost off of Lume's miss a little bit later before the 200 combo hits. And Unlucky dropping right as everyone else hits 200. Lume going to trade it back right away though, so this is going to be just about even for these two teams.
Yeah, this is a very technical map for a one slot. There's only 2 mixed mods though, so at least has the normal stats.
Big Stack doesn't get anyone, neither do the back and forths. Doesn't look like accuracy starts to favor Canada a little bit, but a miss traded between Marv and Red, and then Wonderlife also going to find a miss. Last full combo remaining is going to be Fui on the Hard Rock. The veteran there on that Hard Rock gives Canada a slight lead as the combos start to build back up.
It's also a really long map, 4 minutes long, one of the longest in the pool. We're not even halfway there yet, and the score lead has been very small. Gonna be some trades coming out. Unlucky Marv, the only one holding.
Yeah, double miss on both sides. The Nomad's staying strong. You know, that's the expectation, that the Nomad's the one who should be holding combo the most consistently. But Wonderlife right before the break section is going to find another drop, and Canada going to take a slightly larger lead, building up likely to around 50,000 points.
Nice long spinner. Second one, not going to be really changing any difference, but we jump right back into it. And CDB White Cat, aka Fui, going to drop, traded by Marv.
So 1 minute right before, I was going to say 1 minute right before and one after, but we see a actual triple miss from Canada there as Lume is able to hold on, Wonderlife as well. Marv is going to trade one of those back, and Canada looking on the ropes right now, but Lume is going to help their case and give the lead right back to Canada. Was just about to swing over to Germany, but the hidden player there not able to hold on through some of those technical patterns. Wonderlife and Red going to trade back and forth once again, and that's going to favor Canada in this case.
I'm surprised it didn't flip with that triple miss, but they had just barely enough buffer after Marv trading the single drop. They have built it up a little bit again at the end, but there are these tricky sections. There is still a bit of map left to go. possibly enough to flip if we see another triple miss. Unlucky, gonna drop one.
Starting to come back for the stacks. Everyone else holding strong. Germany going to take a little bit more score out of that, but is not going to get enough to take the point. And Canada, off of the break point, is able to even out the score to a 4-4 slate. We now have a best of 3 to determine who moves on and who gets eliminated.
Yeah, very needed point by Canada there. Finally all tied back up. Germany, they're going to have their very last pick of the match. They need to make it count. And either bring us to tiebreaker.
And the DT2 comes out.
Oh, let's go.
The not Canada DT2 comes out.
Canada win DT2. Can they do it in this match, though? When they've lost on double time 1 and 3. This is a very different scenario.
Yeah, lower AR doesn't even get to 10. It's actually about, I think, AR 9.8. No, it's 9.9 when adjusted for DT. So it doesn't quite hit that. Should be a lot easier to read. And we saw how close that DT3 was. It was about 40,000 points in favor of Germany. So this is where that ability to read and be consistent is going to come in handy at most. And I think that's where Canada might be able to start bringing it back.
Yeah, this was a bit of a risky pick. I think you would have preferred to see Germany going for the hard rock, maybe, after they won 2 of them. When they won just the one, it's like, maybe not. They did win 2 double time. That's a bit more convincing, but they won the second one.
I mean, all things considered, they also won both of the DTs. It's like they kind of have to choose between which mod they feel more comfortable with.
Yeah.
And I guess they feel more confident that the score differences on the DTs were stronger and will hold stronger into the remaining one here, being the DT2, versus the score differences on that hard rock. Those hard rocks going potentially in favor of the Canadian side for hard rock 1.
Yeah, and if we just go back to what I said at the very beginning of Germany just trying to play to their strengths, I do think in the end the double time pick makes sense.
Also worth noting, Germany did not win both of the hard rock picks that were selected, so this makes more sense. They won both of the DTs.
I thought they did.
They picked hard rock 3, and that was the breakpoint that Canada got.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So easy to forget something that just happened.
Got short-term memory, but that's all right.
This match has been insane. I mean, Germany won Hidden 1, Canada wins hard rock 3. What are we going to do? Everything's going insane.
I don't know what's going on anymore. TV hype, that is one thing I know. I don't think I'll ever forget. I am very excited to see if we can bring this to a tiebreaker.
But here we go. Canada win DT2 up to bat. Here we go. Very early drops from Germany already. 2 misses from Wonderlife and Marvmello. Katsuragi going to trade one of those. Unlucky W and Uli holding onto the combo alongside Lume for Germany. So a small lead going to build up here as they hit 200 combo. About 20,000 points now as Marvmello and Wonderlife continue to find drops, and Canada continuing to build up that combo. Katsuragi now above 200 to match. To get full combo bonus for the side of Canada. Lume the only player above 200 for Germany.
Yeah, so far pretty convincing lead for Canada. Lume gonna find some drops, gonna extend that further. This is a shorter map, only 2 minutes long. Wonderlife and Unlucky gonna be trading.
That's one of the full combos that was remaining. Fui, the last full combo on the board right now. Canada taking a huge advantage out of that. I didn't even look down at the score. It's already 170,000 points in favor of Canada halfway through this map. A similar showing to what we saw from the Hidden 2, though. Germany building up the combos yet again, finally, but Lume and Marvmello are going to drop. Traded by the full combo of Fui, but Katsuragi now carrying the team on their back with the 750 combo. Unlucky also now hitting the combo max as breaks continue to come from the German side.
Yeah, this is just a wonderful performance out of Canada here. I think Germany maybe playing a bit worse than usual. Could be a bit shaken up by having their massive lead closed in on so rapidly, but misses all around for Germany.
And a double
Coming
break
out for
from
Canada.
Canada as well, but that with a 300,000 point lead, Germany's going to need a lot more than that, especially coming up to the end of the map here. Almost no chance, I think. And Canada, when DT2 does strike and are going to take a break point, bringing it to match point, final pick of the map, and the selection to pick second is coming in handy here because Canada will get the selection for what they want to pick, either to win the match or what they pick going into tiebreaker if Germany is able to take it.
All according to plan, but the mental resilience from Canada here, very strong. Make a comeback from what looked like a complete disaster of a match. It's up to them now. They can close things out. Just take a deep breath, move on to the next stage, or they could do the funniest thing and bring us to the tiebreaker.
Could do anything here. They've got a hidden 3 pick available to them. They won Hard Rock 3. They've got Hard Rock 1 available to them. Both nomads are available, though I think there's no shot either of those get picked. Honestly, I think we're just going to see an ignored nomad pool outside of the 2 bands.
I think aesthetically, we would like to see Canada pick Hidden 3 here. We get nice blue boxes surrounded by a red border.
But
I do want to see the tiebreaker.
I do too. We haven't seen the tiebreaker since round of 32. Unless I just happened to miss one that happened in quarterfinals.
I can't think of any. I haven't been keeping super close track of the matches I haven't been commentating on, but...
Okay, I did miss one in quarterfinals. Sweden versus Australia did go to tiebreaker, so we have seen it this weekend. But it's an O2 original. Who wouldn't want to see it anyways?
Yeah. I feel like we got to see it. And it's going to be Nomad 2.
So I was wrong.
The forbidden mod.
The Nomad pool does not get ignored. And I mean, this might just be a response to that Hard Rock 3 going well for them. Has a similar structure, has a similarly technical requirement. And despite only winning by 8,000 points, it's still something that they were able to get a victory on.
Yeah, and if we ignore how the match went entirely, just if this was the first pick, I think Nomad 2 generally would favor a team like Canada. So it makes sense. All up to Canada, though. Can they close it out? Can they give us the tiebreaker? I feel like either way, that's a win for Canada. We got the Canadian tiebreaker.
Just waiting for players to get back in the lobby. Lume and Wonderlife expected. I mean, Marvmello. Okay, Wonderlife leaves the lobby again. I imagine it's going to be Lume, Wonderlife, Marvmello. It seems like that has been the three-man squad for Germany. Marvmello does come in. Got Unlucky W sitting with Canada. Red comes in. I would think this would be... Actually, I could see a lot of people coming in for this third slot on Canada. I could see Katsuragi coming in. I could see Fui coming in. But it is going to be Fui.
And there we are. The expected third from Germany also making their presence.
Got the teams in. Good luck, have fun. Comes out from Fui. The team's getting ready to go. Last regular pick of the pool. Either Canada moves on to the semifinals stage of the tournament, or we get to see a tiebreaker. One of those two is happening. Canada up 5-4 right now after coming back down 1-4. So 4 maps in a row have been won by Canada. The momentum's certainly in their favor. Germany trying to stifle that momentum as best they can with their tournament lives on the line.
We are hopping right into it now. The Forbidden Mod. 2 minutes, 10 seconds long. Everything on the line for both of these teams.
Early miss from Marvin, a couple notes in there. Wonderlife also matching that early miss. Gives Canada a more significant lead than expected just out of the gate. Rise to about 25,000. Looks like it's going to even out to about a miss's worth of advantage as the combos start building up. Once we hit 200, it will start evening out. And here we go. All three full combos intact on Canada, and Lume drops the full combo as they hit 200, and a huge lead starts to build for Canada already.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe we can get the reverse choke from Germany, but doesn't seem so. Wonderlife now going to find a drop as well. And we see a 6-digit lead already for Canada.
Yeah, three-way full combo as we get into this slightly different section. Everyone's starting to build back up. Lume does find a drop. Marmello trying to get to 200, but a nearly 200,000 point lead as the big combo from Germany does drop as well. And the full combos from Canada are continuing to stay strong. Red's going to trade one of those back. Unlucky as well, but Fui, who's been holding very strong for Canada, been that guiding light, is continuing to hold the only full combo in the lobby and keep Canada with about a 200,000 point lead here.
Yeah, and it's a shorter map. We're already only in the last quarter, so not a ton of time for a comeback. We need to see a Canadian meltdown. Wonderlife going to be that miss.
Yeah, the combos build back up for Canada. Wonderlife gonna miss. Traded by Red, but that's only gonna help Canada's case for trades. Lume and Unlucky are gonna trade, but yet again, only going to help Canada in this case hold on to the lead as Fui goes into the ending still with the double S, looking to carry his team into the semifinals round without even the need for a tiebreaker. And the double S comes out, and Canada will take the victory by the skin of their teeth, going down 1-4 and taking 5 points in a row to make sure that they did not have to deal with that tiebreaker and get eliminated.
Yeah, that was truly a match. I mean, I think Germany can be pretty proud of how well they did this tournament, especially with how far they pushed Canada to the ropes. But in the end, I think they just started to run out of maps that they could really capitalize on. And Canada having some really great mental resilience, able to come back ever since that timeout was called. I don't know if they had a pep talk or what, but they made the comeback, and they get to continue on in the tournament.
Yeah, incredible performance. Congratulations to Canada. Commiserations to Germany for getting eliminated, but like you said, they can be proud of a job well done throughout this tournament. But with that, can't linger too much or too long on that, the results of that match, because we've got another one going on, and I think it's just starting right now. It's going to be Peru versus Belgium, and we're not even swapping commentators, so we can get right into this match.
Yeah, we're getting it set up behind the scenes, but so far we've just had the bans come out. So Peru banned Hidden 2, Belgium banning Double Time 3.
And Mixed Mod 1 is going to be the first pick from Peru, so we're going to swap right into it.
One final note from that previous match, Canada next week going to be going up against Russia, or the Russian Federation, for their first match, so huge opponent to go up against. But enough with that, we can get into the match at hand.
Starting this match on an interesting foot with the Mixed Mod, a little bit of a risky pick out of the gate, I think, for pretty much any team, just without going directly into mods. It almost feels like a bit of a strange place to start a match, just because it has that kind of variation in scores that can happen with the strengths on, like, compared to like your strengths on Hidden and No Mod and Hard Rock by themselves.
Yep, starting out the match, going with the flow. Peru hoping to get an early point in. Belgium, I'm sure, would love to take an early break point, but be a tall ask. Peru, they may be a lower seed, but they've got some really strong players, especially the Naughty Kid and the prodigy, the up and coming for the past year or so.
Yeah, not to mention that if I'm not mistaken, I think Lunatic has been not as available for some of these matches compared to this round. I believe they showed up for quarterfinals for the first time in a couple of rounds. So definitely may have been underperforming a little bit compared to what their peak performance ability is. But now with Lunatic Kid back, I would imagine that they're going to be putting on a good performance here.
Get our standard nice long intro. Makes more sense on this one. First map of the match. Players trying to get in the zone and ready to go with the flow.
Got a little bit of suspense getting ready for the start of this match. Gonna go with the flows come out. Starting off the map. We'll see if this matchup has the same kind of trend that the maps earlier in Canada versus Germany did with early misses, and we do see two from the side of Belgium with Jesse and El Skefe both finding drops pretty early on there.
Did see a miss from the Naughty Kid, but gonna keep that score advantage fairly small, about 30k. Miss from both now
as well, and those are both after 200. All three players on Belgium holding on to the combo after 200. So that should overall favor Belgium for a score, but Jesse going to trade one of those misses out. Oh, and Asia going to find a miss right at the end of that long stack. Jesse matching it as well. Ezeluk's going to trade one of them back. Boltico trading the other one back. And now just two combos from El Skefe and Lunatic Kid holding strong at the moment, as that lead does kind of stay steady at around that 30,000 point mark.
Yeah, a bit of pressure for Belgium there. It seemed like they might be able to take the lead back, but Peru clutching back up. El Skefe, an unfortunate miss during this slower section.
You're also going to find a second drop on top of that, as all three of the Peruvian players' combos holding strong at this halfway point in the map, and now an 82,000 point lead for Peru at the moment.
Their slow section, nice long spinner, build up the nerves, and we're going to hop right back into it.
Hopping back into it. Asia, the last one to get back up to the 200 combo, and right as that happens, Jesse is going to find a miss. That lead now at around 100,000. Boltico is going to trade that miss though, so it's going to send them bleeding a little bit. But a triple miss from Belgium there. Lunatic going to match one of them, but Ezelux with the combo at the moment, nearly at 700 now, is going to help carry Peru's lead even further.
Yeah, lots of trades coming out, but it's been favoring Peru this whole time as they just keep slowly building that lead. We're running out of map. We get another difficult section here. Ezelux going to finally drop. Was traded though by Jesse. And Aya as well.
So two combos to just one from El Skefe there. The Hard Rock players matching each other very well. It's the supporting combos there doing the job for Peru, as all three of the Peruvian players above 950,000 points and are going to take an early point in this match.
Yep, no big points yet was Peru's pick. And in the end, fairly convincing. Was a bit closer halfway through the map though. So nice opening.
And
Could be
Belgium,
the immediate nomad too.
yeah, have it loaded and ready. Get out of the mod pools. Just stick with no mod. Especially seeing that mixed mod performance, I think Belgium in general probably going to want to avoid most of the mod pools. Could see them wanting to go into the DT realm after that. We did see a hidden ban from Peru as well, so you could see Belgium wanting to stick around that hidden DT and Nomad zone, but Peru already showing a good performance on that mixed mod, shows they have the players available to do the hidden and hard rocks. So a little bit of a tough kind of ask, but Belgium starting off in the Nomad with the technical pick.
Yep. I think makes sense here. Could be room for a breakpoint out of Peru, because we did just see another fairly technical map that they had a pretty decisive lead on, but very different maps overall.
Got the same squads on both sides. Politico, Islux, Lunatikid on Peru, El Scafe, Jesse, and Aja there for Belgium.
Loading into it now. This is how we saw the previous match end. But for this match, it is the beginnings. Belgium hoping to get on the board. And we're in.
Here we go. Doubles not catching anyone off guard right at the start. This caused us caused a few players some issues in the last match. Everyone holding strong here. Intro coming through. No super difficult patterns through this intro outside of those tricky doubles, so should see most of the players getting to that 200 combo here. Build up starts up. Everyone at 200. Misses are at full score potential. And everyone's still holding on to the double S's going into the first difficult section. Lunatic Kid is going to be the first person to break combo, though.
Yeah. It's impressive that we haven't even had any drop of misses with others, but now El Scafe will be the first from Belgium to drop.
And a second drop from El Scafe as well is going to give Peru the lead immediately back. We got a little bit more of a difficult tech section here. Islux immediately going to find a few drops, as well as Lunatic Kid. One traded by Asia there. Voltico going to be a drop as well, but Jesse is going to trade it back at the same time as Lunatic Kid. And the only player able to really hold on to any combo through this section is going to be El Scafe. Asia building back up as well, but a massive collapse from Peru there, as the only combo to survive through that section is going to be El Scafe's, giving Belgium an 80,000 point lead.
Yeah, that section, I think, just a little bit of a skill spike too high for most of the players here. El Scafe gonna bail out Belgium. We now just have a quarter of the map left to go and a pretty decisive score lead. Combos are back up.
Yeah, combos back up to 200, 100,000 point lead for Belgium. Further misses from Lunatic are going to extend that trade between Voltico and Asia. A final miss from Peru's combos. Islux down. El Scafe also finds a drop, but now Jesse the one holding on to their combo, and Belgium continuing to extend that score lead into this ending section and are going to get a point of their own on the board.
Yeah. Very nicely done by Belgium. Got a little sketchy for a little bit, but pushed out in the end, and actually Jesse just has 2 miss. Very nice.
But very convincing opening points for both teams here. Seems they have good plans moving forward. Just depends how Peru kind of wants to attack it now. They do have another mixed mod available if they want to go with the mixed mod too. But past that, it depends on what they're comfortable with. And with Belgium banning out, I believe the hard rock pick there. Sorry, the DT is what they banned out. So could see them wanting to attack that kind of area if Belgium's not feeling super confident on it.
Yeah. Peru taking their time a bit on this one, so And put some thought behind it.
Still waiting. Certainly not as fast of picks as we saw before, though Peru did have first pick and we pretty much immediately went into it. Belgium had theirs locked and loaded, but Peru going to stick with the DT, going to go into the DT to kind of attack Belgium's potential issues with the DT pool having banned out that DT3.
Yeah, definitely makes sense there. I'm going to get the double time one. Going to be as smooth as a McDonald's Sprite.
And we do see Islex actually swapping out here. First swap out we've seen this match so far. Marisi going to be coming in to take their plays. No swap outs from Belgium yet. Elskepe, Jesse, and Agia going to be sticking in for their side so far.
Yeah, I think for Belgium, we're going to see a lot of this core roster. There's some swaps available, but they're generally a team that kind of sticks with the core roster and does swap outs for more of those specialty picks.
And here we go, jumping in to the DT1. Highest approach rate of the pool here, of this DT pool. The other above 10 AR DT pick having been banned out there by Belgium. And we already see an early drop coming from Agia in the intro pattern. So Peru going to take a slight lead out of the opening patterns.
Yeah, small lead for them, but it starts to stabilize around 15,000, maybe 16. Agia gets back up to that 200.
Pretty straightforward patterns up to here, though. We get into the chorus where spacing starts to increase just a little bit. You get some of those streams, but no one finding any issues on them so far. And still the 5 full combos on top of Agia's recovered combo, going to keep that lead right up around 15,000 points. A quarter of the way, and Elskepe actually going to find another break for Belgium, and that lead is going to start to build up a little bit more for Peru. Going to be about a miss and a half to 2 misses of difference now, of cushion there for Peru through the first chorus.
Yeah, definitely a much more comfortable lead now for Peru, but not insurmountable for Belgium. Still have half the map left to go. This is a consistency double time though, so pattern-wise, nothing too crazy, but that is a team miss for Belgium. As I say that, no response from Peru.
Yeah, still holding on to the triple full combo halfway through the map. That lead, despite being about two and a half misses before, has now skyrocketed to about 150,000 points of difference. Advantage Peru there. And another solid-looking pick so far. Just have to hold on, and they'll get a quite decisive victory on this DT1 pick.
Another miss from Jesse. Might be the nail in the coffin. Could see a complete meltdown from Peru at the end, but there's this core section, but doesn't seem likely. They're all holding on very well.
Yeah, and as late as we are in this map, even a full meltdown might not be enough. With all 3 of the Peruvian players still holding on to the full combos, that lead sticking around just above 200,000. Marisi going to be the first drop for Peru, but is not going to be nearly enough. A couple more misses there. Drops the lead below 200,000, but still well within range for Peru to maintain a lead and get a second very convincing point on the board for themselves.
Yeah, 2 nice FCs, just a small choke at the end for Marisi, and it's just the type of score that hard to beat. No room for mistakes, unfortunately. Belgium found a couple stumbles throughout. But no harm, no foul. No break points yet. Back over to Belgium for their next pick, and characteristically for them, they're ready to go immediately with the Nomad 1.
Yeah, sticking in that no mod pool. The no mod 2 went so well for them before, might as well keep it within the same mod pool. This one's certainly going to be a little more approachable, I think. Doesn't have quite as tricky of patterns as the no mod 2 does, but with the no mod having gone so well for them, I imagine Belgium's feeling very comfortable.
Put some Nanahira back in the map pool. Crowd favorite. Either love it or you hate it.
It's in one of those spots for me.
Either a Nanahira moment or a forced to play Nanahira, as we saw in the game chat there. Either way, it's a classic. And we're loaded into it without any roster swaps.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a pattern that we're seeing both of these teams holding on to pretty much the same squads for most of the maps through this pool. Both Go and Lunatic Kid having stayed in for all 4 of the maps now. Do we need an abort? I don't know if they disconnected or if that was an accidental escape. I don't know.
Does look like we're getting the abort.
They're Osu minimized. Interesting. I don't know if I've heard that one before.
I assume they mean the boss key?
Maybe. Would that remove them from the lobby?
It's a good question. Yeah, I don't think it would generally.
We're just going to call it an Osu moment and move forward.
Yeah. Gotta have one. At least one a tournament, if not one a round or a stage. Either way, back again. Nice.
Should have everyone ready to go. Yep, very quickly back into it.
Yep.
Hopefully we don't have any technical issues this time. Marisi won't get minimized out of Osu, won't accidentally hit the boss key for some reason.
These kids these days with their weird key binds. Gotta go with the old arrow keys and shift.
Yeah, use your pointer finger and ring finger to play catch.
How I do it. Seen a lot of keybinds.
Oh yeah, they get weird. Anyways, back into this map here. Belgium's second pick, Nomad 1. And an early drop from Agia there is going to give a slight lead to Peru. It was before 200 combos, so it's not going to be as impactful. So any misses from Peru here will give the lead over to Belgium, but we see triple combo at the moment as we get into these not free, but much easier patterns before the chorus comes around.
Yeah, so just that one early miss. Although we do get a miss there now from Marisi. That scream section.
Yeah, and as mentioned, the miss from Agia being so early means that is going to give the lead right over to Belgium. Now a trade between Agia and Marisi, so it's going to stabilize the score here just about. Though Agia is going to find another break here as Marisi starts to build back up, and Peru going to take a small advantage out of it.
Yeah, that first miss from Agia is a little strange. They stopped moving for a second. Possible their fingers slipped off a key. Does happen. It was very unfortunate, but either way, Belgium all found some misses. All building back up to that combo.
Trying to build back up. That lead's going to stabilize right around 45,000 points as Jesse, the last player to get back up to 200 combo. Now everyone gets a chance to see the scores. Peru knows they're up by about 2 to 3 misses here. and has a chance to hold strong through the rest of this chart. We are only halfway through this map at this point. Still have about 2 minutes left in it, so plenty of opportunities still left for difficult patterns and breaks. We saw the transition into the chorus catching Mauricio off guard, but this verse section is going to be catching El Skefe off guard instead, and will continue to expand Peru's lead here.
Yeah, up to about 3 misses worth of advantage now. Still definitely something to come back from, but gonna need Belgium to lock in a little bit and hope for some misses. First one will be coming out from Laddie Kid.
Yeah, so that's going to give Belgium a little bit of a way in. Still going to be in Peru's favor. Need about 2 more drops on top of that for Belgium to really get back into it. And the consistency is holding strong so far for Belgium, though as I say that, Agia is going to trade one with Mauricio, and that's going to favor Peru just a little bit as the lead stabilizes around 50,000 points.
The break section is going to show the teams where they stand. Just shy of 3 miss advantage for Peru.
Still have one more chorus. We've been seeing a few misses through this chorus just in general. Agia hasn't gotten through one cleanly yet, but will have to if they want to give Belgium the chance to not give up a break point here.
So far, so good for all 6 players, but Boltico going to find a miss.
Gonna help. All 3 players on Belgium holding strong. But again, as I say that, Agia is going to be the one to find a drop right at the end of the chorus, trading that miss back and keeping Peru with a slight advantage here going into the ending. And Lunatic Kid actually going to find a break there in that transition. Lead starts to shrink. Agia back up to 200. It's still not over. Hard patterns galore here at the ending. Agia is going to be the one to find a break, though, and Peru gets a little bit of breathing room into the spinner, and about 50,000 points will be the difference maker for the first break point of the match.
Yeah, I was about to mention it's been 4 minutes. You may have forgot, but this was a pick from Belgium, so that is the first break point coming out. Now Peru in a very nice spot. They can win their next pick. They're going to be in the same spot that Germany was in against Canada, but we all saw how that ended, so
yeah,
anything is possible.
They do have a DT pick available to them, which they won pretty handily on their first or on their second pick, their previous one. So just need to win that to consolidate the lead. But really depends on how they're feeling. That was the DT1 having a very high approach rate. DT2 potentially a little bit more approachable from the reading side of things. Just requires a lot more speed.
Yeah. See where they want to take us. Haven't seen a ton of exploration yet. Belgium so far just going for the no mods. Peru went for the dub time and the mix mod, so a little variation there, but both of them went well as well. So a lot of options available. Thinking maybe not the mix mod too, just because we haven't seen a ton of hidden exploration, and we did see the low AR hidden banned out. Mix mod 2 would put at least one person on some low AR hidden.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I imagine that would be more of a Belgium-oriented pick if I were to guess.
Yeah.
So I think Belgium will want to kind of move into the hidden before trying to mix mod 2, given how mix mod 1 went for them. Peru taking their time, trying to find the right pick for them. They could see a lot coming out here. And Hard Rock 3 is actually going to be the one, which is interesting to me. I think this is going to be the most approachable Hard Rock for Belgium to play compared to the other two. I mean, Hard Rock, compare it, like, if you're talking about, like, matchups, right? Where Belgium had a very, very strong performance on Nomad 2, which might give them the edge on a map like this in the Hard Rock pool. Whereas, like, Hard Rock 1, likely the most approachable for both teams, but I figure that the Peruvian side would be a little bit stronger as far as the reading goes on something like that, especially after seeing that Nomad 1 performance.
Absolutely, yeah. That being said, could be Peru don't take themselves as Hard Rock masters and just want something a bit more in the middle ground as a safe pick, but
the circle size a little bit easier to handle on this hard rock pick compared to especially that hard rock 2 with the low density and really high precision requirement.
I think either way, this will be a good scouting move. Good to see how these teams are feeling on the hard rock outside of just that one mix mod. And the result of this map may speak a lot to what future picks are going to be for both teams.
And we see Islux swapping back in for Peru, Samarisi taking a leave for the hard rock selections. All 3 Belgian players staying intact. I imagine this is what we're going to see for the rest of the match, is these 3 Belgian players kind of sticking around for most of them. But Boltico and Lunatic Kid, of course, staying in as well for this hard rock selection. Peru trying to consolidate a break point and bring it to a 4-1 slate, give themselves as good of a momentum swing as possible off of that break point.
Absolutely. A little bit of droplet miss from Agia in the beginning, but keeping the combo.
Yeah, seems like also seeing Jesse with a similar droplet miss, but holding onto the combo. So Peru going to take an accuracy lead in this intro, but Agia actually going to find a miss very early on as well. Another case of before 200 combo, so not as bad of a miss as could happen from here on out, but Agia going to find another miss as every other player in the lobby does hit the 200 combo. So now those misses going to have full impact on score, about 50,000 points, as El Scafe also finds a break and brings it down to just 1 full combo for Belgium versus 2 on Peru. Or sorry, 3. All 3 players on Peru holding onto the combo.
Yeah, they've all dropped a little accuracy at this point, so no SS's, but still 4 FCs. Make that 3 FCs on the board. Isluk's going to find the first break. And now Jesse is
1. Or make that 2 with just Lunatic Kid and Boltico holding on. So the consistent Peruvian players holding on to the combo. Isluk swapping in, finding the only miss there. Agia and El Scafe both recovering very well from their early misses, but with a lead as it is right now, Jesse is going to have to recover. And in this last third, they're going to have to hope Peru starts finding some drops that aren't traded, as Islux and Agia do find a trade there coming out of that spinner.
Yeah, it's been a nice recovery from Belgium, but fortunately, they need that opening. Boltico may be giving it, dropping the full combo. Only Lunatic Kid left.
This ending is also extremely hard. Jesse going to find a miss that's traded with Islux, so the lead is going to continue to shrink a little bit. 2 combos to just 1. And this ending extremely hard. We saw the previous match. A lot of misses coming out. El Scafe going to be the first miss there. Jesse going to match it. Islux trading only 1 of them. Lunatic Kid holding on to the combo, the only full combo in the lobby at the moment, as Jesse finds another break to trade with Islux. And Peru holding on strong with 1 full combo coming out from Lunatic Kid. What a score.
Yeah, the Prodigy showing his skills once again, carrying Peru to a nice point. That will bring it 4-1. So again, it's always weird to see when it's just a single break point. It looks like a massive lead for Peru, but really it's not quite as large as it looks, but it definitely feels oppressive for Belgium. So it's going to add some pressure.
Especially since the last pick that they had was that break point that Peru got. And they're going to immediately go for the mixed mod too, so potentially calling a little bit of a bluff from Peru, who went for that mixed mod 1 and hoping that the low AR hidden will be enough for Belgium and the performances overall from, I imagine, El Scafe on the hard rock, and whoever their no mod player is going to be will even out, and the hit player is able to take that advantage.
Yeah, and we do see Zine getting transferred over, so we're finally going to see the Belgium roster swap. I imagine that's going to be the low AR hidden. That's kind of how I expected their roster to go. They'll keep the main core and then swap in a player here and there for the more gimmicky or specialization picks. Laser, my beloved, trolling us a little bit.
You laser.
It was indeed a Mix Mod 2 selection. Possible actually the
Trying
map
to
just wasn't selected yet.
Yeah.
Just trying to get Zened in here.
Yeah, it looks like Zed actually might have had to restart their client, so take it a little bit longer. Hopefully it doesn't exceed their 2 minutes, or we might have to see a timeout come out, but hopefully they're able to get this all sorted out quickly enough. It looks like they were able to get zoomed in. Just waiting on the map to swap out.
Might be having some technical issues here, perhaps, but we'll get those sorted out.
There we go.
I knew Laser wouldn't let me down. But yeah, getting back into this pick. Bit of a gimmick all around, both in the mapping as required to go along with the very frantic and changing piano. And we have the low air 8.4 for the hidden player, and to some degree to the nomad player. So overall, a spicy pick. Zend going to be stepping up to help Belgium hopefully get across the line with it.
And here we go. After a little bit of an intermission there, we're getting in there. Jean coming in for Belgium to take that hit in. Agia actually going to be taking the Hard Rock, and Elskefe holding on to the Nomad there. Lunatic Kid going to be matching Agia on Hard Rock, and Boltico trying to show some metal with the hidden pick. Marisi taking Nomad for Peru. And an early miss on the Hard Rock from Lunatic Kid, so Belgium going to take a slight lead, but an early enough miss does mean that's less impactful. I feel like I've said that a billion times at this point, but Jean is going to trade that back. Lunatic Kid is going to find yet another break, though, and Belgium going to hold on to the lead with Boltico matching that miss for Peru as well, and it's now 2 full combos to 1.
Yeah, nice little lead for Belgium. Marisi going to be finding another drop. We'll extend that further.
Now that was the last full combo for Peru, so now it's 2 full combos to none. And Jean, despite the early miss, is holding on to some good combo back above the 200. Aji going to find their first break of the match. Elskefe still holding on to that full combo, but the big difference maker right now is that hidden play. As of right now, Jean putting on a performance on the hit, and Boltico not too far behind, though. That score lead overall just about 70,000, certainly within striking distance if we see more misses from Belgium, but Elskefe with that full combo really wants to make sure that they don't lose another break point this early in the match.
Yeah, a break point here would be rather tragic, so Belgium trying to clutch up. Boltico will find another drop, extend that lead further. Now in the 6 digits, starting to feel somewhat comfortable for Belgium.
Jean does trade one of those misses on the hidden, so it's going to help Peru try to make it back, but Boltico not able to find any footing and continues to find breaks in this breakdown section. And that lead for Belgium now starting to approach 150,000.
Yeah, about a quarter of the map left to go. Anything's still possible, but it is looking more and more certain that Belgium is going to be taking the victory here.
the NA of the map is coming up. Still have the FC from El Escape. Lunatikid and Mauricio, who both did a good job of building back their combo. Lunatikid above 1,000, but Agia is matching that along with El Escape with the full combo. It really is just a game between these two hidden players, and Jean with an incredible performance with over 900,000 points into this last spinner, and helps give Belgium their second point in the match and keeps it to a 1 breakpoint game.
Yeah, a very beautiful performance on that hidden, which is extremely difficult, probably the hardest mod for this particular map. And yeah, just really very well performed. Makes sense now why we saw Peru banning that hidden too. Because going up against Jean, that's very scary.
Yeah, it almost feels like it's a similar situation where it might open up a possibility of hidden one. Hidden one, obviously, a higher approach rate, doesn't go below 9, but it's still lower than is comfortable for a lot of players on hidden. So it could be an opportunity, especially since Belgium will get another pick in this match, no matter what happens here.
Yeah, and it is a similar style of map or maybe song. It's not quite a swing rhythm, but it's that similar kind of vibe. So I definitely could see hidden one being in the cards here.
But before that, Peru does get their own pick. We saw them do a great job on that Hard Rock 3. Could see them moving into some further Hard Rock. Could see Hard Rock 2 coming out with how well they performed on the Hard Rock 3. Though they've kind of been switching it up through this entire match. Could also... Okay, Hard Rock 2 does come out.
There we are, yeah.
They don't give me a chance to prove myself wrong.
And if they pick the Nomad 3, and then maybe even a hidden of their own.
True.
Jacks of all trades. I like this song though. Nice vibe.
Kind of takes away the I guess high pressure of the whole situation.
Yeah.
Especially with how nerve-inducing a map like this is. The high approach rate, the extremely high precision required, and the potential for some memorization required throughout the map just feels like the opposite of the vibes of the song.
Yeah, it's like a nice slow jam. Just kind of can bop along to it, and then you see the map, you're like, oh no.
Oh no, I need to focus as hard as I can on this, and I can't just vibe to the song. Like
I need to lock in.
Like if this song went to like a Nomad 1 type map, maybe you could vibe a little bit with it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to in a tournament sense, but you can more easily get away with that than on a Hard Rock 2 selection.
Yeah, it's a very misleading preview before you load in. I'm sure it caught pretty much everyone out. Well, if you watched the showcase, maybe not, but if you weren't there for it and you just kind of hopped right into it, start your practice, I'm sure that first run was a big shocker.
Alright, the regime that gets kicked out of the lobby there brings Jesse back in as expected. See the same squad for Peru there, Mauricio, Boltico, Lunatikid staying in for this Hard Rock 2 selection, trying to get this match into a match point situation for Peru, put themselves into a spot where it's at least going to get them to tiebreaker. It's so nice. Was that another? I can't tell if that was another issue or if we just refreshed. Okay, we just refreshed.
Yeah,
we're good. We're getting into it. Because it almost looked like Boltico got kicked out of the lobby again. I guess last time it wasn't Boltico, but
Mauricio, I believe, yeah.
But would have been a little bit humorous. We actually, 2 misses out of Peru immediately. Boltico missing the first note in the map. Mauricio slightly after. Lunatikid actually finding a miss as well. That one traded by Agia, though, and Mauricio now trading one with Agia. And Belgium, with the 2 combos there out of the intro, going to start building a slight combo, but El Scafe trading one with Boltico, and we are just seeing misses after misses here as Belgium takes a slight lead as Jesse, the only full combo, hits the combo cap.
Yeah, despite the mapping being fairly standard and nothing too crazy, it's just the high speed with the high precision is extremely difficult. You can see everyone struggling here except for Jesse.
Yeah, Maurici now matching the combo cap as well. Boltico and El Skefe both matching each other's combo. Maurici is going to drop that combo, trade it with El Skefe there as they hit the 200 combo mark. So it's going to be 2 combo capped players, or sorry, yeah, 2, 1 on each side. And it looks like the combo advantage generally goes to Belgium here as that lead starts to eke a little bit more blue each second. But that full combo from Jesse does get dropped. And Boltico now with the big combo in the lobby is going to start inching it closer to Peru and take the lead for themselves.
Yeah, a very small lead, but a lead nonetheless. It will continue to grow as Jesse finds another miss. That will turn it into a true lead. Peru can afford a single miss now.
Yeah, despite the early troubles that Peru is having, all 3 players, well, now it's not like that, but they were all above that combo cap. Boltico not having a great time on those, the wording is not coming to me, the hyper ticks, I suppose.
Yeah. You're right, it's a strange mapping phenomenon we've only seen the past year or so.
Yeah, doesn't happen too often, so I don't get to say it much, but was having some trouble. But despite that, Belgium, all 3 of their players not able to find any comfort through this. Ludikin and Maurici backing up Boltico's issues with those misses, both now above 500 combo. And the lead for Peru now above 100,000 as a double miss comes out for Belgium. Only 1 traded miss from Boltico there.
I feel like the hyper droplets in this map in particular are extra punishing. Like, you already have super high precision, and now you have a must-hit droplet.
Yeah, I mean, it puts you in that position where, I know when I'm playing, I'm not necessarily always paying attention to where the slider ticks are and where the droplets are, and needing to hit one in order to make it to the next note certainly requires a level of focus on top of the added precision. But despite that, the issues Boltico is having, Peru is going to be able to take that point and bring it to a match point 5-2 scenario. Belgium going to have an opportunity to pick to stay alive in the tournament, but needs to win 4 in a row in order to make it out.
Yeah. El Clasico indeed. El Skefe, I think that's to be expected on this map. It's just that kind of map. The precision needed. Insane.
The
won't see hidden one.
universal Hard Rock 2 experience.
Yeah. Called Hard Rock for a reason. Nomad 3 gonna be the call made. We're gonna see Heliosphere. I believe it's the OS original, or one of the 2. The other one being the tiebreaker. Indeed, it is. So always love to see those coming out. It's gonna be the gimmick pick for the Nomad bracket.
Yeah, we saw some good performances on that mixed mod 2 out of Belgium, both on the hidden and on the Nomad, pretty much from all 3 players. But this certainly is a good option to go to if you had players who feel comfortable on that mixed mod 3 and feel like that kind of playing can transition you back into the low approach rate. Worth noting, they are going from Hard Rock 2 into this low approach rate. I guess 9.4 isn't that low, but certainly is going to be a bit difficult to make the change, especially after reading AR10 with such high circle size as well.
Yeah. Will be interesting to see how it goes, because if this goes well, I think Hidden One's still on the table for a further pick for Belgium, but definitely do or die now, as Peru are on that match point.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do only see 1 swap out, all 3 Belgian players staying in. Easlux is going to be taking the spot for Maurici. So Peru at least going to have 1 player who's a little bit fresher on the lower approach rate. Or you'd assume that's the case anyways.
Absolutely. Loading in now. Have a bit of a little intro here, not being skipped. We're getting all comfortable.
This map pool, certainly the map pool of long intros to songs.
I've been a little scared for Nutty Kid there. He was hanging around the left side, and first note far on the right, almost a memory there, but Isluk's going to be the first one to drop on 45 combo.
But potentially a good sign for Belgium there to see an early miss come out of Peru. We have more of the hyper slider ticks coming through. And no one really finding any issues. Islux, despite the early drop, is going to get back up to 200 combo, and everyone else in the lobby, aside from Agia at the double S, Agia actually going to find a break to trade with Islux there and give and kind of even out the score lead now, right around 10,000, a little bit more established than it was before, but still four-way double S, all of the bottom rows holding on to that. The only misses coming out from the top two players, Islux and Agia at the moment.
Yeah, and this map is only going to be more punishing. There's no droplets that you can miss. There, you have to hit everything. It's all slider ticks and plenty of Vipers mixed in.
And we actually do see a couple more misses coming out from Peru. Both of the full combo is now gone. Both going Moon with the Kid, finding breaks right after each other. Islux now the one building up the combo, but finds a miss on one of those slider ticks. And we still see the double full combo from Belgium. Agia right behind them, trying to build up that combo and acting as a good supporting third cast member here. But this is, at the moment, the Elscafe and Jesse show halfway through with a double FC here.
Yeah, Madi found some big misses, has recovered now. But that score lead just shy of 6 digits. Is Elscafe going to drop?
What a rough miss, finding a miss right in the break section. That is going to lower their lead a little bit. Was at about 100,000 points, but we see a double miss from Peru there. Traded once or twice by Jesse there, and that's going to bring it back to about 100,000 points as this big technical section really is not treating Islux very well. These stacks certainly not the easiest to read through, and finding singular misses can be devastating for your score.
Yeah, this little freeze can show us 113,000 score advantage. Has been favoring Belgium, growing back up, but defense sections very easily missed on, so could change things.
And hopefully that's not a disconnect from Islux. I do see another miss from Jesse there. And unfortunately, because Islux is in the number one position, he is the one controlling the music, so we've got a little bit of a radio show here.
Checking the MP link. I don't see a disconnect yet, so he may still be in here. Just
some internet issues, potentially.
Yeah, just lagging a little behind for the spectator.
Islux in chat saying that his game's frozen. Whoa.
Okay. Well,
and the map actually finished while we were trying to figure that out. I don't know if there's a chance that Peru comes back in that.
I think so.
Belgium was 120,000 points ahead. I don't think even an issue with like internet or anything. It hasn't finished yet in the MP link.
Yeah. Well,
it's one way or another too late for anything to really be changed. We're just waiting for the MP link to catch back up, I think.
Yeah. Should surely be a victory for Belgium there. Oh, hey, there's Agia. Look at him go.
Finding a few breaks there at the end, but building back up. This is unlike anything I've ever seen. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think the first slot getting frozen just really throws things into a bit of a spanner.
Okay, Islix says he can take a screenshot, so I think they're going to end up trying. I don't know if there's a solution here that's not get the screenshot and then kick Islix out so that the lobby can move forward.
I think that is going to be the call, yeah.
It kicked through. Okay, I don't know what is going on.
Okay, that is an MP link of all time.
That is not what happened.
Yeah, there's 2 Peru members and 1 Belgium member, but yeah, pretty sure that was a Belgian point.
That's what I guess, but I don't know.
I think at very worst we would just like nullify the score, but I'll wait to see what the officials want to make on the call there.
Do we have any score? Like, I mean, the MP lobby only saved 3 scores total from that. I don't know what. Yeah, I guess we take what's saved in the VOD.
Generally, that would be the way to go. Yeah,
because with Belgium in the lead there, and we don't have a score from Islux who got kicked, we have scores that we can screenshot from the VOD for all 3 Belgian players. That is going to be a point for Belgium. Because when it was all 3 players on both sides, Belgium was in the lead. Then Islux had issues. It didn't upload Islux's score, but it didn't also upload Jesse's or El Skefe's, but we have screenshots from later in the map for them. So that's going to be a Belgian point. I'm just going to clear that up again. It is going to be 5-3 in favor of Peru, and then move into Peru's pick. So the MP link can't be trusted for this one, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah. I was double checking and I was like, should it be 5-3 or would it be 5-4? But no, it would be.
It'd be 5-3.
Would be 5-3.
We're in the right spot. It's still it's a one break point game right now.
Yep.
Peru's ahead in that and should be 2 points ahead with that.
Okay. Yep. Math is mathing in my head finally. Took a little bit because Peru had first pick. I was like, wouldn't it be Belgium's pick? But no, that is correct. Okay. So yeah. 1 break point. Belgium. Do or die needs to take that break point back now, and then they'll get their final pick to bring us tiebreaker. If that is indeed what happens.
I mean, it's in the script, right? Last match of the weekend has to go to tiebreaker.
Absolutely. We haven't seen it yet, so this is our final hope.
Again, not true. We did see it once. We saw it in Sweden and Australia.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what's going on anymore.
There's a lot going on. It's hard to recover from something like that.
My brain looks like Banchoda. All over the place.
We've got 5 players in the lobby right now. I believe we would be waiting for. Islux would be the guess for me, but I could see Marisi coming in for the DP.
All right, flag on play. We might be just replaying that previous map.
And now we have another player stuck.
somehow
This
stuck
is a
in the map.
nightmare.
I don't even think that I don't think the map started somehow. Asia loading in, taking matters in his own hands, but yeah, I think Sanchez is just confused, as am I.
I'm reading through the rules to figure out what the exact thing we're trying to figure out is. The player disconnects.
Yeah, it's strange because I think normally with the disconnect, if the disconnected player does have a results screenshot, you can use it. But in this case, them disconnecting caused other people to disconnect before they got their results screen, even though they finished the map. So it's quite the situation. So just stay tight, everybody. We'll be okay. We'll make it through it. Got some deliberation going on behind the scenes, sorting out how we're gonna do it. Got Leo stepping in. It's going to be the authority in this situation. We are going to make sure that we can collect as much information as possible to make the fairest call. So, sit tight, everyone. Hey, we got the raid from Wub. Welcome, everybody. You've joined at quite an exciting moment. We've had, I think, probably a first-time seen situation. Some disconnects and interesting things going on. So, sorting that all out right now. The whether we're going to replay this No Mod 3 or if we're going to be moving on with Belgium getting their third point in the match.
That's what I would expect to happen here, is that Belgium would get their third point, but I don't know how this is going to end up working. Because the biggest problem right now is that, like, so we have 2 scores from Peru and 1 score from Belgium logged in the MP link because 2 of the Belgian players also got kicked after waiting for a while after Islets was not able to continue. which there's potential there according to the rules that at the point of disconnect where we have our final scores from everyone, I don't know how that would total out.
Is best pause of all time. It does seem like Peru are willing to hand the point over to Belgium.
Islux, captain of Peru, is confirming a forfeit at least, so we don't have to go through this. It pretty clearly was going to be Belgium's point.
Yeah.
So we'll move from there, and we won't have to deal with trying to total up a whole bunch of scores that we don't necessarily have full results for. Belgium will take their third point, we'll move into DT2, and we'll continue the match without delaying this another few minutes.
We're back, baby.
We're back!
Double time 2. It's been a while. We're back. It's the Mega Man 2 medley. Very fitting for double time 2. It is going to be the lowest approach rate of the double time map, so we'll come in at just under AR10, AR 9.87 once double time is applied. And it is also 3 different songs in a compilation, so twice throughout this map. The BPM is going to swap up a bit. Could throw you off if you're not ready for it. It'll be fairly evenly spaced though.
Looks like there shouldn't be any bad blood there. Maurici does come in for Peru over Islux in this case. Agia is in for Belgium alongside Jesse and El Scafe. Both going to get the constant for Peru there. And we're getting into DT2. What Peru is hoping is going to be the last point of this match, especially after that hullabaloo. Hopefully them conceding the point on that Nomad 3 there isn't going to backfire on them in this case. But they have been very strong in the DT pick so far in this match. And they just need to perform, I think. And I think in their head, if they perform well, they should be able to take this point. But Belgium, certainly not out of it yet. Only one break point behind, and this is where that needs to happen.
Peru getting the free 1 mil buff. There we are. Laser getting all synced up now.
Yeah, after everything that was going on for Nomad 3 there, I'm sure it was just trying to catch up, but early breaks from pretty much everyone in the lobby. Voltico, the only person holding on to the combo, and as I say that, they do actually drop the combo. So Peru's lead not as big as it could have been with that combo, but El Scafe is going to find a drop as well. A quarter of the way through this map, Lutica going to trade that miss with El Scafe as combos are starting to be built up. Agia finds a break as well. Combo advantage in favor of Peru for the time being.
We got another miss from Maurici there. Start to slowly bring that score advantage back towards the center, but Peru will hold on to it for now.
And everyone now holding strong combos. Belgium with a slight combo lead now, but Jesse's going to drop that combo as Maurici just hits the 200. So Peru going to start expanding that lead halfway through the map to about 40,000 points. Now about 2 misses ahead. Maurici going to find another miss as El Scafe and Agia are able to find some footing alongside Lutikid and Voltico. And another miss from Maurici. Osu is going to shrink that lead, but right before the spinner.
We're starting to claw back. Maurici found a couple back-to-back misses. We'll find one now again, but it's going to stay advantage Peru for now. Belgium need another opening here.
Jesse's going to find a miss for Belgium. Going to give a little bit more breathing room for Peru as Maurici finds another miss and trades that. We see the big combos coming out from both Go and
Agia, no.
Aja is going to find that break as Escafe gets to 200. Aja with another break is going to help cushion that lead again as we get into the final few patterns of this map. 50,000 points of difference isn't too big. We still have a few patterns left in the end, but Peru is going to hold on, complete the upset, and take it despite everything that went on with Nomad 3. They are able to bring themselves back and get the win on DT2 and move on into the semifinals.
Yeah. The banger of a match. History being made, but Peru going to be able to take that victory in the end. So that point over the Belgium, indeed, not going to be an issue. And definitely want to give them props for the sportsmanship there. Handing it over to Belgium, as it likely should have gone.
Yeah,
Belgium,
despite that, Belgium, like you were about to say, unfortunately is going to be eliminated from the tournament as this was a losers bracket match. As I said, Peru going to take the spot in losers semifinals. And that being the case, that was the last match of this weekend. So the quarterfinals are complete. Sans one stream that we still have left to go through, which will be the map pool showcase. And that is going to be happening at 20 UTC. That's going to be coming up in about 37 minutes. So you're going to be sticking around, but we got a little bit of time. Snow Leopard, do you have anything that the crowd here can be doing while they wait for the map pool showcase to start?
Oh, absolutely. You can go and get yourself a nice shiny banner. You can buy one, buy two, buy them all, make a huge pattern. We've seen it all. But one thing is for sure, you need to go check them out in the shop. Even if you don't buy them, give it a look. Might find one that you like, support your favorite team, or support them all.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, even if you wanted to support a team that has already been eliminated, you can. You can still buy their banners, all 32 teams that made bracket stage. And if you buy a banner for the team that ends up winning the tournament, you get to keep it for a little bit of extra time. So it's exciting stuff there.
Some extra swag, and all the proceeds go to help run these World Cups and provide some prize pools. So definitely a great thing to do if that's something you're interested in. So check them out. But till then, you got a little over half an hour. So you can get some food, get some water, take a little bathroom break, and be back here at 20 UTC for that semifinals map pool showcase.
でも誰にも割に私の日の足になした最後の衝動にあなたは死ぬことになった私の過去のことは私に反対しだしたどうしようもなかったでも血まみれだ今や大丈夫だ私は自分になることを学び出したかあなたを殺したのは私だ私を信じるなんてバカだあなたを殺したのは私だ私を信じるなんてバカだあなたを殺したのは私だ私を信じるなんてバカだ 喉を締め付け乾いた季節思いにふける鳥に浮かぶ思い出の雪再会を予期してた Last sweet memory 待つことに慣れすぎて痛みさえ感じないの麻痺してる焦がれてる刺激が太陽がまた求めてる視界ゼロの中あなたと繋いだ手のぬくもりが恋しくてどうもどっと降り積もる雪にそっと手を伸ばして白闇を愛せるよりマイナスの世界で踊り続けて遠く意識に悪魔の手招きホワイトアウトお揃いだった頃の顔に捨てられすぎる黒のコーポも頭の中もボンバー白で I wish for it now I wish 伝えたいあなた好みの服を着てあなた好みの趣味始めてあなた好みの日常で溢れているかなさよなら言わないで視界ゼロの中あなたと繋いだ手のぬくもりが恋しくてともとと降り積もる雪にその手を伸ばして白闇を愛せるよりマイナスの世界で踊り続けて一度の望みをかき消すノイズと遠く意識に溢
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our semifinals map pool showcase. We've made it with a lot of exciting rounds of matches this time around. I know I woke up particularly early so that I could catch so many of them, and I'm actually joined today by a caster who has never been on the CWC commentary table. I have Fob, or otherwise known as The Angry, joining me here today. How are you today, Mr. Fob?
You know, I think nobody knows me by that second name anymore. It's been 6 years, you have to let go.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Anyways, why welcome everyone to this semifinals map pool showcase. It is my first time casting here, and I am really grateful. I'm honored to have this opportunity to present you this map pool. We worked really hard, me and Connor and all the playtesters, all the other players. So we hope you enjoy what's about to come.
Yeah, well said, man. I think we can get into No Mod 1 with that. Alright, gonna have more Vocaloid, everyone's favorite. Gonna be RIP, a Yoshi Zizix collab. This is also a unique one, very similar to last week's No Mod 2. Yoshi and Zizix have never collaborated before, but they have come together for this map to kind of continue our No Mod 1 style of these speedy one-off jumps, as well as more bursty streams being added into the mix. These very high BPM, like quick sliders, I think is the applicable wording for that.
Oh, we're going into 270 BPM already. It is getting...
handle it.
I think yeah. It is getting faster and faster each round. It's kind of the gimmick to the slot.
Yeah, that's just getting more and more jumpy while adding these streams into the mix. The BPM being a huge factor of all of our No Mod 1s at this point. Really carrying the difficulty of these patterns that a lot of players are quite familiar with. It's going to be interesting moving into such like an elevated map with all of this. Like, this map is so jumpy. It makes me really curious how a lot of the third players on specific teams will be able to handle it.
Yeah, it's going to be really stamina heavy. Like, it might not look too hard, even for the third players, but the more you play this, the more tired you will get.
Especially imagine having this
really
as
hard.
yeah, having this as like your 5th pick of the match. Definitely can be very detrimental if you're already exhausted at that point.
Yeah, players take notes, you have to pick it very late into the match.
Ooh! Yeah, you didn't hear that from us, but that's the little map pooling tip right there. This is the break of all time. A lot of times, you just get these quick little breaks in a lot of the maps that we've had, but in my opinion, out of every map with a break we've seen so far, throughout all of these weeks, that one right there is probably the most important one. This map is just so unyielding in what it provides.
Oh, I can see a lot of misses getting caught here.
And moving from this jump,
Especially with these extended hyper chains.
and moving from a lot of those one-off jumps into that scream section can definitely catch people off guard before getting right back into one final long extended jump section.
What a map.
That's what I'm saying. This is semifinals. We have to step it up. Gonna be No Mod 2. Gonna be Resonant. Gonna be Resonance map by Ken. I'm sure most people were expecting the Gemzu No Mod 2 special. But Ken is eager to take a shot. We've seen a lot more technical maps from him in recent times, especially from Duo Dash for those who have followed that. And he has taken on his take of a semifinals No Mod 2. So we're gonna see a few types of Ken special patterns in this map.
Are you sure it's made by Ken? I thought it's made by Absolute Zero.
Oh, wait, that's a good point. Credit is in the title. Ken Absolute Zero collab.
I did play this one, but you have to be really wary of this one, of these snaps. As you can see, these 1-8s, I think they're done really, really tastefully and add a lot of intensity to the map.
Yeah, a lot of instances that just speed up your platter by just a bit, forcing you to keep really good control of your dash. Get to see the scores, especially more nerve-wracking on a map that's as short as this one.
I do not advise looking at the scores.
Yeah, cover them at all costs, unless you're a psychopath. Gonna be moving into the more turnaround-based section with a lot more crazy bursts, but definitely more stream-heavy than the previous section.
The spacing here is also insane. You need to keep your movements in check. You can, if you get thrown out on any pattern, well, you're just doomed. You're missing like 20 notes.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest expectation we can see with this map. If you were to miss, it will not be a 1 miss. It will be a 4, or a 10, or maybe a 20. I do like having a slow part like this at the end, especially if anybody missed on that last kind of intense burst. The other team will have a chance to recoup some of that score.
Alright, moving now on to No Mod 3, and we see a new appearance here. It's a completely new appearance. Kruiv joins the CWC mapping team, and this is his very first custom.
They're gonna be USAO, a Big Daddy cut version. He's been working on this map for a while, and I was one to actually have modded it quite a bit originally, and he never found an applicable place to use it until the suggestion came to use it for CWC. And we see a vast variety of a more unique style of mapping with what he provides. We see a lot of these very interesting stack shapes, and we're going to see a lot of interesting streams paired with this as well.
I'm going to say that this map looks very innocent without that many hypers, but I'm gonna believe me, this is a real monster. I know that the handsome replayer makes it look very easy, but it really isn't. There's a lot of what some people might call reverse emphasis, where where the downbeat is on the hyperdash itself rather than the hyperdash's destination. So it might throw some people off, but it's definitely learnable.
I'd like to thank the handsome commentator that's with me for explaining that so well. And oh yeah, he did the replay. That's right. Look at you go, Fog.
Yeah, I don't know how I caught almost all of these droplets. I think I dropped only one here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing what teams choose to mainly focus on the big droplets there and just ignore the little ones.
I shall make the earth my home, and I shall never
Best part of the song.
Okay, boys, what's the beat?
And honestly,
Peak
this
music.
is what I think the best part of the song, but it's also really tricky. You need to be super precise with these 116s, especially now that they're gaining some distance.
You're going to see some small streams merged with them as well.
And I will admit, this part is really difficult. It's much more difficult than it looks, and it needs a few replays to truly understand how you're meant to play it. And now we're getting to the final guy with a bit more mechanical movements.
Yeah, definitely the learning map of the pool with how much different skill sets that this tests all kind of bundled into one in such a way. We get to see
Are you
this.
sure we're only on the third map?
Hey, I'm just saying, this map makes it apparent with how much it provides. We even moved to this hyper-based section, having to acclimate to all the other skill sets before jumping into this more, well, jumpy-based section. And then finally a rehash of the intro.
Okay, please look away now.
Look away. Oh, you know, I don't blame you.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
just pretend that didn't happen.
It's
No,
okay, man.
that's a great FC. That's a great FC.
Yeah, we couldn't replay edit in time. Sorry, viewers. Alright, gonna be Nomad 4, Meta Human Boy Solar Strike. Keeping in theme with how we generally pick our converts, including some that are a bit higher BPM and contain more streamy elements to allow for generally more variety in the convert rather than just jump. It's a theme that we've been very happy with, and we are going to keep to that. Going to be on the shorter side, 220, but the stats are going to be relatively normal as far as players are concerned. AR 9.7 CS4.
I'd say this convert is a little different than last week's convert. Last week's convert had a lot of tricky edge dashes, but they weren't edge dashes that you're meant to hit after a hyper dash. Now, here you have a lot of jumps that are you have to hit after a hyper, so they're much more tricky to time.
Would also like to point out the multi-talented Ken helping us with the replays, as well as making amazing maps such as this Nomatsu. The section just keeps expanding, turning into the choke point that it is.
Yeah, this section is a very big choke point. You can see a lot of these big jumps. It'd honestly be really sick to see someone actually hit these in the match.
Considering the lineup that some of these teams have and some of the performances we've already seen, we can definitely expect teams to go off on this map. Stack at the end is going to be really interesting to see if that ever turns anything around. I'm excited for the commentators to be like, oh, they made it to the stack. Will the score flip? The suspense will be killing. But with that being said, we can finally move into what I'm sure many people may be waiting for, our non-catchers included. Our original of the round. Let's move right into Hidden One. There we go. Marmalade Butcher, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna be Sudegoro. This is the first time, at least regarding to the background, that we've actually had a photographer involved in the background process. So allow me to go through this credits list. Amphi is going to be the one who took this amazing picture before having it ran through the graphic design done by Cthulhu, before having our design quality assurance by Bullmaster Flex, and the big coordinator, the big man himself, Sakura006. I really love how the design for this map turned out. I think it's very unique considering all of the other originals we've ever had. And I think the map itself is also quite unique. Once again, having Malai return with Minyam to work as a team, former Duo Dash team, coming together on this map. And I think it turned out very unique with some of the ideas that they had. And you know, they are both Polish. Fob, what do you think of the map?
Yeah, they are both Polish. I am Polish. You could already imagine how the channel looked like. Everyone was just confused. What language are they speaking in? Do you know where exactly the picture was taken? Do we have any rainbows in chat?
You know, I can't say that I do know, but that's okay. I'm just thankful that we did manage to have a photographer for this set. And I hope to have more in the future for sure. Because I think backgrounds like this add such a unique stylistic layer to a lot of the different Osu original backgrounds that we get. All
I think we
right.
can move on.
Gonna
And
have-
I'll just let you commentate on that.
Really, you're passing it over to me, the handsome commentator, test player, and now mapper, coming in with his hidden 2. Gonna be Couple Dance, our AR8 hidden of the round, the classic. Gonna be CS 4.3, and there's gonna be a lot of emphasis on movement with this map. We're gonna see a lot of stand-style motions on patterns that look like they can be wiggled or turn around. I specify that Nomad 3 is a big learning map, and I would put this map right up there with it, because there's a lot of different types of movement that you can choose for a lot of the patterns provided. I would classify that as a FOB special. Definitely a lot more streamy than last week's Hidden 2, and in my opinion, a lot more content overall. Less bursty, more consistent in terms of what it tests. And I hope that's appreciated. However, at the same time, we might see a repeat of round of 32, where this map is just the permaban.
Oh, that's one way to get your first custom in CWC.
You know, Bob, you know what you signed up for. You know the scope
Yeah,
of
I
Hidden.
do.
Speaking of which, congratulations on your first custom.
Okay, I'm going to comment on this last part myself, because it might look very, very scary, but it's not that much harder than the rest. All the movements are rather simple compared to the rest. It's just testing whether you can read the whole screen at the time.
It's also worth mentioning as compensation that this map is only 2 minutes long. Definitely going to be a nice relief for teams that did not want this map played. If it got picked against them, it's like, okay, it's only 2 minutes of me B-ranking the map. That's okay. All right, gonna have our X-Gon map. Gonna have Shaban for our Hidden 3. A lot of people are very accustomed to X-Gon's style of mapping and know that his movements can get very particular with a lot of his maps. And this one is absolutely no exception. Pairing the song being polyrhythmic with X-Gon's style of patterning led to a very interesting result.
I unfortunately cannot comfort the players with this one compared to the ending of Hidden 2. This map is absolutely brutal.
You think so? You are the one that did the replay.
Yeah, I think I missed on the first 300 combo like 25 times.
You hit it the one time it mattered.
Yeah, I hit it the one time it mattered. It doesn't look that bad, but the spacing's brutal. And you will feel it. To compensate, this map is Air 9.7, so if you're not that comfortable with lore AR hidden, that pick might still be for you. And oh yeah, that's the part.
This is the part of all time.
Well, all I can say here is good luck. I got onto this part on side read, and the entire time my eyes were wide open. I was holding on for dear life.
But held on, you did! If our replayer can do it, so can you guys, right?
Yeah.
You do get a break to get your bearings after hitting such a section.
But it is not over. We still have some tight spacing here and there and some flicks. Very easy to mess up.
Definitely way more of a mechanical test. There is that section that you could classify as reading, but I feel for most players it's going to be more so straining.
Now we have the last polyrhythm part of the song. You see some standstills that I think you can walk. I'm not gonna. Don't quote me on that. You have to check for yourself.
You heard it here first. They are all walkable. Alright, that's going to be likely considered to be one of our most technical hidden picks of the year so far. Moving into Hard
Wow,
Rock
nice.
Blood. Yes, perfect background.
You could say we're moving to Project 1.
Oh! This guy's got the jokes! Test player, mapper, modder, now classified comedian. We have the Haymaker, hence the background. Going to be our very streamy hard rock of the round. Our last hard rock was more metal oriented, but with Fraser Edwards having a lot of these very high density guitar fills, this one can definitely be on the side of consistent burst.
So I'm gonna say Rusty is probably not a really common sight on Hard Rock 1. You usually see him on Nomad 2, you would see him on Nomad 1, but the more technical, mechanical ones, maybe Hard Rock 3, but Hard Rock 1 I've honestly never seen him before.
Yeah, holy cow.
I think we're not running out of the cow jokes. You could say
Yeah,
we're milking these.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say! You beat me to it.
Can you tell me if anyone in chat is laughing?
You know, I stole one of the jokes from the commentators. It is what it is. From the commenters.
Wow, I'm right here just thinking of them on the fly.
Yeah.
And you're taking credit.
No, I totally am. Okay, a lot of people were laughing in chat. They were very happy with your cow joke, Bob. In the words of Zeleny, unfortunately, I'm laughing. Gonna be in our Ki. I did specify this map as more bursty streams, but we do have this huge segment that does last a pretty long time compared to the rest of the map. That has a lot of those 1/8s.
Someone's gonna chain miss on these, I'm telling you.
You think so? You think someone's gonna move too early? Never gets
I
old.
already said that joke.
I don't care. It's so good. Truly foundational humor.
I really like this part of the song. It sounded like someone was reviewing headphones. I'm not sure if anyone got the reference.
Now that went right over my head, man.
Well, sometimes you just gotta shit your shot.
That's okay. That is triples being very chokeable. We do have the key change. The section just keeps going. Very unrelenting here.
Wow, Trigon is just collapsing here.
Yeah, that map is a fair continuation of what we've normally had as a consistency pick, with the CS being ever so slightly higher, just kind of forcing that timing window down just a bit, keeping you on your toes throughout the duration of the map. And we're gonna have Hard Rock 2, Sacred Connection. Feiyu running it back a year later with another Hard Rock 2. This one definitely more unique than his last take on the matter, going to be a lot more streamy with the high CS. I personally think the song does a perfect job at testing the skill set of Precision. And we're going to see quite a lot of content here in regards to these constant 1-4 streams.
You know, I just copied the diff name and pasted it into a hexadecimal translator. And the diff name says, in all caps, Skibidi Toilet Riz.
No way, you snuck that in? I didn't even know that. No way.
You know, Feiyu is known for his wacky diff names.
I can't believe this was colluded without me knowing. I am in utter shock. Would also like to thank the Sekre Connection for doing the replay. It's very interesting seeing how this high CS is handled. You can tell a lot of the movements definitely make things feel very tricky. With that window just being so small for you, being able to hit the note as well as being precise on every note that you're hitting. The patterns themselves aren't really crazy, but just having some of the spacings be a little wide can be detrimental to what you're able to do on this map.
You know, I'm scared to even look at this map.
I would be ashamed too if I wrote a diff name like you did. It's okay.
That's
I
not
understand.
my diff name.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
you didn't know that?
No.
I don't think I'm as creative as Feiyu.
Yeah, Feiyu slowly becoming synonymous for his crazy diff names. Yeah, quite a bit of uniqueness in the 1-4 streams that are provided, especially with the content in terms of what you are able to miss on and what you may find difficult. I feel that a big theme of this week is we do have a ton of practice maps. All right, gonna have Zeleny also entering for the first time. Going to be Zevin Delegation Permafrost, going to be our mechanical hard rock of the round. First and foremost, I love this original, and I absolutely just love this song. It's just one of those songs that gets you really hyped.
Isn't it crazy that in this round alone we had 3 people entering CWC for the first time?
Yeah, they're all goated, so it works out.
Gotta say, this map has a lot of hard rock patterns here and there. So be careful.
They are, I would say they're a bit on the softer side. Some are definitely tricky, but the map already is so mechanical. We didn't want it to be too overwhelming in that regard. Now these hyper sliders act as really good contrast for the density. But we do have burst sections like this, which could definitely be tricky comparing them to the rest of the map.
That section was really easy to fill out of, I could say. Need to be precise with your stops.
This part is just so hype. We're gonna have to see some one-off notes, we're gonna see some soft stops, and a whole lot of turnarounds. Finally, the 1/3 breakdown here. Then ending it with one more breakdown section. So happy to have Zeleny with us as well. Same with Kruev and Mr. Fob. I love all of our newcomers.
Moving to DT1. And can you read that?
What, Dear Brave? By Kano? By
No.
Mr. Mike Ascendance?
That's not what I meant, but thank you
Yeah.
regardless.
You're welcome.
This is gonna be our, very well known DT1 slot. Just a consistency reading check.
Yeah, having the very clean high AR. I know Fob was looking at this a lot because this is his favorite song of the pool, which I thought was very surprising. He just loves anime music, like a lot.
I don't know why are you just here lying.
It's a hobby.
I am throwing no shade, of course.
Yeah.
Everyone has different tastes. But I think you don't need to lie to everyone on the stream.
That's a fair point. Yeah, having our AR reach oh my goodness, brand new heights of 10.4. Definitely, especially with how stacked this year is, going to be interested to see how our teams all handle grasping this.
I don't think a lot of people can read 10.4 plus DT.
Now, the map itself being a style that many are familiar with, especially considering the very well-known mapper, Mr. Mike Ascendance himself. Last quarter of the map. Gonna have one more big burst near the end. We get to see that build up to it, which gives a little bit of a break before you get right back into it.
That deer is really good at playing DT.
I agree.
No, that's not your ordinary deer from like a random forest.
You know, that deer is talented.
Okay, we're moving to DT2, and we had a lot of comments. I mean, a few comments about some maps feeling like a geometry dash. So this round, we're bringing you real geometry dash.
Completely intentional, 100%. No doubt about it. Now this is going to be our tricky double time pick of the round. A lot of 1/3 rhythms and a lot of these very like soft doubles that you will see a lot of throughout the map. The movement being quite interesting because it does expect you to kind of slow down and stop a lot before making your movements. So if you stop at the wrong spot, we're going to see some very interesting looking misses. We do have this break section here. Bit slower, dash is still a little big, but definitely a chance to gather your bearings.
I am so used to the CAD version in Geometry Dash that I thought that the map was going to end right there.
Now we are full version enjoyers. I'm gonna use the word I've been seeing it in chat all day. Gonna see an elevation here with this final Ki.
You see I missed, but don't worry, this is practice mode. You get more than one try.
I see what you did there. Nice spinner at the end to round up the map. Definitely a bit of a unique way to test DT with a lot of stop and goes. It's going to be very interesting to see how teams handle this with tournament nerves, because stopping too early can definitely lead to them detrimental misses. All right, gonna have Psy Death Piano for 4 pianos. Definitely one of the scariest titles I've ever read. This is going to be our streamy DT map of the round. Going to be Kukai coming in with a solo map this time. Really hammering away the stream idea with double time.
It is definitely not a map for hold dash enjoyers. As you can see on the right side, the dash button is clearly getting abused.
A necessity for playing this map. AR gonna be not too high, but maybe a little high for some. Gonna be 10.2 with CS 3.9 to balance out the density of this map.
This map is also going to be very short, or just below 2 minutes. I think it's the shortest of the pool.
That's correct,
Just,
yeah.
just to compensate that, just how many inputs you have to do in a certain amount of time. Like, again, just look at the right side of the screen.
Yeah, a lot of players are going to be used to patterns like these. But having double time applied and having to do so many in a quick succession, we just had to make this map shorter. I love that part at the end too. And yeah, to contrast that, we're going to have our DT4, where we are going to see the multi-talented Fob at it
That's the
again.
wrong replay. No, I hit the farmers.
Oh, that's okay.
It's okay. I got a crazy combo here.
You're just making your map look harder for content. Alright, to contrast our previous map, where we had something definitely quite dense and with bigger circles, we have a more control-oriented map with 9.8 with DT applied, and the higher CS, and a lot of these beautiful walk-dash streams. Not too focused on the hyper, just a lot of repositioning as you walk and tap dash through a lot of those streams.
I will say this map probably hits a lot of production value. I'd say I had to make 8 separate diffs to make this a reality, and a small edit to drop a de-randomizer to connect them all together. So it took a lot of effort, I'd say, but it's all worth it because now you cannot. Now that Hidden 2 is probably get banned, I'll at least have some backup.
That's true. I hope we don't see any Fob haters ban both of his maps, because this map truly very unique and very enjoyable in what it provides. It's a style of map that not many other people can match in regards to what it tests, as well as having it provide the Fob special of a lot of these very unique stream shapes. Having our elevation here, moving to the tick rate 4 section. Things become just a bit harder to manage.
A little bit, but I kinda collapse in this replay right here. So please don't be scared too much. It is definitely playable.
As I've been saying, this map could be seen as one of the practice maps of the round. I feel that now that we are in semifinals, I'm starting to realize how much I'm saying that. The map's just having that difficulty increase and focusing on their gimmicks. That can also allow us to move into some of the bigger projects. But not projects as in map, but as in the overall spectacle that is going to be this original of Mixed Mod 1.
keep racing past all the sand. Wherever the past lays ahead, changing the silence in. I pick up all of the scattered pieces, whipping through the sky and carrying away, taking flight into the night. Healing up within each and every moment, grabbing all the whispers, sounding mad. So just have a face to face, that's never too late. Even guided by chance of time. Somewhere far away in a living memory, always burning bright. Time to time.
What a phenomenal project. Truly, this is an amazing spectacle to behold, and I absolutely love the design on this. I feel first and foremost I must draw attention to Perigore, a brand new addition to the art team, an acquisition made by Mango himself. Mango was the only one who could have done it because Mango and Pears just go so well together. Pear got to work with our amazing design team, Mocha and Mocha-san for the graphic design, Nafi making a return for a phenomenal storyboard, and our quality assurance team of Saturn Illis, Bullmaster Flex, and Copperteen, all managed by the extremely talented Sakura. I do really love this map as well. I love that it is slider tick rate 4 with a lot of these sliders rather than having any accuracy at all. And also shout out to Bunray for doing her own replay. This is just one of those amazing projects that it's amazing that all of these people could come together. From A1 creating side by side, as I like to call it, the sequel to our step by step, as well as all of our amazing artists, and Mapper for providing us with content that is actually playable. What do you think, Mr. Fob?
Well, I'm just gonna say, when I first saw this map appear, like this song appear, I was completely shocked. Like I see the frog right here, and then I notice that the background was drawn by one of my favorite artists as well. I remember just watching their animations on repeat some days. It's just an insane combo right here, and I'm so hyped to see this play the match.
Yeah, me too. I remember when Mango originally informed me that we had the potential to work with this artist. And it was one of those ideas that was just truly amazing and just had me shocked when I first heard about it. I'm really happy with how everything turned out and would like to thank the amazing team that provided us with all of this once again. A1 step by step, ladies and gentlemen. And I think with that, we can move into our Mixed Mod 2. In comparison to that last map, we are going to move to the more stat check based map. Some wider dashes paired with the lower AR and slightly higher CS.
This map is much trickier than it looks. I'd say harder than Hidden 2, because a lot of reverse emphasis here and there. And the CS also pretty low. I mean, pretty high, 4.5.
Yeah, it might be hard to see with Hidden, but a lot of the dash spacings that are used here are very wide as they're used in continuation with one another.
This is probably one of my favorite songs that were picked for this semi-finals pool. Zenpaku is so underrated.
Yeah, I do think this song's very unique. I was very surprised when I saw it posted in the channel. I like it a lot.
I don't want to fight for something.
Yeah, I agree with chat. LeBron jam.
If I'm gonna try,
These droplets are kind of nerve-wracking. I was trying to assess this.
it's not
But you know, when you're playing, you're probably not gonna really care about them that much.
Yeah, especially with how much of a stat check this map is and how much you're focusing on hitting the larger dashes. I could see a lot of teams just trying to make it to the next note.
I am not proud of how many times I miss on this section.
The
You see these
1/3 are
sliders? These sliders are the trickiest, definitely.
All right, that is our mixed mod 2. Now, I think it's fair to say that mixed mod is shaping up to have some of the most unique song choices so far. As we moved from Eurobeat we moved to something more slow BPM neurofunk, and we wanted to keep that going. So I think we're gonna go with something classical for our Mix Mod 3, but that can be really hard to time. So I think it was best that we got an original to fill this spot and really help with our song diversity. And this isn't just any original. We're just gonna get right into it. This is it, everyone. Ice, the amazing artist, very synonymous with Osu. Nostalgia Sonantina. With Ice in particular, he's definitely been a huge priority in terms of catch and in regards to Osu as a whole, and may be seen by quite elusive in regards to our staff, but today is the day that all changes, where Ice gets to become one of our very own featured artists. I can't believe I'm the one that gets to make this announcement. Truly, the spectacle of this is above me, but the artist himself is just so good and is the reason I'm actually here today in Osu to begin with. To talk about our graphic design, we have Panthulu making this very gorgeous illustration, definitely inspired by some of the other works regarding Demo and such. Alex Dunk working on the graphic design, and our quality assurance team of Saturn Illis and Woolmaster Flex supervising this project, all put together by Sakura. These originals that I've gotten to present to you today are truly phenomenal in and of itself in terms of what they represent. And I'm very happy with the songs as well as the map. Having Ascendance and Gemzu come to run it back, as they previously have mapped some of the works, to collaborate for this original. It's just amazing, and it is completely beyond me. One more note is that this map is AR9, and the showcase showed the AR 9.8 version, which is important to mention.
A very small mistake. They're almost the same.
It looks more hype on higher AR, like more intense, completely intentional.
I can agree.
Yeah.
On that.
Thank you. But yeah, with that being said, I would like to thank everyone that has worked on an original this round. I just can't be thankful enough that we have gotten the pleasure to present such projects. And I think with that, we are safe to move to our semifinals tiebreaker. While not an original, this is a extremely special project and very unique as a map. Going to be a XCON Spectator collab. Going to be Necrotopia. This song was featured in an Osu tournament, and we gathered the permissions for it, as it is not on the listing. So huge shout out to Celtics for giving us permission to map this for the World Cup.
Second XCON map in the pool. Can it get any better?
That's what I'm saying. I'm probably XCON's biggest fan. I'm just saying.
I am in the room.
Yeah?
I think there's only one way to settle this.
What are you suggesting, Mr. Fob?
I would say a fist fight, but
Hey, this is a family-friendly stream. Family-friendly.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Thank you, yeah. Alright, jumping into our map. Gonna be turnaround heaven here. Oh, I love that gap a lot.
Turnaround heaven and snapping hell. Like, in some cases you have just some random 1-3 thrown around and it can really throw you off. We got QWHA in the server just for this map. Thank you, QWHA.
Yeah, huge shout out to QWH. Huge blessing that he joined us. To many of the tournament goers, semifinals could just be the most important round in regards to how every bracket will turn out, in terms of who will make it and who may fall, and having a very difficult tiebreaker in case of those instances, I think is very vital here. And we needed a map that could do the job right. have our snapping hell part. Some very like slight angled walks into these stops.
It's very interesting to hear the songs without all the miss sounds.
Bob, I thought you sight read FC this. No?
Wait, don't tell anyone.
Okay. I apologize.
I'm preparing for next year's CWC.
Oh! Poland running it back! Now, this tiebreaker is also quite long, approaching, I think, 6:15 is the total drain. It's going to be very interesting to see how nerves are handled, because a lot of that midsection was very relaxing, but it is no longer relaxing.
What are these snaps, man? What?
Very tricky, man.
That's an understatement.
And a wiggle section. We have to speed cap the noobs. The wiggles themselves get elevated as well. That part's
Anyone counting the elevations from Connor?
I think I'm at 3. Finland's been making fun of me for it all year. Have to keep it going. Now this map is a huge mechanical test. I'd say a lot of the patterns, it's fairly apparent what inputs you need to make, but there's just those few instances of patterns that get quite tricky. Yeah, having a ton of one-off notes here, pairing with the hyper chains. This map is nice enough to give you a wind down as well. Then
I think you spoke too fast.
I did, that's right. I said it wind down. I said nothing about it not winding back up. Just one final time. This section is brutal. And there we have it. Definitely a very unique tiebreaker, and I just love the outcome. This map is so fun, but so difficult. I'm going to be extremely interested if any team makes it to the PB. And you know if they are, you have to tune in immediately, because it will be a spectacle to see how top players can perform on such a map. Makes me realize Fob should have played for Poland. He would have FC'd it in match, first try. Isn't that right, Fob?
Hey, but then you wouldn't have my customs in this
That's true. I feel like I have so many shoutouts to give this round. From our test players helping us put everything into tip-top shape, having more effort than we've ever received in any previous years. It's amazing to have all of them assisting us now. To our mappers who have never made a CWC custom before. Bob, Karev, Seleni. I'm so happy to have them joining us. And originals. This round is jam-packed. And these originals, they had me so nervous to come into this showcase. Truly. Like, I cannot believe that our beautiful little game mode, A Catch the Beat, got to have such amazing projects presented here for us today.
You're telling me that this is my first time casting for CWC, and I'm casting a round like this with all these amazing originals, all these amazing maps, and oh man, that was a lot to take. But I'm really glad you had me here.
Yeah, I'm so happy to have you here. And I'd like to thank everyone for participating in this event. It helps to keep everyone motivated. And I'm excited to stay for future iterations and future rounds so that we can see where Catch World Cup continues to go. Still remembering the days where we would only have one original with a background, then suddenly we had 5 originals and an intro video. And suddenly we make it here today with multiple storyboards, multiple different high quality illustrations, teaser videos. Everything just keeps progressing every year. And I'm thankful I get to be here to witness and commentate it every time. With that being said, please make sure to check beat map descriptions when everything gets uploaded. Every single person who participated in the creation of these originals will be credited, and you should definitely check out all of their socials. But I think that might do it from us at the desk. Bob, do you have anything you would like to say?
Well, all I can say is good luck to everyone here, because this poll is really hard. We have a lot of great teams, that's why we had to bump it up a little, you know, but I think it will pay off in amazing matches. And we'll see you next weekend.
Yeah. My last final thank you goes to the players and the viewers. We wouldn't be able to have stuff like this if it wasn't for your participation. So thank you for being able to witness this greatness along with all of us. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Osu Catch World Cup 2025 quarterfinals matches. We are back in the losers bracket here with Indonesia versus Taiwan. I am Hypnospira, also known as Anchor, and I am joined by Quijibo. How are you doing today?
I'm quite well. How are you going?
I'm doing quite okay. It's middle of the day, and I'm ready for some Catch World Cup matches today. Starting off with this one, how do you feel about this one initially?
So it is a wider gap in terms of seeding compared to a few of these losers brackets match that we've seen so far, but Taiwan is quite a good team. They did set a few good scores yesterday in their match as well. So they might be able to pull something off against Indonesia, but Indonesia is a strong team as well, obviously doing that 6-1 against Singapore. Both teams going 6-1 against their respective oppositions, so yeah, hopefully there's a bit more parity between these two teams and we see a banger of a match.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this, and they've gotten into the rolls here. Taiwan rolling in 98.
Yeah, you can't beat
It's quite hard to beat. It is quite hard to beat. And they will go with the first pick, so we are gonna get to see what Indonesia will ban.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember what their ban was yesterday, but I'd imagine they'll probably, yeah, there it is. It's always Skin Thief when the Hard Rock ban comes out.
Yeah, when you're casting, then it's the Hard Rock one. That's
Yeah, actually that's true. I think every match I've casted so far, someone's just banned Hard Rock 1 for some reason. Like, thanks guys.
And we're not going to see Lone Digger either, as Taiwan is going to get rid of that map, which, unfortunate, it's a banger map, banger song, but against a team like Indonesia, I see a lot of sense in that pick.
Indonesia
Or that ban, sorry.
strong on the hidden, so I imagine we'll probably see a fair few hidden picks come out of, well, not a few because there's only two, but we'll see those two hidden picks come out of Indonesia, I reckon. And we're
Yeah.
starting with the PP map from Taiwan, so no mod 1, and we're going to play the consistency game to start with here.
We are indeed, and it's like you mentioned earlier, the big seed difference here can often lead to us seeing picks like this come out from the lower seeds if they're not banned. And Taiwan, they almost definitely have players that they trust to be able to play maps of this difficulty. I mean, we see, of course, one of the cornerstones in Uik there, Flyer and Sanami coming in as well. So
Sanami, another one of those veterans, one of the players that have been around Taiwan for eons at this point. So definitely a strong core roster for this map. And I'd imagine Taiwan shouldn't have too much trouble with this, but you do have Epan in Indonesia. I believe Minno's name I'm not entirely too familiar with, but Koneko coming in is also very expected.
yeah,
It'll
seeing
probably be Koneko, Netamaru, and Epan.
yeah. So right now we see Netamaru, Minang, and Ipan. Now Minang is a two-digit player, so while of course rank doesn't mean everything, if this map is very much something that when it comes to climbing ranks should not be too much of an issue for someone at that level. Minang very, very skillful. We will see Kroneko come in, and of course this makes sense. Seeing Kroneko, also very long-standing player for Indonesia. Been very solid for a long time.
Minon, hidden main, formerly known as Celestia. So we know who Minon is.
Yeah.
It's name change.
Yeah.
So, should hopefully be getting started very shortly.
Yeah, Pam may be switching out for Minang here, so
But yeah,
maybe
so-
these are the final lineup now?
I'd say so. Taiwan staying very solid in their lineup. And yeah, it will be Minong, Netamaru, and Kroneko.
Yeah, Very sensible lineups from both teams here. And we are going to get into this Nomad 1. Nanahira in pool equals good pool, as we all know.
Yeah, there is a lot of versatility here as well. I think in terms of that statement, I had like a bit more of a hot take, so telling myself early missed out a connect on a flyer though.
Yeah, early trades coming out here, but this map is over 4 minutes long, so as Minang finds another early miss there for Indonesia, probably not going to be misses that will determine too much.
Yeah, well, it's just one of those maps where you can miss after 200 combo and still get a million points, so it's going to be if it's chain misses. Or if there's just a bit less form consistency. Sanami gonna miss going into some of these streams, and they're not overly hard, but it is very easy to just overdash it a little bit and just walk off the notes before you quite hit them. And
yeah, but with that miss, Indonesia's not gonna take it back because Netamaru did end up trading that, and Minang is gonna fall once again. So the lead is gonna increase with Taiwan here, and the map, of course, isn't over, but early signs show that this might be a good pick for Taiwan.
Yeah, Tsunami gonna miss again there though. Same with Flyer, so it is going to swap over very quickly unless we see some players miss after this spinner in the break. Because for some reason, they're the same notes as everywhere else, but people just miss it. And we're gonna see that out of Flyer.
Yeah, Flyer is gonna miss. Another lead is gonna be with Indonesia. Kroneko though is gonna miss as well.
Yeah, maybe a few nerves both teams need to get out of the way early. Because I'd say this is well within the 6 roster capability of both teams. So.
For sure.
Yeah.
And we do see the full combo still from Uwick there. Very impressive here. Sanami is gonna find a miss. And that's gonna slowly bring it back towards Indonesia. Never mind, Minang is gonna stop that with a miss of their own.
Not by much though, it is staying very, very close. It's only 10k points right now. And Uwick gonna miss! That's the full combo down.
That is the full combo down, and that is what Indonesia wants to see. Flyer also gonna miss.
And yeah, now Netamaru is in form over 1k combo. Minong and Kroneko both combo capped as well. You were going to find another miss there, and no one in Taiwan's above 200, so they are going to get a sizable lead right now going into the bridge.
Yeah, this is something that Indonesia wants to see early here, as Sanami finds another miss. Flyer has reached that 200 combo market once again, and Uwick is trying to get there. Yeah. Looking good for Indo right now.
Most certainly, and yeah, Tsunami's struggling with a few of those movements on the right side. Every time, like a fair few of the times where I've seen Tsunami miss, it's been on the right side. Minang gonna find a miss as well, so this will help Taiwan take it back a bit, but they need probably 2 or 3 misses at least out of Indonesia to bridge the 62k score.
Yes, indeed, and yeah, we're approaching the end here. Netamaru is actually gonna miss right as I mention him, and unfortunate, but it's not enough to bring it back for Taiwan.
Yeah, and we'll see if anyone misses this final bit.
Kroneko's gonna find a few, but actually no, the entirety of Taiwan is also gonna miss. So.
Yeah, whole roster trade there, unfortunately, for Taiwan. So Indonesia will start with a break point on the board.
Yeah, very good for them. And the lead, the point ends up being above 100k, but I mean, looking through this map, it wasn't that big of a difference for most of it. This was in Taiwan's favor for quite a while.
Yeah, it was fairly even. It was just a few spaced misses out of a couple of players, just sort of creating that large deficit, especially at the end there.
For sure, and Indonesia are going to go into their pick with the momentum in hand after this break point. Definitely helpful. And we did see Taiwan ban out that hidden one, so maybe Indonesia just decides to go in that direction right away. They do have a very, very solid hidden roster at their disposal.
Yeah, perhaps a hidden 3 shall come out.
Can definitely see it happening, and while we wait for the pick to come out, I sure hope that you guys aren't waiting to get your banners. For those who haven't, make sure you do. They look really clean. And we're in the quarterfinals. If there's any time to do it, is now.
Oh, most certainly. I've got mine.
And they're just taking a little bit of time to pick here.
Yeah, I suppose it depends on where you're looking. If you're just looking at the match alone, I'd almost be inclined to think hidden. But then you look at the... Yeah, there it is, hit 2. I was gonna say, you look over at the Twitch chat with Z-Banks, and it's seeing a lot of Hard Rock 2 there.
Yeah, but it's gonna be the AR8 hidden here. And yeah, we see Madoka come in for this for Indonesia. I don't think that's a surprise for most people. And Ipanpan as well. And for Taiwan, right now, all we see is Minato Yukina, but also a player that we pretty much expect to see from Taiwan on a map like this.
Yeah. And let's see.
Yeah, I was about to say Minang. You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to be on the Taiwan side. That's
you never know.
do a big switcheroo. One player from each team on the other team.
Have a double agent round.
But it's gonna be Flyer and Sanami, it seems, for Taiwan, staying in for this.
Yeah, no, you were going out for Minato Yukina.
Yes, indeed. And for Indonesia, like we've said, Madoka, Ayukawa, Ipanpan, and Minang. As the good lucks come out in chat, and we are gonna get into this hidden 2 shortly.
Yeah, it's a strong roster lineup for Indonesia with those 3. So
Very much is.
I'd imagine this will be a fairly dominant point, but you never know. I could be wrong.
This is, in fact, a scary roster to go up against for most teams. So, gonna be excited to see what these teams can do. Taiwan players are no pushovers, though.
Oh, Ipan with an early miss there. Just
Yeah.
missing, like the second note.
And it's gonna find a couple more misses there, but Minato Yukina and Flyer are also going to miss, however. So, early lead for Indonesia.
This map is going to be one of those maps where it's not going to be about who misses, it's going to be about who combos. There's going to be a lot of misses coming out, and right now the only combos are Sanami and Ipan. Minang getting above 100, so that's going to help the advantage go to Indonesia, but a couple misses out of Flyer there and Minato Yukina, and Indonesia is building combos.
Yeah, they are indeed, and Taiwan are struggling a bit, but Sanami, that double S still is quite something, giving them a sliver of hope.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy for Taiwan. It's where they've got one combo. Indonesia seems to have 2 to 3 the entire time.
Yes,
Minang and Flyer are pretty even on combos right now, and Minato Yukina are building up as well. Everyone except for Sanami. So
yeah, that is a combo reason for many players, and Sanami's gonna lose that full combo, so no combos really on the side of Taiwan. Flyer approaching the 100 combo, but man, Madoka Ayukawa on that really big combo as well for Indonesia, so looking like a good pick here.
Oh, most certainly. That was a very impressive combo out of Sanami, and this time Indonesia is going to be the 3-weight reset. Sanami, the only sort of combo there. I say sort of combo as Tsunami was just above 100 combo and has now reset again, so yeah, not a lot of combo out there, and it's just, Indonesia just making that gap even larger, but I suppose we sort of expected it on this one.
Yeah, and like you pointed out, this has very much been a matter of who can build those combos throughout the map, and Indonesia has been successful in that.
Yeah, most certainly. And yeah, taking the point by 284k, so that is their point on the board, but Taiwan does have the chance to start getting some points on the board now as the pick is back to them. So maybe we'll see something a bit faster come out now, or maybe we'll see them go back to no mod.
Yeah, I am curious to see what direction they go in, because they definitely don't want to lose this too much. They don't want to give Indonesia too much of momentum here, so gonna try to swing it back with a good pick here, but curious to see what direction that will end up being. Maybe that no-mod pool is where to go.
Oh my god, that was good for hard rock. Maybe we might see mixed mod as well, because Tsunami was quite good on the hidden, so we could see that as well. Whereas like they might have, you know, specific players who are good at certain mods. Like obviously Uick is a no-brainer for hard rock double time and speed.
Yeah, mixed mod is actually going to be double time 3, the Scarlet Rose, which I can definitely see this being a solid pick for them. Mixed mod was very interesting because the player you mentioned, Uick, is one of those players that it has been talked about in previous matches where that map, especially on the hard rock, can be quite tough, but having a player that can just a single player that can play that map at that difficulty helps out a ton. But it's going to be double time 3 here, Scarlet Rose.
And I believe Tsunami can also play a bit of DT as well. I think Minato can do it too, so I think all around they should have a pretty good 3-player lineup. Seeing Indonesia mixed it up a little bit, I'm assuming it's going to be Ipan, Kronako, and Netamaru. Netamaru did get over 900k in the match yesterday. So I'd imagine it'll probably be Ipan, Kronako, and Netamaru this time, sort of subbing in for Z-Banks from yesterday. Maybe hoping, take a stab at that break point.
Yeah, these rosters make a lot of sense here. Netamaru has come in. We see Flyer actually instead of Minato Yukina, but not too much of a surprise in my opinion. Flyer has shown very good skill on DT throughout this tournament, so.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I believe Minato is a little bit more of a hidden player by nature, but you never know.
Really enjoys those lower AR maps as well. And good luck, have fun's coming out in chat, and we will get underway.
Yeah, and while Netamaru did have a very strong score on it, Uick is very good at double time as well. I think that sort of scary presence of Netamaru is sort of negated by having Uick there too.
It definitely helps having a player like Uick on the team.
Yeah, it's sort of a bit like that Italy-France factor yesterday, where you've got like Kameyama for Italy and then like Electro T-Tobus for France.
Yeah.
Tsunami with the early miss.
Tsunami gonna find an early miss, but yeah, Netamaru's gonna trade that actually. So because those misses were before 200 combo, it's gonna favor Taiwan. But Flyer and Sanami gonna miss again.
Yeah, and this lineup is quite strong for the double time, I'd say. Ipan and Kroneko still with the full combo. You're going to find a miss there, so no full combos left on the side of Taiwan, and Indonesia is running away with it early. Netamaru finding a couple of misses there, but his team is making up for it most certainly right now.
Yeah, Kroneko gonna lose that combo, but Pan still holding on to that double S. Very impressive. Doing a lot of work for Indonesia here.
Yeah, combo down, but Taiwan was starting to make back a bit of that combo before when Epan was the only score left, as they do have 3 combos back now, but they did have 2 to 1 for a second there as well. So they might pull it back in this second half. It is quite close, 25k gap, and they have the advantage. As Kroneko is down, Fly is down.
Yeah, Fly, but Kroneko's gonna trade that, so it's gonna stabilize a little bit. Actually, Kroneko with another miss is gonna give it back towards Taiwan.
Yeah, and this song does not let up in this backhand either. It's still very intense in terms of movement and spacing in particular. As Flyer will fall victim to that spacing there. It's 2,000 points difference. It is very close as Ipan had traded 700. It's flickering.
Is Kroneko gonna miss though? So
Tsunami and Flyer go down too.
Double miss. Pan is gonna miss though.
Oh, sorry, it's Yuik and Netamaru.
Tsunami missing is also, yeah, it's those 2 combos, Netamaru and Yuik. Pan though, is it good? Are Taiwan gonna be able to hold on to the end? Tsunami gonna miss with Pan trading it.
Yeah,
and they are gonna be able to win it.
Taiwan barely taking that point by 10,000. It was an absolute dogfight towards the end, but Taiwan just managed to take it. They are points on the board, and that is definitely good for them. Yuik with only a 2 miss and Netamaru with only 3, so both very strong performances. 960k out of both, and just those couple of extra misses at the wrong time for Indonesia, sort of making the difference there. Everyone having space misses aside from Yuik and Netamaru, but Taiwan just a bit more combo consistent. Very slightly.
The battle between Yuik and Netamaru there at the end, very, very exciting to see, and Indonesia wasting no time, gonna go straight back into the hidden bracket. Makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, just claim that bracket, and then yeah, there's certainly some points. Don't know where they're gonna go after this. I think there's plenty of comfort for them in the no mod pool, especially maybe some of the trickier no mods. As I know, Ipan is quite good at some of the trickier no mods. Same with Netamaru.
Absolutely.
They do have a strong hard rock roster. They're pretty much all around versatile, so it's sort of just what they're feeling against Taiwan, I suppose.
Yeah, we did see the Hard Rock ban come out from them, but it was the Hard Rock 1, which is more so I'd argue a consistency map.
Yeah.
And it makes sense to get rid of something like that. The other 2 Hard Rocks are quite different from it, so maybe that's an angle for them after this, but as of right now, we have our hidden 3 to watch. And the lineups are seemingly going to be Minang, Ipan and Netamaru for Indonesia, and Minato Yukina coming back in for Taiwan. Makes a lot of sense, replacing Sanami.
Yeah, and Yuik staying in this time. It's almost a little bit surprising to not see Sanami in here, as Sanami was the stronger performer for Taiwan. You could say the hidden carry on the hidden 2 map, but maybe that is just the low AR, as a pro trait is always going to make a difference.
That is true, and you could make the same argument for Madoka on the side of Indonesia, who was also very strong on that hidden 2. As early here, Ipan is going to find a miss.
Yes, you're not wrong. I didn't even pay any mind to that one, actually. So yeah, it's going to be Yukin Netamaru. And Fly going to find a couple of misses there. I think it's 2 FCs to 1 right now, so yeah, 2 FCs to 0. Yuik is going to miss there. And Yeah, no combo on the side of Taiwan, so this is going to be very much Indonesia.
Yeah, Indonesia are holding on strong here. That double S from Minang is gonna
no more.
fall, but still very solid lead, having been taken from Indonesia here. But right now there's a slight combo advantage for Taiwan. Gonna have to see quite a bit of misses come out from Indonesia for that to change, but
Yeah, 100k score the difference, and Uick the only combo above 200 for Taiwan right now. It'll probably not really wind anything back, especially with that miss from Flyer, and there's not really much combo beyond that on the side of Indonesia is there. They have 1.5 combos.
yes, indeed. Gonna lose that half combo though.
Yeah, but Uick loses the combo for Taiwan. Minato Yukin is there to make it up, but that's just not enough.
Yeah, and that combo is also gonna fall, so as we approach the end here, Indonesia proving the strength they have on hidden.
Yeah, just consistently staying ahead in terms of that combo advantage, and that's just going to put that point on the board with not much trouble at all. And yeah, seeing solid scores come out of both sides, but it's just everyone for Indonesia above that 850k mark, where Taiwan just a bit behind in the other two players aside from Uick.
Yeah. But I do think Taiwan a little bit expected Indonesia to be the stronger hidden side, so I wouldn't expect this to be too much of a knock on the morale.
Yeah, apparently Minato Yukin are getting a Discord call while playing, and that is it. Unless you have all your notifications very much muted, that is a very annoying sound.
It's very distracting. Very distracting for sure. But it is Taiwan's pick, and I am very curious to see where they go. It is kind of risky. I mean, any pick here is risky against a team like Indonesia. Don't get me wrong. But I'm wondering if the Nomad convert, the Nomad 4, if that is a potential direction. Indonesia does have very good convert players, however, but so does Taiwan.
Yeah. We could even see a Hard Rock pick come out. Like I
We
said,
could
they do
see.
have a Hard Rock roster, so...
They do
it's hard to
indeed.
say, but they definitely just need to go with what they're going to pick. And DT, of course, the
Yeah.
point that they took, that's
Makes sense.
very sensible for them.
It is very sensible for them. I was also thinking about the mix mod that we talked about earlier, but it's going to be double time 2, the Mega Man 2 medley, and yeah, it's like we've said, this makes a lot of sense. They took the point on DT3, and they will try to capitalize on the mod pool that the point came from.
Yeah, most certainly, and you never know. This one is a little bit different, a bit more of a bit of a lower AR pick, a little bit of reading, a little bit of change in pace. But I think in terms of like difficulty, I feel like this map is more so hard at the start than it is towards the end.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree. And if we see Sanami coming back in for Team Taiwan here, and Svanx now coming in for Indonesia. First time showing up in this match, I believe. So welcome to them, as Kroneko and Netamaru will seemingly stay in for this. Or Kroneko coming in, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, bear with me a second.
Yeah.
I believe they were replacing EPAN on the DT
Yeah.
this time around.
Yes, indeed. And it's going to be Sanami, Flyer, and Uick for Taiwan. Same roster as the last double time.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, why fix it?
Exactly. This is quite a short map. Just over that 2-minute mark. Svenx and Yuik are going to trade. Actually, the entirety of Taiwan is going to fall early. And right now, it's Netamaru with that big combo, Svenx as well with supporting combo.
I feel like we did see something a tiny bit similar in the other match, but not in the other DT pick. Maybe not to this extent. Zvank's going to find quite a few misses there, so it's not entirely out of the ballpark for Taiwan right now. But the biggest issue they have is that big combo out of Netamaru and now Kroneko being above the cap as well, where it's only Yuik right now and about to be Tsunami 2. Zvank's gonna find another miss. Flyer trades, but that score Kroneko's down as well, so that score gap inching ever closer.
It is indeed. Netamaru is gonna lose that big combo, so it is quickly going towards Taiwan, and the trade between Sanami and Kroneko is gonna favor Taiwan.
Yeah, we're about to see it flicker over. Yuik putting in a lot of work with this combo. And yeah,
Yuik,
once again, just being a massive carry.
Yeah, Flyer's gonna lose that combo, but that's traded by 2 of the players on Indonesia, so Sanami finding a couple misses, and but Yuik is gonna also
reset.
Yeah, that is a full board reset, and Indonesia's gonna take back the lead.
Yeah, Netamaru this time being the big difference maker.
It's been those 2 on the double times, Netamaru versus Yuik.
Yeah, most certainly. Zvank's going to find another miss there, so it's not going to be too far away, but that time is running out. Trade out of Zvanks and Tsunami. Another break from Tsunami. I think we're going to see a break point here.
Yeah, we might actually see a break point here, but it is slowly dwindling. Are Indonesia going to be able to hold on? Svenx with another miss, but I do think it's
not going to be
too little too late. It is too little too late for Taiwan, and it's going to be another break point for Indonesia.
Yeah, just barely a 16k point gap, and yeah, just not enough consistency in the end out of Taiwan there. It was getting close with the misses from Zvanks towards the end, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it is.
I think
it's hard to compete with a performance like that, but it's gonna be Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, we're gonna see it at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think with that last one as well, it was where also difference maker was where Yuik missed as well, as Yuik and Netamaru both getting the 3 miss, but I believe 2 of Netamaru's miss were very closely spaced together, as Netamaru had about 30k more points at the end there.
Yeah. And yeah, the lineups here, seemingly Kroneko, Netamaru, and Svenx for Indonesia. And Sanami, Flyer, and Yuik once again for Taiwan.
We'll see how both teams go on this. I know Netamaru had the 900k yesterday. I believe Sanami. Yuik also had a strong performance there as well, also above the 900k, so they both had really strong plays on it.
Yeah.
Both below 5 misses. So I suppose it'll just come down to who the strongest second and third players will.
Yeah. Both teams sporting very capable players on this, but the nature of this map, it's not an easy one, and Svenx is going to be the first to fall early here.
Yeah, it's too easy to miss. Yeah, Yuik and Flyer both going to miss as well. Kroneko going to miss too, so that score's not going to go too far.
Sanami is also going to fall. Flyer now as well is going to increase the score lead quite significantly for Indo.
Yeah, it's just Netamaru, I think, still on the full combo. I don't even know if that's a full combo.
I believe it is a full combo, it's just a matter of drop those. But Kroneko and Svenx both missing. Kroneko and Sphinx again, so it's gonna rapidly go towards Taiwan here.
Yeah, and we might see a lot of this back and forth because it is one of those maps where the spacings just get you. It's one of those. It's like slightly memory, but it's also very much spacing.
Yeah, and Sphinx and Kroneko, sorry, Sphinx and Sanami are gonna find a trade there again, and the other players have found their footing. Kroneko reaching that 200 combo. Sphinx gonna miss again. Flyer gonna trade it.
Trade. And Yuik and Netamaru just being that strong core on both sides. And yeah, like I said, we're expecting that. It is really going to come down to players 2 and 3 here. And
it is indeed. And Sanami is seemingly struggling a bit on this. Sphinx as well, though.
That a bit, yeah. Sanami and Sphinx trade, and then Kroneko and Flyer also trade. So Flyer gonna miss again there, but the gap is just sitting at 30k right now. There's just too many trades, and
Netamaru's gonna lose that big combo, and Yuik does actually end up trading it.
And Zbanks is there with the miss as well. Flyer trading too, and it's Sanami equal Kroneko. It's very even right now, but slight advantage to Indonesia. That score is running back quickly.
It is going back towards them, and are they going to be able to hold on to this?
Yeah, it looks like it's 2 combos to 1, so unless they miss now,
Flyer and Sanami are going to miss. And that might be the nail in the coffin, especially with a miss from Flyer once again. Yeah, that's
bringing
gonna...
it back right at the end, and that is getting them to match point, securing their pick.
Yeah, but it wasn't a comfortable one.
No, certainly not. It was just down to those couple of misses towards the end, leaving Indonesia with 2 combos to 1, and that certainly just helped them get across that finish line, even though Taiwan essentially held that 30-40k advantage for most of the match.
Yeah, Taiwan were sitting quite pretty for a while, but it ended up not being enough in the end, and Taiwan are gonna have to find a pick. Do you think they'll trust going into the double time 1 here? No, it's actually gonna be Nomad 4. It's gonna be the convert.
The convert pick.
Yeah, like I alluded to a little bit to earlier, because I know they have a very capable convert roster, and this is a bit on the technical side when it comes to converts, so maybe, hopefully, gonna throw some of the Indonesia players off here, but yeah, Indonesia also have players like Madoka and Netamaru, 2 very well-known convert names.
Yeah, neither team actually played this yesterday either, so they might be a little bit... Maybe that's sort of what they're going for. Maybe they're sort of depending on that, because Indonesia don't have like a set score on it. Maybe they're feeling like they can wager that play.
Yeah.
But like you were saying, both teams do have strong convert lineups, as pretty much all the players in this lobby have played a lot of converts.
They have indeed. These are players that you see on a lot of leaderboards and a lot of difficult ones as well. So it's gonna be an exciting match.
Oh, there's certainly.
And
has the
this
potential
is
to be very close, but at the same time, with maps like this, it also has the potential to be very one-sided. So
yeah.
I suppose Taiwan probably wants to hope that one-sidedness, or if it's close, that the close is in their favor.
Yes, indeed, and we are about to see if Taiwan will stay alive, because it is do or die for them, as Kroneko and Yuik are going to trade early. Madoka falling early as well, though.
Yeah, a couple of misses out of Madoka and Kroneko. So, early advantage to Taiwan. 2 trades to 1 here right now. as well. Being only missed when Koneko and Doka traded there. 2-1.
That's a lot of misses coming out.
Edamaru's the only one left.
Yeah, and that is making the difference here.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle in early going for Taiwan, unfortunately. There's a lot of map here, but Netamaru's just doing so much for his team, just maintaining that combo.
Yeah, Netamaru's doing the work here. Sanami is gonna fall again. Kroneko and Madoka finding a double miss though, but it's traded by Sanami and Flyer. And now the Yuik is up at a 200 combo. Gonna have to see more consistency from the supporting players of Taiwan and for Netamaru to lose that combo, because that double S almost halfway through. I mean, it's hard to compete with.
Even with that double S, if Yuik is just not on his own for this second half, like if Yuik has a good supporting combo and they see more drops out of Indonesia, it's wholly possible to bring that score back, but it is getting larger as there's no combos on the Taiwan. Netamaru is finally going to drop, but there's too much of a gap right now. We're probably going to want to see Taiwan 3-way FC the rest of this map and have a few more misses out of Indonesia to back a deficit this large.
Yeah, Kroneko's gonna lose that combo, but that's not gonna be enough. Although, 2 players follow Indonesia, but Taiwan are gonna trade both of those misses.
Yeah, unfortunately, Netamaru just too consistent here as well. Making a huge difference, not making the whole difference, but definitely making a massive difference. It's, yeah, a bit of an unfortunate loss on this map for Taiwan. But
Yeah, it's like you pointed out before the map that this is one of those maps that has the potential to be very one-sided, and unfortunately for Taiwan, it wasn't in their favor.
yeah, unfortunately not. But yeah, that is going to be a pretty strong play out of Netamaru getting K there, and that will bring it home for Indonesia, winning 6-1 here. There were a lot of close points for Taiwan, so I don't think Taiwan should be too upset with this one, especially considering the gap. Putting on a performance like that against Indonesia, definitely a good effort out of them. It's just, what can you do against the top 8 team?
I mean, yeah, Indonesia is an incredibly talented team, and we were well aware of this very skillful team. So I think Taiwan should be very proud of how far they've gotten in this tournament and how they've done. Congratulations to Indonesia are in order. Still I mean, you still have to come and play the matches up to par, and Indonesia has done more than good enough today.
Oh, most certainly. And I mean, at the same time, it's almost surprising, even in bracket to start with, but a bit of an upset happening last week, if I'm not mistaken. But they're certainly showing that they're not to be messed with. And
Absolutely.
they will go on to face
stop trying.
Well, welcome back everybody to the 2025 OS Catch World Cup quarterfinals. We are here with another match, a hotly anticipated one, I think, as well, in the winners bracket between the third-seeded Russian Federation against the sixth-seeded Finland. Two teams with a lot to prove and some really good squads. So, super excited to be jumping into this one. I am Maito, and I'm joined here tonight by Realmas. How are you?
Hello, very excited for these next coming matches in the winner bracket. We get to see some of our top teams just duke it out on this very difficult pool for a quarterfinals pool, I would say. It's gonna be great. This match in particular, probably, I will say, I expect it to be one of the closest matches this week. Also, with very high catch level from both of these teams, because I think at around quarterfinals, these teams are around their peaks in terms of scaling and difficulty. So we will see some really consistent maps, and I'm very excited for this one.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're already in to the picks and bans. Finland looking to win that one. The captain Verti picking first, and Russia goes for a no mod 4 ban. Pretty expected. Finland are one of the best convert teams this year. They have a really, really nice lineup for that with Leno, Verti, and Kagia. So expected ban from Russia. It's over to Finland now. What do you think from them?
For Finland, I would say they probably want to ban something like HD1 that Russia has proven to be very consistent on. And it's really not something that Finland, I think, will be able to play well. There is a really defined weakness for Finland on HD. So I would think that they won't want to ban that. Yeah, HD1 is going to be... makes a lot of sense. Because, yeah, Russia has been performing super well. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. And Finland really has kind of a third player issue on HD, so it makes sense.
Yep. Good ban. Out of both teams, I think those are the... well, correct. I don't know if you can say correct bans, but the most logical, I believe, kind of targeting their biggest weak spots compared to the other teams. So those out of the way now, and it's over to Finland's first pick. Interested to see what they go for now that No Mod 4 is off the table. I feel like that definitely would have been the go-to map. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think Finland is a team that really wants to play on these Nomad 2, Nomad 3s. But it's kind of harder against Russia because they're also good at this stuff. So DD2, kind of surprising, honestly, because Russia has been performing very well on DT, on this CWC. We'll see what they have in store for us, but yeah, it's not really the type of map I would expect here.
Okay, going to be DT2 in the end from Finland. Maybe a little bit of a curveball, picking double time into Russia, which of course is a little scary. You know, all things considered. I mean, Russia are an incredible double time team, of course, but I would say, I don't know. I'm not sure, but clearly Finland are feeling really nice on this map. I mean, going for it right off the bat. So, yeah, first pick going to be DT2. We'll probably see the expected lineups come in as long as there's no player issues.
Yeah, thing is, for the player lineups for this one, something that you probably wouldn't expect looking at both teams, but I would say that Russia has way more roster depth than Finland. So far, out of like 12 maps, I believe, from Finland, they've had the same 3 players for 10 of them. Yertu hasn't showed up at all since the beginning of the World Cup. I'm not even really sure they're active. So it's essentially always VT Kaguya playing everything, and then Leno or Jonsku filling in for the third slot, depending on usually how mechanical the map is.
Yeah.
Well, Russia really has a very versatile roster with players who specialize in all kinds of different stuff and can flex around and practice different stuff. So this is something that I think will favor Russia on this one.
Yep, I definitely agree that Russia has a lot more of a depth in their roster, a lot more stuff to kind of work around with their players. But here we go into the first map, double time to the control DT, and a couple early misses coming off already. One from Verthi, but all of the Russian players already dropping in. It's a 40k lead to Finland early on. It's a good start for them. Another miss coming down from Nelly already.
Yeah, I think yeah, biggest difference is really Nelly performing a bit worse than the rest of the lobby. Still, they do have some time to recover, but yeah, not a nice start for Russia. And Brackety will be missing as well, and Insomnia, and that's now looking really rough for Russia. There's no combo on their side. Finland is steering through a map, actually.
They are playing absolutely incredible. I don't even know what to say at this point. I mean, it's a 160k lead to Finland already. Clearly, this was the perfect pick for them out of the gates. Russia finally getting some combo, but Rackety drops yet again. Nelly and Insomnia trying to build up a little more, but this map is functionally over. We're only a little past halfway, but a miss from Kaguya there doesn't really affect anything whatsoever. I mean, Finland have this sealed away.
Yeah, already. I mean, it was kind of decided that right at the beginning. It just kept on piling on the score difference for Finland. Very nice pick, and I would not say even that the Russian scores are necessarily bad, really. It's just Finland performing super well so far on this one. VT still holding 900 combo. It's very impressive because this map is really rough, honestly, to hold on to.
And he hits 1,000 combo there now, the 4-digit combo in. What a performance here from the Finnish captain in Verti, and a fantastic start to this quarterfinals match against a tough opponent. 226k in favor, and I think maybe I overlooked Finland's DT capabilities. I mean, they were first on DT2 and DT3 last week, so clearly on these kind of control, more gimmicky-esque maps, they are super strong, and that might bode some uncertainty for Russia later down the line, but of course it is their pick now.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have expected them to perform that well, but really a nice sight to see that from Finland. They're not really a team that you look at and you really think DT, but and I've expected them to start to get a bit outscaled by the DT pool, but still not the case at all. Very nice performance from them. Russia a bit lower than what I expected, but still, I don't think that counts the DT out. Maybe it's just this map. Still, Finland is showing up very strongly here on the beginning of the map, and it's gonna be a bit scary for Russia to just come in and see your opponent getting like 1 and 2 misses on this map.
Yeah, a real statement to be made starting off this match, but Russia, with their pick now, it's Hard Rock 2, House on Fire, Slam Bamboo. This is definitely a fan favorite song. Not sure about necessarily a fan favorite map. It's pretty tough overall, but this is their pick now. What do you think of this one?
It's again not the one thing I would have expected of Russia, but still, Russia has a very strong roster. I think on HR they have players. We're starting to get at the point in the tournament in which players can actually kind of solo carry on some picks. And Insomnia, who just came in the lobby, is someone that absolutely can perform on these maps and almost solo carry with great performances. But overall, even then, they have a full complete roster for HR. The pick makes sense. I'm not really sure how good Finland is going to be on this, though. But yeah, why not? Why not try the President HR? And yeah, we'll see. I'm not really sure how Finland is good. How good Finland is at this. We also see VTC being switched out of the lobby for this one, which is something that is very rare actually for Finland. Usually the only things VT doesn't play is like some DTs, but not seeing VT on HR2 is kind of surprising actually.
Yep. Pretty shocking, honestly, to see. I mean, we've basically seen him in on every single map.
Yeah.
So far, bar like maybe one for Finland. So the captain is out early. Maybe, I mean, definitely wouldn't be shook after that last performance or anything. So I honestly have no idea what that's about. But regardless, here we go into Hard Rock 2. Segmentum making their first appearance here as well. Leno, the first to drop out of the players Everyone else building up nicely to 200, so it's about a 1 miss lead to Russia, but it's going to go down as Segmentum finds a drop.
Rated by Segmentum. This map combo does not go up very quickly, so it takes a decent amount of time to recover. And actually, double miss here from Jonsku and Kaguya is gonna hurt a ton, especially with Rocket in Suna still holding.
That hurts. That really, really hurts. And Kaguya finds yet another miss. Rackety and Insomnia, like you said, well, we're holding until that miss. Now it's only a single full combo from Rackety, but as the supporting combo from Segmentum, who is building back up, reaches that 200, it's a comfortable 50k lead for Russia for now, but they're definitely not out of the water. Leno, though, finds another miss that's going to build an even bigger buffer halfway through, and it's a 70k lead to Russia.
Yeah, and it's so tough because you see just a couple of misses like these ones from Leno is making them stay under 200 combo for very extended periods of time and losing so many points compared to Russia, who's still holding very well. Insomnia has found a miss, as you said prior, but very well recovered. And yeah, the lack of combo is being felt. It's a miss from Segmentum, but double traded by Jonsku and Kaguya. It's also Insomnia though. Now it's only Rackety holding the FC, and there's no combo anywhere else, so I'm not really expecting Finland to be able to come back on this one.
Yep, looks like yet another comfortable first pick here from the Russians. Good one from Finland first, and they have answered right back. A 6-digit lead. More misses come out of the Finnish players in Jonsku and Kaguya. And what a performance here from Russia. Insomnia finds a miss, but this map is sealed away. They actually lose a lot of their combo, but Finland have absolutely nothing to respond with, and Russia are just going to basically take a leisurely stroll into this first point. So well done. A good performance out of the gates after a big loss in the early one, but seems to have not affected them at all.
Well, yeah, they do know that it was Finland's first pick, their strength. I mean, maybe not what they expected them to pick, but it was their first pick. It's fine to lose on that. I think we're in a match that will be decided by just one single breakpoint, maybe, because either of these teams have very solid picks and can perform very well on them. So maybe just being able to get a breakpoint on the opponent's pick just once in the match really would make the difference. Otherwise, there is also a good shot at tiebreaker on this one. These teams seem to be quite evenly matched.
Yep. It really does seem that way, honestly. They have a lot of firepower on both sides here, and it's going to be tough to take one off of the other, but yeah, you're probably right in saying that a single breakpoint is going to matter a lot. We've seen matches where breakpoints go back and forth, and maybe it's expected. Yeah. Teams have kind of uncertainty, but on this match, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, especially since the pools are starting to get to be difficult enough for teams to play on their strengths and against the opponent's weaknesses. It was not really the case on round of 16 because the maps were still easy enough that non-specialist teams could, be consistent still and compete. But on this one, it's going to be tough. And we see Nomad 3 from Finland, which is something that makes a ton of sense. Nomad 3 is absolutely what you would expect Finland to pick. They have players like VT who love these types of maps. And on these lower AR gimmicks, I'm really expecting a strong performance from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of would have expected maybe this to be first or second, so I mean it's not too surprising to still see it early on here from Finland. Their game plan seems to be still kind of structured around these more kind of gimmicky techie maps. Seems that really is where their strengths lie, and yeah, a good pick here on paper, but of course you never know what might happen in the end and yep, they've got their 3 core players in Verti, Leno, and Kaguya, and I wonder who Russia's going to put up against that scary 3-man.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure yet. Rackety, I think Russia has several players who can play this. Yeah, Kitsune also makes sense. They have enough roster depth so that they can have different players for different stuff. But yeah, on paper I would give this to Finland. It's still, not over, because this map is very long and very tricky, and just having an off run, or not feeling that well on the map, that comfortable, especially going from Air 10 CS 6.5 to this. Maybe we can see some underperformances and stuff, and it can turn things around very quickly.
Absolutely. Well, it's not a map you want to go into feeling a little uncomfortable or uncertain on. It will punish you.
Yep.
And, well, that has been the story on this map for a lot of the weekend. And one will be the same here, but two very strong teams who I think have some great rosters. Pretty much their total expected rosters. Rackety, Kitsunaivi, and Nelly for that Nomad. On Russia, we've seen time and time again. And let's see how this works out. Finland looking to break the deadlock and gain a 1-point advantage once more.
Yep. Getting into the actual meat of the map here with these rate 4 sliders and lots of odd snaps. It's very easy to just slip up and miss a lot of stuff. These sliders especially are very punishing because, these big droplets, you miss a single one and combo is broken, just exactly like what happened to Kaguya here.
Yep, that is a first drop out of Kaguya. Everyone else, though, holding on completely. Of course, as I say that, Nelly has to find a drop, and Finland will retake the lead, but only slightly. Veti and Leno, Rackety and Kitsunaivi, still 2 FCs on the side of each team, and this is neck and neck past that first difficult half into some more snappy sections now.
Yeah, it's actually gonna be very close because both of these teams seem super comfortable on the pick. Only 2 misses so far, and yeah, another one will just be the difference maker at this point. Everyone is holding so well, even halfway through the map, still 4 FCs. I mean, no, 3 FCs.
I think Rackety did find a miss there, but builds up immediately, and it's still only a 1 miss lead to Finland. We're halfway through, and this could 100% change. The 2 no-mod consistency titans in Leno and Veti are still holding on to their double S's. Rackety finds another drop, though. That is going to matter.
And
Kitsunaivi goes down. That is a massive miss for Russia. Finland putting all of their combos up. No misses to be found. Oh no! As I say that, it's a double miss.
Yeah,
and
some misses to be found, actually. Yeah,
they have combos, Russia.
Still, another trade from Neely and Leno. Yeah, they can do it, though VT is still holding in, cancelling a miss. Kitsunaivi also missing. It's even with the very few misses from Finland, it's super difficult for Russia to be able to come back on this one. 80k of difference now. The map is fairly long, so that's quite the big score lead for Finland at this point. And we really can see how consistent they are on this, really. A showcase from everyone involved.
Look at Veti go, still on a double S here for Finland. Everyone else missing there except for Nelly and the Finnish captain. Will he make it to the end with that FC intact? Yes, he will. What a score. An FC on NoMod 3. Very well done. And Finland secure the point by 100k. Another great pick from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Very... The pick made a lot of sense and it really worked for them. We can see that there's actually not that much difference between the second and third players between the teams, but really VT with DFC made such a big difference. And playing off of that really, I think, is not a bad idea for the team if they know that VT can perform that well on some of these picks. Though I do not think that in this pool there is many maps like this. But yeah, great pick. No, it's up to Russia to be able to match that, and it's gonna be HR1, going back-to-back HR, this time more of the streamy consistency type. It did work on HR2, but this map is quite different. I would say that Finland probably has more of a shot at this one than H4-2.
This is, yeah, probably another relatively, expected pick. I mean, Russia are a really good hard rock team. They're really good at everything, to be honest. I mean, they're the third seed, of course. You have to be pretty strong regardless of the mod pool. But they have a great roster for something like this. Usually it's Insomnia, Nelly, Cold Fusion, or Segmentum now actually has changed the name back, I think, to their previous one. So maybe a little bit of a swap out. Not sure when that happened. But regardless, we have Hard Rock 1 now, Skin Thief. It has been a pretty popular map in general. A lot of players have really enjoyed this, and it's understandable why. It's really fun and a big opportunity to get just a really good combo, really get into the map, and I think Russia have a good chance to do that here.
Yeah, they should, because as I said before, you really do not want to give away a breakpoint, and Nelly is the first one to miss very early on. The map is fairly dense in combo, so it should be fine, but still, do not give them more than that, because you know how consistent Finland can be. And hey, this one is gonna hurt a bit more, especially with Segmentum missing as well.
Yeah, those are some tough misses early on here for Russia. It's only Insomnia keeping up with those 3 Finnish FCs. That consistent 3-man showing what they're made of yet again, but it will be a finally a drop from their team. The captain goes down. Leno and Kaguya still holding its about. One mislead at the moment, and it's going to fall basically all the way down now. That miss from Kaguya really hurting here from Finland, and Russia have their combos back.
Yeah, the score lead should be about, nothing essentially at this point. Also, VT dropped quite a lot on these misses, so hurt their score a bit more, but still, we're almost halfway through. I think everyone is well into the map now and feeling a bit more comfortable, it looks like, on the Russian side. Going into this K section with a couple of wiggles, that could maybe throw some players off. Does not look like anyone is willing to miss, though. It's going to be Insomnia.
Oh no, Insomnia. That is a tragic miss here for Russia. Really not what they want to see. Their final FC gone, and now it's only Leno on the board in this slow section to hold that FC down for Finland. They're back up to around a miss lead, maybe a little less. Insomnia recovers well, and it's a lot of big combos at the moment, Realmas.
Yeah, but that's the thing with this type of map. You can never really be so sure, because as we've seen VT in the first half of the map, with these very dense streams, if you miss once, you can miss so many fruits and lose so much score. So 20k is really nothing, and can be caught up in a matter of seconds just by a couple misses. But it does not look like anyone is finding these misses on the
Segmentum!
Yeah, Segmentum is finding a miss, and it's gonna give away so much score for Finland on their own pick for Russia. It's really not what they want to see. It's still doable at this point, but Finland will need to find a miss, maybe with Kaguya like this.
That is a really big miss right at the end of the map,
and again,
it's another drop from Kaguya. Leno's still holding to the FC. Vedi with the big combo. I think they're going to run out of time though, Russia. And Finland, despite those last 2 misses, walk away with a break point by the skin of their teeth on the Skin Thief. And it's an FC from Leno. What a score there too. Pulling them ahead. If that wasn't an FC, it would have been a Russian point, more likely than not. And that is a big break point. They're now up 1-3 because Russia had the second pick, so now back to Finland's, and they're in a really good position.
Yeah, they do have the opportunity to be up 4-1 against Russia, which is great for them. Really hurts for Russia though. They could have had this one. Maybe even the couple of early misses that I said should probably not matter. Maybe it actually did end up matter in the end. But Finland will go onto the mixed mod 2, the lower AR mixed mod. That is really tough on HD. And also very tricky on HR. So we shall see. These two teams have quite strong mixed mod rosters because they do have specialists for every mod. Finland does not really have, great HD players that can scale very well into the tournament, but they do have still very. They can have one player on HD and them do fine. I think this should be VT on HD, so it should not hurt too much the HD weakness.
It usually is the captain coming in for the mixed mod hidden, and it seems like he is indeed in that spot. Jonsku going to be holding it down on Nomod, Kaguya on Hard Rock. Expected lineups here from Finland and, from Russia as well. Neris usually actually takes that hidden spot as well as Segmentum on the Nomods, so all guns are blazing here for both teams as we get into this tough Mixed Mod 2 slot, and Finland looking to consolidate that break point. It's an early miss from Segmentum.
Yeah, you do not want to see your Nomad player missing on these maps, but it's gonna be a miss from Segmentum, followed by VT a bit shortly after, actually, dropping to an A rank but recovering. And this early on, Russia should take a bit of a lead, but still not much, as it's one miss against one. Neris on the HD though will find a miss, and it will just give it back to Russia, but it's still very slight lead.
Yep. Kaguya and Jonsku doing well to maintain those FCs. It's a painful miss from Neris there, and Insomnia the only one to be holding that FC along with the Finnish players, and yet another drop from Neris. Finland increase their lead little by little. This consistency from this Finnish roster at the moment is a little... Well, it's not shocking, but to this extent against Russia right now, they are putting on some kind of show. Everyone holding on fantastically halfway through, 60k ahead. But Russia with the combos to capitalize on any miss, but not anymore.
Yeah, the difference is genuinely only being made on HD, and HR missing for Insomnia, while Kaguya is still assessing the map. Consistency showcase here by Finland is pretty insane. It's gonna be a miss from VT still, followed by Jonsku, and another one from VT, but still, they definitely do have the HD of advantage over Neris, who has once again found the miss. But just that score from Kaguya is also making kind of a difference now at this point against Insomnia's one miss, who recovered. But yeah, the HD deficit is being a bit too much here for Russia.
Yep, it for sure is, and what a performance here from Kaguya as well, still on the double S. I don't want to say anything to curse it by accident, but he doesn't look to be phased by anything whatsoever. Coming up to 1200 combo now, the map isn't too close from finishing, and Finland increasing now to a 6-digit lead. They are going to stroll into another point, going to be up 4-1. Can Kaguya hold that FC? Looks like he can. What a performance there.
Wow.
From the Hard Rock player. And, I mean, FCing this map on Hard Rock, it's really not easy whatsoever. I mean, we saw 3 misses from Insomnia, who's a fantastic Hard Rock player as well. And yeah, it really was just that hidden difference, Ramos, that made it in the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even then, even with the HDs being matched, it would have been a Finnish win because of HR and Nomad, but it's really tough for Russia because they're playing against such consistency from Finland that any peak essentially is scary. I'm really curious to see where they go from here. They still haven't touched HD, which is still open for them. But seeing how Finland is performing honestly on this pool, I would say that even HD, if they manage to have some consistency, they could perform and get a breakpoint on at this point.
Yep. Finland just look really, really strong and comfortable. And now simply outclassing Russia on almost every facet, and not too surprising to see a timeout from the Russian captain, Nelly, asking for that. So we'll take an extended break between picks now. And, Russia really have to maybe rethink their strategy. This next map, absolutely crucial to get Finland, have them on the ropes, honestly. One more loss here on this next map, and it's more than likely just going to be game over.
Yeah, but what's crazy is that on a good run, if Russia just kind of locks in and manages to play everything well, they do have the potential to come back on this one and win on almost everything with the roster that they have. But they're really, it's part of, tournament mentality. They have to stay focused. Do not let that discourage them because they lost their breakpoint. And really think about that next pick, because it's not an easy one to make. I would have said that Russia is probably a team that likes to play on no mode 1s, but with how consistent Finland is playing, I do not know if they really want to go for that. So it's a tough call.
It really is. And the timeout will be expiring not too short. And, maybe we'll use this time to remind everyone to get some banners, Not a bad call, I think. They look awesome. Support your favorite teams in the game and the tournament. So, go head over to the shop and get those if you want. They look really, really cool. But hopefully not too long, not too much more deliberation before Russia will have to go for their next map, and I am very, very intrigued to see what that's going to be. They've had a lot of time to think now, so I'm sure they've come up with something that they are confident in.
Yep.
But what's it going to be?
Yeah, again, once again, the thing is that even if there's stuff that they're confident on, like Nomad 1, which makes sense because you would expect a team like Russia to be good on Nomad 1. Finland, on the other side, is just out there playing everything extremely well and very consistently, so even a pick like that it's kind of a gamble, honestly.
Yep. I mean, Russia, obviously, they seeded first on the Nomad 1 and played Nomad 1 round of 32. They were first on that map, so of course they have the consistency for this kind of classic Camellia Nanahira collab here, but they for sure have to be feeling a little unsure on this map, considering just how well Finland have been playing so far. Their consistency has just been unmatched, and this is a must-win point for Russia, you have to say.
Yep, absolutely. Could be a pivotal point for Russia. If they do lose this one, it's gonna be extremely difficult for them to come back. But we'll see. We do see the lineup that is actually Nili, Rackety, and Segmentum. You would expect Nili and Rackety, but maybe I would have expected Insomnia to play this. But
Yeah.
Segmentum is also a very solid player on this, so it does make sense that they can play this. And I think
either of those two are pretty expected.
Absolutely.
And Jonsku going to be coming in here for Nomad 1 for Finland. It's pretty expected lineup them as well. Be Lena as well. But here we go into Nomad 1. It is a consistency battle between these two teams on honestly, it's still not an easy map. It's 7.3 stars, but for all of these players, that shouldn't be something that they struggle on too much. It's just going to be the nerves, and if they can really hold, I expect the combos to get quite high here. No one missing out at the start at all.
Yep, so far so good, but Surprisingly,
we
we've
go.
seen, I think, on this map, a decent amount of misses, even from very solid players. So I'm not sure if we should expect just very few misses or not. I would say yes, given how good these players are, but... And it looks like it. So... Every miss looks like it will be very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, on a map like this where consistency is so important, the just one single miss may even decide it in the end here. Still, all FCs from the players. Jonsku, sorry, with a droplet miss, but a couple on the Russian side as well. I think Finland leading a bit in the spinners so far, actually, and both teams will take a little longer and see that it is practically even, and seeing that just might put some more nerves into everyone. I mean, you would probably expect we're halfway through and no misses have come out from any of the players yet.
No one is missing. You would not expect spinners to matter in a quarterfinals Nomad 1, but from what it looks like, there is a risk that the spins might actually matter in the end. And Finland is known as a very solid spinner team, so they are still holding that lead. No misses in sight. Getting a bit worried for the teams here, because the next miss is gonna hurt so much if it ever happens. It's Rackety.
It does! It does! Rackety falls. Finland yet again have an advantage. There's no trade from anybody else. Finland fully going to capitalize. It will be a one miss lead for them as Rackety builds back up to 200 now. And that could honestly be the decider. If there's no more drops, they take a brief moment to see Russia now know they're behind. And all they can do is hold. All they can do is hold and hope that a miss comes out from Finland. There's nothing more that they can do. And there's a quarter left to go.
Yeah, less than that even. And losing your own pick because of a single miss would be extremely tragic for Russia. They are playing this extremely well, and Segmentum is also finding another one. Just two misses and the score lead is just so big for Finland, still holding the triple FC at this point. What is even happening?
I mean, this consistency is unbelievable from Finland. They've all reached 2,000 combo. The map is coming to a close. They're 36k ahead. It doesn't look like anything will phase this Finnish roster. This is some of the best consistency we have seen so far in the Catch World Cup, and that is absolutely the dagger now. Finland are just unrelenting in this match. Kaguya finds a miss at the end, but it doesn't matter. 50k lead for Finland. And they take yet another point, another break point, and they're up to match point.
That's a crazy team score. Losing with 3 millions on this is absolutely insane.
Yep.
What Russia can... Yeah, no, they can't even blame themselves for their performance. Everyone is at 1 million and above. Except Rackety, like just 4k under, but... 6k under, but that's what I said when I mentioned that Nomad 1, very good for Russia. They can play that very well, as we've seen. But the issue is it's still a gamble because Finland is able to just do this.
Honestly, the question is, what can you do? I mean, just what can you do? It's functionally 3 FCs there for Finland to 1 and a 1 miss. When you get 3 million score, you usually win the point. I mean, that's how it goes, but against Finland, that's not a certainty anymore. And now they're up to match point. It's their pick, and they're going to go for DT3 Scarlet Rose, the density map, to try and seal it out.
Yeah, and I would say that pick looks good given how DT2 went. I would have thought that the pool would be difficult enough for stuff like what happened on Nomad 1 to not happen, but we are seeing Finland playing this quarterfinals pool as if it were like a round of 32, essentially. It's really crazy what's happening. Even their weaknesses, it doesn't matter, and it just doesn't matter. They're able to perform on everything. We usually know that around quarters, semis is where Finland shines the most, because they do have a bit of late tournament scaling issues, but around mid-tournament like this, they are just steering through everything. I think, essentially, with how they're playing, they could win against almost any team in these quarterfinals.
Yeah, honestly, they're looking unbeatable. Really, I mean, you said it. They are looking unstoppable right now, and Russia are on the back foot. They are down in the dumps at the moment. Their spirit almost shattered, but they still have one more chance to get another point back here. They're not down, they're not out. Of course, they're still going to fight their best. Another great roster in Nelly, Insomnia, and Segmentum. A lot of weight on their shoulders to keep this match alive against that core three, Invadi, Leno, and Kaguya. And everyone is holding out of the gates once again, but it's a miss from Leno.
Okay, first miss from Finland. Looks like they're fairly comfortable on the map. VT will miss, and Leno again. Now it's a pretty decent lead actually for Russia, around 1/4 of the map. And I did not see Segmentum missing, but it was also reset for them. But Leno just really isn't managing to get a big combo, and that's really what's hurting Finland right now.
Yeah, maybe just being out for a single point has kind of stopped Leno's momentum. Was playing superbly well before, but now this is a dangerous lead here for Finland that Russia has, and it's we're halfway through. Still 2 FCs from Insomnia and Nelly. Finally, Russia are showing what they're made of in DT. Segmentum does find a drop just before the break here, but still, the Finnish players see they are pretty far behind. They have a lot of work to do.
They do, and it's really hard to recover this type of score lead when it's essentially almost one player making the whole difference. Because you have to expect tons of misses from the other players who does not look like they are missing. Kaguya will find a miss, and now the lead is getting very comfortable for Russia.
Yep, they're almost up to 100k, although that miss from Segmentum does send the lead down a little. Insomnia drops too. Finland have the combos. Oh, surely not. Surely not. Finland cannot take this from here, but that was a drop from Verdi. Thank God for the Russians. You have to say
Nelly's still, it's not over, it's not over.
It's not. They're 30k, they're down. Finland have some more combos going. Any more misses from Russia might send it over, but it looks like they're going to hold. The map is coming to an end. Will there be anything else as a trade? Oh my goodness.
Wow, that was scary.
It seemed like they just had that squared away, but suddenly Finland had a fantastic ending to the map and was pretty scary. Some amazing team scores yet again from both Russia and Finland, but finally Russia get a breakpoint back, and this could be the moment they turn it around.
It could be. That's a breakpoint, so that's great for them. And they seem to have just had a great performance on DT3. They're a team that's very solid on this type of map, so they could have taken it, and they did. So maybe some confidence is starting to reappear after losing these points, but still, they know that the Finnish threat is there. They can just pick something, and even then, if they are being consistent like they were on Nomad 1, they can just lose because of how consistent Finland is being. So, once again, next pick for Russia, crucial but tough call.
Pretty much everything they pick from now on their next, well, if they have to make it to tiebreak, if they want to get there, they have 2 more maps to pick. So those 2 maps have to be absolutely perfect for them if they want to make it. And, well, seeing Insomnia say that he's nervous, I mean, it's understandable. This is a high-stakes match, and on a map like that where they needed to perform at their best, I mean, Insomnia set a fantastic score. But in the end, The nerves were enough, or maybe the nerves weren't quite enough, and they hold on for one more. It's DT1 now, so back-to-back DT maps. All of the DT pool has been exhausted, and I think this is a pretty expected pick in the end from Russia. They're super strong.
Yep, DT1 is something, once again, that Russia should be very good at. But, yeah, I would say it's pretty much the same as Nomad 1. They can play that well. It was also the same for Aether 1, actually. Yeah, they can play that well, but can they play it better than Finland? That's really the question here.
Well, we're probably just going to see a couple of misses be the difference here, honestly. If nothing has changed from previous maps, just a consistency battle. Obviously, this is the consistency map double time 1, although the AR has scaled a pretty reasonable amount from last time. It was 8.7 last week. It's up to AR9 DT, which translates to 10.3. And so the reading jumping up quite a bit, but both teams good enough to manage it for sure. I think it will just be consistency in the end that matters. Don't think a rating diff should be too much of a problem, but we'll have to see as we jump into this one. Russia still under the pump. They need to perform.
Yes, and hopefully, even with what Insomnia said, it doesn't really affect them too much because they can't really afford to give anything to Finland at this point, whether it is misses or points. But we'll get going.
There is a miss.
Oh yeah, it is a miss from Segmentum. Very early on. But another one here is gonna hurt a bit more.
Yep, that is a painful miss, but Leno does go down. However, Russia don't quite have the combo to fully capitalize on it. Into the first QI we go, and Kaguya finds a drop. That is going to help Russia a lot more. They will retake the score lead as Segmentum hits that 200 combo. Nelly and Insomnia, who played so well last time, really locked in on double time. Those two are just, old history players here for Russia, showing up when it matters, and they have a 1 miss lead.
Yeah, and another miss from Jonsku, just as Kaguya recovers 200, giving a bigger lead now to Russia. It's still not comfortable at all, it's really just banking on Nelly and Insomnia still FCing, but Jonsku will recover very quickly. It's around a 50k score difference here, and looks like the consistency is now on the Russian side. To be fair, there's just not many misses on either side, but looking good so far. We still have about 1/3 of the map left. Hopefully no one misses in the slow section, but it looks like...
No,
it's a trade, it's a trade.
Oh goodness, why did you say anything? That was luckily okay. The curse doesn't affect anyone too bad. They basically missed at the exact same time. Still around a 50k lead here to Russia. Everyone else building up well. Less than a quarter left to go. Finland definitely have the combos. If Russia slips up, which they do, Segmentum the first to fall. Nelly and Insomnia though still going strong. Kaguya does trade that miss. Russia building that lead back up once again. They just need to hold on for about
Segmentum.
10 more seconds. Oh, that's another miss.
Not anymore otherwise.
I don't think so. There's just not enough time. Nelly and Insomnia popping off. Going to round out this map with 2 FCs. No.
That was crazy.
Okay. That was insane. I'm sorry. That is an unbelievable curse. But regardless, Russia get the pick. Their pick in the end. They get the point. And they are looking a little scary now. They seem to have found their stride, found some consistency. And, still Finland's pick to seal it out.
Yep. No, that's good. They look like they're getting a bit more consistent as the match goes on. And Finland is finding a bit more misses. Not many still. But now I can see Russia coming back. They still have to win on the next finish pick and win their own pick if they want to go for the tiebreaker, which is gonna be a tall task, especially, I mean, not even especially on the finish pick, because the next Russian pick will also be very difficult for themselves. But this next one should be the most difficult one. Seeing what Finland wants to go for, I would say something like Nomad 2 would make sense. The technical nomads is really something that Finland likes in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I really would not be surprised to see something like that. I mean, we saw how they did on Nomad 3, and Nomad 2 is basically maybe like kind of a scaled down version of that Nomad 3. So, interested to see, of course, what they go for. The map pool has been limited quite a lot, but no, it's a complete complete turnaround from what we're saying. It's actually going to be Hidden 3, still a high AR pick, you can say, for Hidden, I think, at that 9.4, of course. But yeah, it's mechanics for Finland, which still does work out, I think.
It does, but it's still a surprising pick. It's not the first surprising pick, but HD is really the thing that I feel like Finland struggles with. Mostly because they kind of have an issue with their third player. But if they chose HD over something like Nomad 2, it's probably that they can play this well. This is not too difficult, even if you don't play HD. Usually the HD3s, yeah, such as this one, are the mechanical picks. But yeah, trying to wrap my head around this one, because I'm curious. I'm surprised by this pick.
It's definitely not the most expected pick, but hey, we get thrown curveballs all the time, and this is maybe another one of those. But you know, as I always say, clearly this is what they feel is their best shot in the end to still seal this match out. I mean, they have 2 more chances. They're on match point. They only just need 1 more. And if they reach tiebreak, Russia is going to have all that momentum because they'll have won the last 2 points. And Finland, I don't think really want to get to that stage. Of course, they still have the consistency, but regardless, I think it's going to be tough if they get there. But, you know, still 2 points to go if Russia want to make it. Let's see how Hidden 3 goes. Seems the rosters are finally in. A little bit of waiting there, but here we go.
Yeah, with this Kusunoivi and Neris coming into play, HD makes a lot of sense. 2 very strong HD players. And on the other side, just the expected roster, same as most maps. And let's see. If Russia can get past this pick from Finland, they are in a very good position to go for the tiebreaker.
Yep.
And I do think they have a good shot at this one.
Yeah, there's a high chance of this one being pretty close. No misses in the first 100 combo from any of the players. It's just a spinner difference here for Russia at the moment. Oh, was it a miss from like Vethi right at the start? I think there actually was. Which gave Russia that early lead, but that's going to hurt a lot more from Neris. And Nelly goes down too. That is a pretty nice lead early on here for Finland.
Yeah, because they're pretty much at 3 FCs, even if it's a bit less from VT. Let's see how they can hold in this trickier section. Neris is finding some misses. Jonsku is matching it, but still. Oh, Leno now is actually also finding a miss. There's no FC anymore on the Finnish side, but Kitsunaivi finding a break here is really bad for Russia.
Yep, losing that big combo, and now Finland climb back up to around 60k just before the break, and Nelly finds the drop. That is the opposite of what they wanted to see, and Finland really in the driver's seat. Now they just need to hold for a little over a quarter to seal this match away. They have the combo. Leno the first to drop, however, Russia cannot afford to drop any more. They need to hold these combos up until the end now, just to wait and see, will there be any more finished misses? And there are. Leno goes again, but they still need Vedi to find a miss as well as Jonsku at this point,
And
but it's
there is
Neris.
Kitchen
Oh, no.
Ivy! And this is just super rough for Russia because they now have 80k to recover from with no combo except on Nelly. And Kitchen Ivy finding misses again is not helping that. Jonsku and Leno though, but it was more than 100k. It's
not enough time.
just not enough. They have found many misses and recovered around 50k of score difference at the end, but it was not enough. And Finland ends up winning this one on their own pick, 6-3, to continue on to the winners bracket.
Yep, and Russia dropped down to the losers in the end, but a valiant effort here. I think Finland just came out surpassing, they're a fantastic team, but honestly surpassing expectations a little, you have to say. They played phenomenally, just so consistent throughout the entire match, and very deserved winners here against Russia. In the end, they move forward to the semi-finals in the winners bracket, most likely to face the match that we're going to switch to. Where are we? Oh no, we're not going to switch to. Actually, it's on OSU Live 2, I believe. Argentina versus Poland. So the winner of that will face Finland in the semi-finals, and well, we're going to have a quick little swap over now, I believe, to watch the USA up against Japan.
Yep, the match is already started, but we will be switching to it in a couple seconds. So thanks for watching this one, and we'll switch casters, so see you guys.
Bye.
And we are back with yet another match. Just a quick break there, folks, as we get the stream set up here for United States versus Japan. We are going to come a little in about midway through this match. We had some overlaps this morning on the bracket, but US versus Japan underway. Currently 3-0 in favor of the United States. We have gone through the whole pick and ban phase with that. Mixed Mod 1 banned out by the United States earlier, and No Mod 4 banned out by Japan. Just to give you all a quick look at what we are on here. It's going to be the Hard Rock right now, up Hard Rock 2, that we're going to see for our map on the side of the USA as we join them partway through. I am Chiliaper, one of your casters. We'll be joined once again by Doland, and we're going to see if Japan can pull this one back.
Hello, hello. Yes, indeed. Coming into the fourth map here. It's been pretty rough for Japan, though they've kept it respectable throughout the opening maps here. The first two maps were only lost by about 75k each, which is not bad for Japan, but it's been the consistency for the United States so far. Lexi taking hidden, no surprise here as we get into the precision Hard Rock pick on Hard Rock 2. The US leading into this. Japan going into Hard Rock 1 earlier on. Or my bad, the Americans going into Hard Rock 1 for their first pick and electing to keep it in the Hard Rock department.
It's a good pick for them right now, and that's sort of the kicker for this match that we're looking at, is that Japan has gone double hidden, and because we are on 3-0 with the US's pick, that means that this is a double breakpoint match, and albeit It's by a minuscule margin here, Dolan. That is 183k for the United States on Hidden 2, which is not too big, but the US only winning their pick by 75k, and Japan winning theirs, losing theirs by only 72k, and
Big
they're
misses.
looking for huge misses on this pick now, so this could go anywhere.
Yeah, things were actually looking good for Japan there, but unfortunately in those flurry of trades, Hiroshiki and Salarabi going down with Lexi, favoring the Americans as Sekra recovers, putting them in front by 30k. It's only Molkus and DeCreeper to hold down the full combos.
Strong stuff from the United States holding DeCreeper, and Molkus matching means that this is going nowhere for Japan really fast, and Hiroshiki finding another break is going to kick over more of this score. This is sort of the US's game on the Hard Rock. Japan, they were looking strong on the Hidden earlier, trying to avoid this area, and the US is proving exactly why most teams don't pick this willingly into them, as even into the quarterfinals weekend, they're still looking strong, they're still putting up the full combo. Sekre with an unfortunate early break, Lexi with a beautiful recovery as well, and Japan just finding a little worse of a time as Molkus drops.
Everybody actually hitting those hyper droplets there right before that short little spinner, but Lexi going to be going down right after, as well as Sekre going to allow Japan a chance back into it here. And Japan coming off of a beautiful, clinical performance on the round of 16 pool last weekend. Many would argue that they were one of, if not the very best team that weekend. But unfortunately here, you can see they are getting scaled a little bit out in this quarterfinals pool. But the Americans are providing consistent misses here of Chile or pair. DeCreeper going down, it's a full team reset. And Molkus and Salarabi are building.
40k, it's going to continue going down. The US finds one more break in this consistency. They're going to continue losing it as Lexi finds another break. The score goes over ever so slowly. And as more players on the side of Japan get over the combo cap, it's going to be gain. It's Molkus and Salarabi above right now, and nobody on the US. Sekre finally goes. It's going to be the spinner at the ending. Is it possible for Japan to spin?
Are you kidding?
Oh
Japan,
my goodness.
7,000 points. They're going to come up just short. The Americans were crumbling, but unfortunately for Japan, they held on just a little too long.
What do you do if you're Japan there? You find the early breaks, you recover in the second section, but the United States holds on for just too long. That play on Creeper really doing some work there. Highest score in the lobby, over 900k. Molkus just barely behind, but I mean, the difference of this map is on those two top players there. It's Molkus versus Creeper, and him being able to hold for a bit longer, hold that better accuracy, is giving them that slight advantage over on the team side there, and that's the US to go up 4-0 on Japan now in a match that, from what I heard from a couple of US players, they were maybe a bit worried about today, so they must be really happy with the current result and putting Japan back fairly early as they go for Mixed Mod 2.
Oh yeah, they're definitely concerned because they knew that this was going to be their first major test. They had to face Sweden, probably one of the most deadly teams in the tournament, aside from Japan on a round of 16 pool. They were able to take 3 points off the United States. But Japan, unfortunately, I think, in this quarterfinals pool, have just been scaled a little too much out of it. You know, the difficulty is starting to affect them somewhat in terms of their consistency. And for the United States, when you have Sekre, DeCreeper, and Lexi, the 3 defending, reigning world champions, you need perfection, unfortunately. And the Americans are underperforming today. With the exception of the second map, I would say the Americans have somewhat underperformed, not a crazy amount, but it definitely has not been as dominant as we would have expected out of this US roster. Their performance on Hidden 2, it wasn't bad. It wasn't, you know, great, but it wasn't bad by any means. It was a solid score. 2.67 million points there is pretty decent on Hidden 2. But again, you know they're capable of more, right? And that's the thing, against this Japanese roster that looked so deadly last weekend, that's why the Americans were concerned coming into this match, that they look so consistent, Chillier, and consistency and momentum is very dangerous, as I'm sure you understand as a veteran player yourself.
That is, and it should be noted that the United States should be a little on edge with Japan still right now. It is a 4-0 lead, so this is quite the comfortable spot to be in. and Japan is going to have to fight their way back. But on a couple of these points, it has not been the largest of margins. One of Japan's picks went completely the way of the United States. The other one only by about 70k, which is fairly doable over the course of, you know, a 2.5 to 3 minute map. Likewise with the United States' first pick on the board was also only about 70k in their favor, which is not what you want to see from your early maps, meaning that there is still some variability left in the pool for Japan. There is going to be areas in which they can claw score back. They're going to be able to push the United States to give a little bit extra over what we've seen on some of these other maps. And as we go into this Mixed Mod 2, one of our originals from 4Key World Cup last year, we start to maybe get one of those maps that Japan could find an avenue in on. The United States, while they have great mod players here, that's sort of where the difficulty is going to lie in this Mixed Mod 2. This is the same thing we talked about last week. It's the reading test with Hidden, it's the precision test with HR, the rhythm variety of this map, of course, as you all may be aware on a Nawashi song, is as complex as ever, which leads to having tricky patterns, spacings, things that are easy to miss on. And that's maybe what Japan is going to try and count on right now, is that the United States is maybe not having the best day ever. Maybe that they do struggle on some of those maps that are a little bit more technically difficult. And now they're going to try and maybe claw back some of this score to get a few points on the board. You know, they only need 2. They only need 2 breakpoints back.
The only problem I see with this strategy is although Sakurai's been struggling somewhat on a few of the Hard Rock picks, you know, Lexi just absolutely dominated the Hidden 2 pick. Was the top scorer by a mile. One missed it. 99.70% accuracy. And putting Lexi back on low AR Hidden, that's going to be a tough battle to win. Although Molkus might be able to defeat Sakurai in the Hard Rock department, you're then counting on Sawarabi to defeat Creeper in the No Mod department, which, again, it's a gamble. This is a gamble. It's doable, but I don't know, Chillier. It's a gamble for sure.
I respect the gamble called. DeCreeper has been playing exceptionally well today, one of the standout players in the maps that we've seen thus far, and I think we've seen that in a lot of the earlier weekends. The consistency on Creeper has always been his biggest strength, and as Sakurai finds the first break on the Hard Rock, well, that Molkus 1v1 is starting to look a little bit better with the Hard Rock, as that's an immediate 20,000 score lead for Japan that they're going to want to keep for as long as possible here. As long as Hiroshiki and Sawarabi continue holding combo, this is going to be the advantage for them. Accuracies aside will not make up for the difference of a dropped combo, but it is combo dense in this Mixed Mod 2. So Sakurai already back over. We're already going to stay even as he finds another break, and these technical patterns starting to catch him off pretty badly.
I am very impressed with this Japanese roster right now. Very impressed. I almost don't even want to say names to avoid cursing, but this is exactly what they were planning on right now. But we're getting into the back half of this technical map here, and I'm looking at the hidden players, right? And there goes Hiroshiki, right as I say that. Lexi holding on still, and that is going to pull that score margin back towards center here. Japan still very much in the driver's seat so long as Hiroshiki can recover. They should still be fine, but this is going to get close once again.
It's going to be down to about 20k as long as nobody else finds a break here. Hiroshiki's going to go back to that 200 combo cap, and everything is going to sort of screech to a halt then. And there it is. So we're going to sit around that 30k range just from that second break from Sakurai. You're going to make the difference here. So it's 1 miss to 2 right now. And we are in a low intensity section into this final difficult bit here, this piano solo. More rhythm switches, more quick snaps. We're not seeing breaks from anyone, but a single miss from either side could seal the deal. Molkus to drop the Hard Rock, and that's going to be the score skyrocketing back to the United States. We have combo density here.
Is there enough time?
Is there enough time? I think there is, Molkus, in this
ending. No, there's not!
I don't think there is. Oh, no! It's the spinner!
Japan get revenge. They lose 1 by 7k, and now they'll take 1 by 7k. Double S from Lexi. Wow, Sakurai just 1 miss too many, unfortunately. 4 misses out of him. A combined 3 from Japan. Almost able to flip it back just due to the timing of those misses, but denied the sweep. Point on the board for Japan.
That is the same thing we just saw flipped on their heads. The United States finally let a point slip away, and for Japan, it's on their own pick, which can be the start of the building of momentum. Now, the question is, are they able to continue it as the United States now makes use of this untouched double time pool? In previous weeks, we've talked about how scary they are across the board on DT, and you do not want to be on the receiving end of that beating when they finally start picking in to the double time pool. And starting off with the DT1, the United States maybe going to be easing into this one a little bit. It's a consistency pick, and that's the name of the game for DT. They've looked good as a roster, they found it, but Japan on that last mixed mod, despite how technically difficult it was, despite how mod favored it was, the consistency actually reigning true for that roster. Better overall holds, as Creeper and Lexi are looking strong today, but we're going to need to see a third come out for the United States to continue holding against Japan, who are very clearly right behind them.
I mean, the United States still are aware that they have the overwhelming advantage still remaining in the matchup, right? The only issue for the Americans that I see moving forward, you know, assuming that they are able to get these last 2 points against Japan here, is they're relying a lot on Sekre, Creeper, and Lexi as a trio, which is very effective. It's gotten them far. It's one of, if not the best trios in the tournament outside of the Argentinian roster this year. But we're going to need to see what these other players can do. And unfortunately, we missed Elux's performance in the first half of the match on that hidden 2 pick. Came in, dropped a nice 858,000 score. But we're going to also need to see Yeater in the 47th, who I believe has been unavailable for the first 2 weeks of the tournament. I believe they are back now. So we'll have to see what the Americans have in their back pocket awaiting on the bench. But we know they have some specialists in tow.
They do. I've been told that they're maybe not using some of those players until later stages in the tournament as well, but Yeater back in would be nice to see. As US sort of tends to fall into this cycle of just running the trio for a lot of maps, which I think is great, and if it works for them early, then it works for them, but sometimes cycling in new players is worth it, but they're not here, so there we go. There's the answer.
There's the answer.
I knew 47th wasn't going to be in the picture for the United States until a very late round of the tournament, and Yeater was like sort of here early and played pretty well in that round of 32 matchup for the United States, but has since been gone as we lose Lexi early, possibly an abort as they leave.
Likely an abort. We also want to welcome those of you over from the B stream who have just joined us on that raid. Argentina getting the 6-0 victory over Poland in very dominant fashion, looking absolutely surgical. And they will be advancing to the semifinals to face Finland. The 2 and 3 seed going to clash. That should be a beautiful match next week. But over here, we're still trying to decide Italy's opponent next weekend. The Americans with a 4-1 advantage. Japan just now able to get a clutch 7K victory on that mixed mod pick to get their first point on the board.
7K, not that big, but a win is a win if you're Japan, and the momentum shift can start now, but you and I talked about this already, and for those just getting here, if you know what the United States is capable of on DT alone, given that it's their pick and the consistency of this roster, Japan is going to need to have something special come out in order to win this one. Now, we have seen a couple of extraneous breaks from the United States today, which may give Japan some more concessions than they would usually be offered on a faster pick like this. It remains to be seen that Japan needs 2 breakpoints in order to bring this match back to even and back to the possibility of them even bringing it to the tiebreaker or match point to force it. And it goes through one of the strongest skill sets from the United States now.
In the double time, here we go. Rosters the same for both sides. An early miss comes out from Sekre at the top of your screen, as well as Molkus, who found one shortly before. So they'll be traded.
Nothing major for either side. We're looking for an extra break from Japan, though, unfortunately, is going to be the side that you don't want to see it on. Hiroshiki finding a break, and that's that preference hidden player on the double time trying to match up with Lexi, who is sort of a force to be reckoned with in this match today. The SS is coming across the board, does finally miss a droplet as I say that, so gonna lose the SS, but unfortunately in that same time, Hiroshiki loses their combo, as does Molkus. And that's a second break for Molkus, a second one for Hiroshiki with a singular miss from Sekre. And this is looking all too bright for the United States. 80k is not irrecoverable, but with Hiroshiki finding another unanswered miss and this double FC holding for the United States, it's really just on Creeper and Lexi to hold. Sawarabi can't do anything by themselves, and this lead is going to continue and increase. You want Secret to keep breaking right now, in fact. You would rather he keep missing, because that is just the same player over and over finding the drops, who is already below the combo cap, while Japan continues to lose multiple players across the board here.
But unfortunately for Japan, it's the Creeper and Lexi. It's a timeless tradition in Catch the Beat. Say it with me now, the Creeper DT.
What do you do?
Of course, I probably just cursed him, but
let's see it. Make it close, everyone. Let's see Creeper find the first miss on a double time like ever in this tournament, but it's Hiroshiki again, and I think that's just going to push the score lead far out of reach. It's 112k. Each player has approximately 140k left, and unless we see a meltdown from the United States on both Creeper and Lexi right now, there's just not going to be enough time as Sawarabi drops that one FC for Japan, leaving Molkus to stand alone against the trio here. Lexi and Creeper to bring it in, both with one droplet missed each.
Double.
I believe maybe two.
Oh, combo.
Oi.
It is going to be the Creeper. No, they tied. They tied. Exact tie, one droplet miss apiece. Rip the double S's. But it's a beautiful team score here for the Americans, just shy of 3 million points. And apparently Sekre has lost a keycap.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. Wait, and still got... Wait, it still got 950K?
950. Still got 950.
That poor finger.
It's possible. It's possible. I believe it, actually. I used to have someone I knew that would not be able to play Osu late because of the loudness of their keyboard. So we played through an entire tournament one time with them with no keycaps. The entire time. It's possible, folks.
I mean,
Zikri is just bringing back old meta. He's just bringing back old meta.
If you train for it, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But like in the middle of a map, just for your keycap to go Bakushan explosion on you, like that's gonna damage your knuckle or something. That's crazy.
Keycap exploded. How does this happen? It flew off? I'm so intrigued as to how the keycap flies off. I'm imagining those videos of like people slamming their desks and their keycaps popping off like they were just sitting on the table, like popcorn coming out of the pot.
We need some more durable keycaps, folks. We need a sponsor ban or something, bro. This is getting bad.
Secret, I'll send you a bottle of Gorilla Glue to keep your keycaps on or something. I don't know. I gotta keep that stuff on there. Oh, and as Japan goes for one more in the Nomad 1 now, the United States sits at match point on the back of a secret keycapless 950k. And Japan looking for just one more, keep getting as many points as possible. This is bragging rights at this point. The United States very clearly on a roll. They are having a great match aside from a couple of misses and a couple of unfortunate scenarios. Japan has played very well. They lost a couple of unfortunate points by small margins, and they are on track to potentially get to, which is not quite as many as Sweden got in the round of 16 versus the United States, but Sweden was having some special day that day because they were playing out of their minds in that match. I remember triple FCs in the round of 16, and I was like stunned.
I'm sorry, Molkus just hit everybody with the most out-of-pocket thing right before the map got started. Yeah. For those who saw that, that was great.
We love Molkus. We love Molkus. Well, let's see if the vibing in chat starts to make Molkus rock these FCs out right now. Japan gonna need it. Nomad 1.
And there goes Sekre's keycap again.
Keycap still gone. Sekre, you have to put it back on.
Firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp. The United States with the first break is going to give some concessions to Japan early here, albeit not that much, as this is a long pick, of course, being in the Nomad 1, and anything helps if you're Japan's side right now. Any concession of score is what you are looking for early on as we start to approach the first TI here.
Yeah, but it's the classic strategy with Nomad 1 being the lower seeded team, you know, it's the Gamba. And so far it's working, a 1 miss advantage. But again, this is quite a lengthy Nomad 1. That's the one thing to note here, just over 4 minutes. Heavy consistency test here. Most of these patterns pretty standard.
Well, the name of the game right now, and it's kind of funny that we're like seeing this matchup and we go, oh, this is a high seed versus a low seed, but we're at the point in the tournament where we are both looking at teams that are in the top 8 of this tournament right now. These are 2 of our top quarter of teams playing throughout, and with a score margin of 742 through the spinner, Japan could all but pull this back if there is no misses for the remainder of the map. The score is going to continue flickering back and forth as they match each other, and this could be a spinner difference on this map towards the ending if we don't see any other major breaks from the sides here. I'll hit that quick hyper dash into the pause, and it's 2 double S's.
Don't you do the thing, game. You better not do the number. Stop it. That score difference is getting dangerously close to a certain number.
That spinner was not nearly long enough to make a difference in that score as well, so this is going to continue sitting at this difference, flickering back and forth between the two here. It's basically just on the difference of when it's calculating the score. There is nothing to help either of these teams. God cannot save you now, US and Japan. What are you going to do with the remaining half of this pick? One more build up into the Ki, and this is going to be the section that matters for Smoking. This is up. Oh, and Rizzo too! Japan falls apart! Oh no!
Mayday, mayday, mayday for Japan. This is not what you need to see, and now they need to see a double miss untraded out of the Americans into the back half of this map.
Some major struggles in that build-up for Japan into the Ki. It's not going to make too much of a difference as we try and get the United States to find some breaks here. Quick, let's start talking about them all the time. U.S. I don't know how to say. I don't. Sekre, you are manually breathing. You are manually breathing right now. You need to yawn immediately. I don't know what to do. They still have a double S on the bottom. Why are we focusing on Secret? Why are we focusing on him?
It doesn't work when you try. But unfortunately for Japan, they're doing well. They're recovering. They're comboing, but the Americans are providing nothing. Still 3-way full combos. They need to see something. They're down 2 misses.
At Secret's keycap.
Untraded double miss.
At Secret's keycap, I need a favor. I need a favor.
Can we get the other one? Can we get the other one, please?
Right now. Ooh, Creeper, your mouse is running out of battery and you need to plug it in right now. Ooh. Nothing. This is insane. The United States, aside of the memes and aside of what Japan is doing right now, are putting on an absolute clinic for this Nomad 1 right now. Lexi and Creeper, double S down on the bottom. Creeper, like, holding unbelievable consistency in this match alongside Lexi and Secret with just the 1 miss at the top. Are we actually going to finish this out at the end? We are. Triple 2K plus combo with an early break as both teams finish with a 3 million plus team score. Unbelievable 3v3 there, but Japan coming up just short on the extra set of breaks. A double S choke from Molkis. And Secret and Rindo, Secret just barely outperforming Rindo down on the bottom as Japan falls 6-1.
And let the record show that caster cursing does not work when you try it.
No, it doesn't at all.
There we go. This is clear, conclusive evidence. You could submit this into the OS archives. Let this be studied by any future caster we train. What a match.
Goodness.
Unfortunately for Japan, that a couple of the first maps and that other 7K difference didn't go their way. They definitely could have taken a few other points, but overall, it was the United States with Sekre to Creeper and Lexi. Elux getting in on the fun 2 on Hidden 2 as well, delivering a dub for the United States. And now we have our semifinals, the top 4 teams all advancing. United States set to take on Italy. Argentina set to take on Finland, actually, not all the top seeds, my bad, I forgot that was an upset. Finland played so well, I forgot they were the 6th seed.
They're really
That's how
really,
good they
really
were.
good. They've been crazy. They've been crazy this year. Unbelievable stuff from them, and the winners bracket is starting to fall apart with them here alone as the 3rd seed gets knocked down from the winners bracket. So that leaves us, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, to 1, 2, 6, 4. Finland with the major upset. And the United States continues to be that clinically pointed team in a 6-1 victory that looks quite convincing against the Japanese roster that put Chile to bed last week. And now they fight Italy, who also looked equally strong against France this week. A 4th, 5th seed matchup. You expect that to be close, not end in a 6-1 finish where Italy is sort of running with it the entire time, especially with how good France's roster has looked this year. So unbelievable match.
I do believe that France was missing one of their key players into Tobis, I believe, for that
Oh,
match.
no!
But, I mean, but still, you know, a dominant scoreline, exactly what you would expect Italy to do. You know, a lot of those matches that get overlooked are the matches where the stronger team is supposed to win in dominant fashion, you know? And when they do, it's kind of just overlooked as that's supposed to happen. That's exactly what you need to do, though, in terms of building momentum towards a big match. And now Italy will get the Americans next week, so they have some momentum. So do the Americans. It's all coming to a head next weekend, but we've still got 3 lower bracket matches left to go. We've got 3 more spots left in the top 12 to hand out. Chile, Sweden, gotta go at it for the next slot in an hour from now.
It's a few left to go, all the way through 18 UTC. Starting in an hour, we'll have that block of matches lined up for you all as we prepare ourselves for semi-finals weekend already, with the Map Pool Showcase taking place at 19 UTC following that final match. You're not going to want to miss it. About an hour and 4 minutes from now. I've been Chili Repair, joined by Dolan once again this morning. We're going to take a quick break for you all. Make sure you go check out, buy some banners, support your favorite teams, still up on the store. You can support all of the teams if you would like. Still, if you predict the correct team to win the tournament, you'll get to keep the banner all year until the next Catch World Cup in 2026. But that's all from us for now, folks. We'll catch you in just an hour with Chile, Sweden. Don't go anywhere.
He said catch ya. Get it?
Alright, welcome back everyone to the US Catch World Cup 2025. We're here on Ocean Life 2 for a winner bracket matchup against Argentina and Poland. Seed number 2 facing off versus seed number 10. The number 2 and number 3 from last year, so 2 podium candidates definitely. My name is Elskefe, I'm joined by Hypno. Welcome Hypno, how are you?
Hello, Elskefe. I'm doing really good today. Really excited about these matches. How are you today?
Same. I'm a bit nervous for later on today for my match, but these couple of winner bracket matches are always just a treat to watch, especially in the quarterfinals where the seeds are getting relatively close to each other. Poland being the lowest seeded team in the winners bracket still left, but don't be fooled because they knocked down seed number 7 last week in dominant fashion, really. On the other hand, Argentina is just pretty much a contender to win it all this year. They are looking really, really solid, have the scaling as well on their end, so it's a rough match for Poland, but the quarterfinals map pool isn't hard enough for them to get outscaled, I assume, so we're gonna be probably be in for a treat here.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those matches that when you get into it, like at first glance, you might think, oh, this should be definitely an easier match for Argentina, but especially looking at the Poland's match from last week, this should not be that free at all. There's definitely something to worry about for Argentina here, so should be a very exciting match.
Definitely. The thing is with Argentina, they've been pretty much cruising through the entire tournament. This could be their first major challenge, in my opinion. The 10th seed Poland looking relatively solid. From now on, Argentina's not going to have any easier, not have any easier matches left, I think, in the tournament. Starting with this one. As we're getting into the bans and the picks here, Poland taking out Hidden 3, so the AR 9.4 Hidden being banned away by Team Poland. Also choosing to go for second pick. It's something I've been seeing more lately, where teams are deciding to go for second pick rather than first pick. Just probably getting away from the nervous. Sorry, go ahead.
It's one of those things that, like, when I play tournaments, at least 1v1, I prefer picking second personally. Because and this is just a personal thing for me, it removes the pressure of having to perform on your first map. But obviously these teams, they're doing it for a reason. They discuss this with their team. As we see Argentina getting rid of that Hidden 2, so not going to see much Hidden today.
Exactly, Hidden 2 getting taken away, Air 8. Really hard map, probably the hardest map in the map pool, so a bit of a surprise to see Argentina banning that because they're the higher seed, right? But they might just throw a little bit more in the lower AR Hidden. On the other hand, Nomad 2 getting picked here by Team Argentina. Poland's originally a relatively good Nomad team, I would argue. They've been performing relatively well in that bracket, so picking it into Nomad is, well, could turn out right or wrong. We'll have to see that in about a couple of minutes from here, but still a risky pick in my opinion.
I would be inclined to agree. Now, there aren't that many quote-unquote free picks against a team like Poland, but definitely something like Nomad 2. You feel like Poland will definitely be able to field a roster that can play this quite well, so definitely an interesting choice at the very least. And this is a map that I haven't seen be picked much this round, so gonna be fun to see the players playing this actually.
Yeah, exactly. We have seen, well, it was played I believe yesterday in Peru vs UK. It was picked where we saw quite a few misses actually, which is a bit uncharacteristic for the Nomad pool in the lower rounds, right? In the earlier rounds of the tournament. But as we've seen as of late, that the map pools have decided to just up the difficulty for Nomad 1 and Nomad 2, which in my opinion is definitely a good thing, especially in the quarterfinals. And, well, it will probably not be an FC fest like it used to be in previous years. It's definitely a relatively hard map with some very awkward patterning where you have to, well, stand still and then get into some snappy patterns as well in the middle. So, yeah, it's a hard map.
definitely a hard map. It's way beyond my skill level for sure, at least. So I'm just very impressed when people can even remotely play maps like this. But yeah, the good lucks have funs coming out in the chat. Narcs, Story, and Sargonza for Argentina, not at all a surprising lineup. And Madsen, Mowers, and Blue Vaporous for Poland.
Yeah, really solid routes coming out from both ends. Team Poland's opting to not field Bobber, not field Jacobon, who used to be Bobber definitely used to play this, but they've decided to go for some of the newer players on their roster. But Blue Vapors in particular, I think he's going to have a field trip on something like this. He's really good at something like this. Same with Narcs, really, I believe. Some of these newer players definitely like the new patterning more, because this is a really, well, I would say new generation of who's cash maps. This is one of those.
Absolutely. And of course, this map starts out not very difficult, so no misses yet, but we'll pick up quite soon.
I think Mao's in a really early drop, it's like the 5th node or something. That's giving Argentina like a 3,000 points gap, but that shouldn't matter. Getting into the hardest sections here. Everyone hitting those back and forth and still completely even across the board, really.
Yeah, beyond that very early miss from ours, not much separating them here. As we are already approaching the second third of the map. Actually, Madsen
finds the first drop. Blue Vapors as well. 2 drops on the Polish side, still 3 double S's on Team Argentina. Does paint the picture why they want to go for this Nomad 2. This is the hardest section I was talking about a little bit earlier, and everyone's pretty much hitting it right. The misses were before this section. Really impressed. First drop coming out from Argentina for Story here, but traded by Mowers. Blue Vapors, Narcs also dropping Sorganza and Madsen. Both tied above 200 combos, so well, combo is pretty much tied here, and that's giving Argentina about an 80,000 score gap here into the break.
Yeah, the players are gonna see that see the score advantage on the side of Argentina and the combo from Sargonza, and yeah, the lead is just increasing here as we are approaching the last PI of the map, and this seems to have been a very good pick for Argentina in the end.
Yeah, definitely. One more drop coming out from Blue Vapors. Team Poland has to start holding on to the combos, and they're not being able to do that right. Madsen finding another drop. If we're looking at the other side of the board here, Sargonza still holding on to the double S here. 4-digit combo. Story and Narcs on a 1-miss run right now. Really solid performance coming out from Argentina. Made it a 2-miss for Story though, but that is a 200,000 score gap here for Team Argentina, mostly on the back of Sargonza and Narcs with the FC and the 1-miss run right now. So really impressive scores here coming from Argentina. 2.9 million team score as well. That is just pretty much unbeatable for many teams in this left in this tournament.
Yeah, that double S from Sargonza is very, very impressive. And just good team score overall from Argentina, as you said. But shout out to Mowers with that 962k. Very impressive score from them as well.
Yeah, definitely. A bit more of a struggle for Blue Vapors, apparently. But that's the thing as well. This is the type of map where as soon as you start struggling, it just kind of feels like you don't stop struggling with it. So it could just be one of those runs. It's really hard to be consistent at as well, in my opinion.
For sure. And it is time for Poland to pick. What direction do you think they might go in here?
Yeah, being low to seed team, Hypno, I would kind of suggest to go for something like Nomad 1. But then again, you lost to Nomad 2 now, so maybe that's not the right way. But maybe the Hard Rock 1, I think Hard Rock should be a really good map for them. Hard Rock should be a good map for them as well, but it's going to be Hard Rock 2 instead. I kind of like this as well. I think it's a bit shorter in comparison to the Hard Rock 1, maybe a little bit harder as well, but it's not really that much of a consistency test. And if you're looking at the Argentinian team, they are, well, very, very consistent. So maybe the Hard Rock 3 might have been a better option to begin with, even.
Yeah, I completely agree with your analysis here. I actually also like this pick quite a bit. It is, while not a consistency map, it is definitely, at least from the players I've spoken to, this map, if you can play Hard Rock, is not super uncomfortable to play. It plays quite well, so makes sense Poland have a potential very good Hard Rock roster if those players are available.
Yeah, definitely. But if you're then looking at the Argentinian side, you just have Sargonza coming on the back of that double S and being a phenomenal player. Story as well, I believe Story and Sargonza are like, what, top 10 in the world right now? Top 15, something like that? Not up to date with the PP leaderboards, but those guys are just really, really solid players, and they're turning into really solid tournament players as well, right? They were part of that roster. They got second place last year in the US Catch World Cup. Nars coming back, also proving their worth right now.
Yeah, and it's both Story and Sargonza are top 8, and Narcs is top 30. So that entire side of Argentina is it's a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Yeah, definitely. As we see the 3 same players coming out for Team Poland here, it looks like so Maurus, Madsen, and Blue Vapors. Bit of a surprise here. I think I would have kind of expected Jacobon, for example, to be here. Definitely known for his hard work and his double time.
Yeah, I would agree. A little bit surprised to see the exact same lineup from last map, but they are putting their faith in these players for a reason, so gonna have to see how that faith pays out.
Exactly. It's your first pick, Hypno. Most of the times the first pick should be your best pick, right? You're not saving it. Well, you could save it for like a second pick or a third pick, but if you're playing as a team like Argentina, I think that's a risk you do not want to take. So,
yeah,
hard rock 3 here. Poland is feeling good on this, or at least we assume that. And we'll see what they can do here, trying to tie things up at a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, it's another short map, so not much room for error. And we are now underway.
Yeah, the beginning section of this map is a little bit slower. It could catch some people off guard. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case, but it picks up relatively soon.
Yeah, slow sections with hard rock are notoriously scary in Osu Catch. But yeah, picking up a little bit here. People still holding on, not really being caught out just yet.
Yeah, Story choosing that hidden with the hard rock. Obviously known for his hidden, but the only place to do so in the entire lobby here. As you go into the first KI section here, everyone above 200 combo. Pretty much static across the entire board here.
Yeah, right now it seems to be an accuracy difference. And Story's going to be the first one to miss, so that's going to give the advantage to Poland.
Yeah, really solid performance coming out from the Polish players here. Blue Vapor's going to be trading one of those misses though, but that should still tie things up quite nicely. 2 FCs on each team here.
Yeah, and Madsen though is going to lose one of those FCs, and the lead is suddenly with Argentina again.
Yeah, Sargonza still holding on to another double S right now. Same with Narcs. Maurus did an accuracy drop, but still holding on to the full combo. 1 miss advantage only for Team Argentina. Make that 2 misses though. Blue Vapor's finding a second drop of this hard rock 3, and that's going to increase that difference for Team Argentina, fully capitalizing everyone above 200 combo right now.
Yeah, and it's looking good for Argentina this match. They're not here to play, in a figurative sense, of course.
Yeah,
but yeah, they are playing a video game, in fact. But Blue Vapor's back up to the 200 combos. Maurus is going to lose that combo.
And another drop coming out from Blue Vapors as well here. And look at the Argentinian side, just a single miss from Story. Barely giving Poland anything to work with here. Sargonza going for the back-to-back double S's right now. This is incredible from Argentina. They're absolutely destroying this first pick from Team Poland. And that's a complete morale killer as well. If you look at the Polish side, Madsen, I think he's on a mongoose run right now. Maurus and Blue Vapors also with decent runs, but they're just not able to match the Argentinian side. 2.97 million. This is a crazy team score from Team Argentina here.
That's an insane team score coming out from Argentina here. And Sargonza unfortunately going to lose a double S towards the end, but I mean, back-to-back FCs from Sargonza. And Narcs matching that as well. What an impressive performance.
Yeah, really impressive here. Droplet miss coming out from Sargonza though, so that's 1 minus point here, but really solid performance. They're just absolutely crushing it right now. And this is really good for Team Argentina, getting that first break point on your opponent's first pick. If you're looking at the Polish side with Madsen, also a singular miss, right? Maurus pretty much also a 1 miss run, but having 5 clustered misses. Those are really good scores as well, but just not able to match the insane team score coming out from Argentina. And if you look at the pool right now, Hypno, well, I think we can both agree that there's just many good maps with Team Argentina, but if you had to guess, which one would you go for here?
I am curious because the Nomad 2 pick to start off was a surprise, so it's gonna be hard to try and predict where they'll go. It wouldn't surprise me though if we see them going back into the Hard Rock pool here. Maybe something like the Hard Rock 2. But it's going to be Hard Rock 1, so they're going to go with the more comfortable Hard Rock pick here.
Yep. I really like this. If you have two players of seeing Hard Rock 3 and a 1 miss run, then Hard Rock 1 is going to feel even better for them, I think. It's a bit easier map, a bit more comfortable. It's mostly consistency testing, but as we can see, until now, they've been really, really consistent. So a great pick coming out from Team Argentina here.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, what you're saying is perfectly accurate here. The double FC and the 1 miss, of course you're going to want to go for a Hard Rock consistency. You are already showing that, yeah, you're here to win. And a map like this is definitely something to do that on.
Definitely. Curious to see what Poland is going to try to figure out here for the Hard Rock 1. I would assume some other players are coming in. I see Bobber of Darks already in the lobby. Maybe Jacobon can come in. Madsen had also a really good run on the Hard Rock 3 though, so maybe they're going to keep Madsen in for the Hard Rock 1 as well.
Yeah. Definitely curious to see who it's going to end up being. But yeah, Bobber, as you were talking about, back, or rather in for this match now, making their debut today. And I think that makes sense. Bobber is a very, very well-known Hard Rock player.
Yeah, a bit of a veteran player, really. Been playing for many, many years by now, so if there's one person on the Polish side that should be relatively consistent, and I think Bobber is the player to go for here.
Yeah. And beyond that, it's going to be Malwars and Madsen staying in Malwars. Also having played a few years now in Madsen, last year being considered by many to be one of the best new players. So very exciting team there. And it's going to be the same lineup for Argentina. No surprises there.
Yeah, I believe Madsen was voted to be Rookie of the Year last year, with his really good performance, getting with the Polish team until the grand finals, even getting third.
Yeah.
The only one
very
pretty
impressive.
much.
Was
Yeah,
very
definitely
impressive last year, and it's been very good this year as well, as we are now underway. And Malwars is going to be the first one to miss.
Initial drop coming out from Mauers. This map is 2000 combo in length, so there's still plenty of room for both teams to find drops. But then again, the Argentinian team only had a single drop last map, right? So you're kind of fearing what are you going to do with this Hard Rock 1 here. But it's going to be a drop coming out from Narcs, so no FC coming out from Narcs. That's going to give the Polish side the advantage, actually. They have the combo advantage, and it's going to be the score advantage as well here.
Yeah. Mauer Smith, of course, coming out before that 200 combo mark, and Narcs coming after. It's going to give the advantage to Poland. But beyond that, Narcs is back up to that 200 combo, and the score lead is there for Poland, but very small, as Bober's going to find a miss, and that's going to give it back to Argentina.
Yeah, exactly. 2 FCs still come out from Argentina. Sergan's story on the bottom side. Together with Mauers, 3 FCs left in the lobby here. I mean, Madsen rather, my apologies. 16,000 points is not that much here for Team Argentina. Singular miss, and it flips back into Polish favor.
Yeah, Poland doesn't need to see many misses come out for Argentina, but right now, Story and Serganza are not budging. Narcs as well, having found their footing. So, as we enter the second half of the map here in this definitely more intense stream section.
Definitely. Oh, double miss coming out from the Polish side. Mauers and Bubber of Darkness finding their second breaks of this map. Madsen as well, complete team down. And that's Cobra is going to load up. He's going to go immediately into Argentina's favor. He's getting redder with the second here. Serganza's story with the 4-digit combos with the FCs. The double S's. Narcs also with a 4-digit combo right now. Bobber finding another break here. It's pretty much no combo. Well, there is combo now on Mauers and Madsen to match, but the damage has been done here. 85,000 points in favor of Team Argentina here.
Yeah, now of course the map isn't over by any means, but Argentina are looking so good on this. Serganza again with that double S.
Yeah, it's just a singular miss again from Narcs. They just have one singular drop on Hard Rock 3. Currently a singular drop on the Hard Rock 1 as well. It's a good team score coming out from Poland, but they're just not given an inch by Team Argentina here. This is a crazy team performance once again.
Yeah, Poland with these scores, Poland, as Bower's going to find another miss, Poland would have beaten most teams with a score with a team score like this. But Argentina, I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, there's not much you can do here. I think Serganza, Narc's going to be finding a second breaker, but Serganza is going to go for 3 FCs out of 3 maps here. Two
Yeah.
double S's, a singular droplet miss. Hypno, he has missed a singular droplet in this quarterfinals matchup against Poland until now. 3 maps down. That is crazy.
That's impressive on its own in round of 16 and round of 32, but when you're getting to quarterfinals, I mean, that's it. I mean, take a bow. Like, incredible performance from Sargonza today.
Definitely. Story as well with the double S here. Narc's having, 13 misses, but those were clustered, as you can see on his graph, and that's just basically 2 miss run. 967, really solid score as well. I mean, Mowers and Madsen beat those scores, but then, that's the lowest score in Team Argentina, right? So they're just playing really, really well here.
Yeah, and like Poland, like you're mentioning, very good scores, very good team score, but yeah, it's incredibly hard to beat an Argentina that has a story in Sargonza that are pulling out the double S on Hard Rock 1.
Exactly.
And now it's time for for Poland to pick again. And where do you think they're going to go?
Well, they have to figure out something else, and I think being the lower seeded team, the mixed mod bracket should be a good bracket to go to. Mixed mod 2, I think, could be a very good pick for them. I'm not sure where else to look. Maybe something like the Nomad 1 again. Maybe Double Time 2 as well. So something different from what we've seen, right? We've seen the Hard Rock 1, Hard Rock 3, which are relatively similar. We've seen the Tech Nomad. Those definitely did not work for Poland. So they have to switch things up. Double Time 1 also, I think I agree with this. This is a good pick as well. The Air 9 Double Time, bit of a consistency test. Can you read Air 9 DT? Which should be the case with both of these teams here.
Yeah, completely agree with what you're saying. Both of these teams should have players that can read this without much issue. We see Sir Alex come into the lobby, and I'm wondering if they're going to replace any of the Argentinian players.
They're going to replace Story, I believe.
Yeah.
Story is notoriously known for disliking Double Time a lot. He should still be able to play something like this, but he just kind of dislikes it, I think. Doesn't feel that comfortable in it. I think Sir Alex is going to be replacing Story here.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense now that you mention it. It's easy for me to get into this, Story rank 2, Story plays everything. So, but yeah, it is true what you're saying. Double Time is not their favorite mod, so Sir Alex is going to come in their place.
I mean, they have the roster dead here, right? I think Felbrike could even come in and play it. Story could definitely play it as well. I think it's more of a trying to get your top players to play, to hand out maps to some of the other people in the team to just kind of make sure that you're not feeling too burned out going further down in the tournament, right? Because if you're going to a finals map pool, Story has to play the Double Time 1 most likely. I'm not sure if Sirax is going to be able to keep up with the pool scaling. Might be, but still, you're kind of expecting Story to be in for every single map at that point. So putting Sir Alex in here on the Double Time 1, it's a Polish pick, it's your trio up as well, so even if you lose it, it's not that much of a deal, right? So I really like it here.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to go in that direction. And we're going to see Jacobon coming in for the first time this match. That also makes sense. Jacobon, very, very skilled Double Time player, and Blue Vaporous and Madsen as well.
Yeah, exactly. Jacobon making the first appearance here. Oh, yeah, making the first appearance. Blue Vaporous coming in. Madsen as well, so no Mowers, which is a bit of a surprise, actually. Mowers, really good Double Time player. But the thing is as well, it's Air 9 Double Time. Not every single player can play the Air 9. It's notorious for being pretty much the breaking point where reading starts to get a bit more difficult for some players.
Yeah, it's definitely a barrier when it comes to learning DT and improving at it. Getting past that AR9 reading barrier isn't something that everyone has done, so there's definitely some decisions to be made here. Regarding that, and Jacobon is going to be the first one to miss, and it's going to be an early advantage to Argentina. Blue Vapors following suit.
Yeah, two FCs down for Team Poland. Still triple FC coming out from Team Argentina here. Sir Alex seems to be very, very uncomfortable on the Double Time 1 here, filling up to 400 combo and counting. So very solid switch coming out from Team Argentina here, dropping out Story. As we see Jacobon finding another break here. That's giving Argentina a sizable lead already.
Yeah, Argentina are looking very good here. Madsen, though, holding on to that full combo still for Poland. But Jacobon is going to find another miss.
Yeah, that's just kind of really giving Argentina about a 100,000 scores, I believe, as soon as Jackman builds up towards the 200 combo. But then again, they're only... Well, I was about to come on the triple SC, but Sir Alex is going to be fighting the first drop here. But given the plenty of misses coming out from Jackman and one from Blue Vapors, that shouldn't really matter. And Sir Gonza and Nargs once again still holding on to the FCs here. Nargs going to be dropping though, and it's going to get a little bit closer, but Jackman ends up trading that miss from Nargs, but still Sir Gonza holding on to a double S here.
I mean, yeah, it's... I mean, what is there to say? It's just such a good performance coming out from Sargonza in this quarterfinals round. And big shout out to Madsen, who's also been performing very well in this match and is still holding on to that full combo. But right now, that's not enough to beat Argentina.
Definitely. 70,000 points, mostly on the back of those drops from Jacobon. If they hold on to this last section here, but they still need to see, I think, 2 or maybe even 3 breaks coming out from the Argentinian team. And given how consistent they've been on this double time 1 and in this match as well, it just seems to be a bit unlikely here.
Yeah, Argentina are not looking like they're going to give them those misses. And yeah, time is running out. So Alex and Blue Vapors are going to trade, and that should be seal it. Madsen is going to lose that full combo, unfortunately, and that's going to seal it for Argentina on this point. It's going to make it 4-0.
Yeah, they had 2 breaks in the ending, Argentina, but Poland's trading them. If they held on, I don't think it would have switched, but it would have been close. Sir Gonza bring home, I believe, another double S, which makes, well, the score is a bit weird for it to be a double S, so he might have dropped some accuracy. I'm going to quickly check. No, it was double S, so he got a 1 million score on this double time 1, so that makes it 3 double S's and a FC with a singular droplet miss. That is some performance.
I mean, what a performance from Sir Gonza. That is... Man, that is unbelievably impressive. I'm just double checking here. Yeah, that's 4 maps played and 4 MVPs from Sir Gonza.
Yeah, that as well. He's just been... This is quite a performance. As we go into the hidden one here, picked by Team Argentina. So the last hidden map left in the pool, in the hidden pool then, well, in the entire pool actually, is going to be picked by Argentina. This is their 3rd pick, looking to make things 5-0, looking to secure those 6 match points. And with the way they've been playing today, just kind of feels inevitable.
Yeah. We see Story coming back in, which, not surprised to see that. Wondering who the rest of the Argentina players are going to be. Yeah, Velperke was a name I was going to mention. This map just feels like the kind... I mean, we mentioned earlier, Argentina can put out pretty much any player on their team for most maps. But yeah, Velperke is going to be decided on here, and Sir Gonza also coming back into the lobby. So Sir Gonza not being swapped out yet, and I think that's the correct thing. It's... I mean, the way he's playing.
But if there's one map to miss on, it might be the hidden pool for Sir Gonza. If I have to be honest, if this just kind of looks like this is where they could find a potential miss here. On the other hand, we see Philo coming in for the first map. Really solid hidden player, has turned out to be a really good hidden player for the Polish roster in the past couple of years. Used to be part of that trio with Trigon and Fab that played hidden for Poland last year.
Yeah.
Dragon and Falpal obviously aren't here, so they're going to be switched with Jacobon and Bob of Darkness. But should still be a relatively solid hidden roster here for Team Poland as well.
Absolutely. All 3 players capable for this, and Argentina as well. Wondering what's happened with Story there, if this is just a Bancho thing or what's going on.
Yeah, we might have to... Might be in a board or something. Not sure. We'll see. It's in the beginning of the match, in the map rather, so could also be something on the stream, and we'll see if we can figure things out here. There we go.
Yeah. Just needed to sync up a little bit. Story gonna be playing catch up. That is okay. Story just needed to rest a little bit.
I think everyone else is catching up to Story. There we go.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
early drops coming out from Story, Barber of Darkness, and Jacobon is giving Team Argentina a very tiny lead here. About 4,000 points.
I think Sir Gonza might have missed one of the very early notes.
Oh, did he miss? It happens. Hypno, it happens.
Yeah.
He's not. He's mortal like the rest of us here.
Yeah, he is in fact human. Missed after 9 combo. Which must be a little bit frustrating coming off of all those full combos, but right now, I mean, Argentina, they're taking a significant lead here.
Yeah, Team Poland not able to hold on the combo right now. No one above 200 combo. Jacobon on an A rank as well. A little bit here on the hidden one. Turned out to be a really good pick for Team Argentina. And they just have that singular drop from Story, and well, if you count the Note 9 miss from Sir Gonza as well, that's 2 drops coming out from Team Argentina.
Yeah, very impressive showing here as we have now entered the slower section. Philo and Jacobon about to reach that 200 combo mark again.
Yeah, Velpakey coming into the lobby for their first map, and the Lone FC left in the entire lobby. Looks like a really good start, halfway into this hidden one.
Yes, indeed, and we've seen a few people miss on this section here, right before the chorus, but these players are gonna hold on. Jacobon though gonna miss right as the chorus starts again.
Yeah, that's gonna give Argentina over 200,000 points of advantage, but Story's gonna be dropping, gonna be trading that miss from Jacobon here. The second miss from Story, a bit uncharacteristic. Probably one of the best hidden players in the world, but I think this map is just not hard enough for Story to really make a difference. As we see 2 drops coming out from Philo and Jacobon on that part in between the 2 breaks. It's a really tricky part, honestly. Kind of catches you off guard. And we saw 2 of those on the Polish side. It's going to increase that score lead for Team Argentina. With Velpakey still on to the FC, I believe. Sir Gonza holding on to a near FC as well. He might just go for another 1 million score, right? Because there's a lot of spinners in this map. So if he just holds out the combo, it's going to be another 1 million score here for Sir Gonza.
Yeah, as Story is approaching that 200 combo mark, Bober is gonna lose their combo, and it's gonna be all said and done for this point.
Yeah, a bit of a bloodbath here on the hidden one.
Yeah. And the ban from Poland on that hidden 3 makes sense, and Sir Gonza not going to reach that 1 million score.
Yeah, also Velpakey stealing one of those MVPs as well with the FC here. Sir Gonza missing 6 notes in the beginning. Story with 2 miss, but so that's going to be not 6 MVPs for Sir Gonza. Also, not 1 million scores for Sir Gonza, but still just a really, really solid performance for Sir Gonza in particular, but also Team Argentina. That's going to be the performance of the weekend, right?
That's a very impressive team score coming out from Argentina. I completely agree. Maybe Sir Gonza not quite ready for the map to start, but regardless, gonna pull out a fantastic score nonetheless. And it is time for Poland to try and find a way back into this.
Yeah, exactly. 6 match points for Argentina. It's looking dire here for the Polish roster. Not too sure. I would just argue go Mixmar 2. I think Mixmar 2 might very much be the only map to go for. But then again, there's Hidden that, and Hidden 1 really didn't go all too well either. So that could rule out the Mixmod pool. And then, well, you're not going to go Hard 2 against a team like Argentina when they won Hard 3. So maybe just Nomad 4, Nomad 1, something like that. It's really hard for Team Poland.
It's actually going to be Nomad 3. Which, it's an interesting pick. I don't know if I agree with that Nomad specifically, but I mean, they need to try something. They need to just throw themselves at Argentina and be like, yeah, this is our pick, and we're just gonna have to play it. You're playing this against us. We're not playing it against you.
Yeah. I agree. But I have to make a small correction here. Sir Gonza did end up getting a million score on the last map as well. It was 1,003,000, so that's going to be 1 million scores. And that is crazy.
Yeah.
Anyhow, and the thing is as well, a map like this, I can see Sir Gonza just seeing it like Verti did against Russia about an hour ago. it could very well happen here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like Narcs crashed, but we'll be back shortly as we see Madsen and Bulber of Darkness gonna be stepping in here.
Yeah, third slot most likely going to be Blue Vapors, I would argue, or Mowers. Blue Vapors playing the Nomad 2. I think this map is, well, in the same ballpark, so I could see Blue Vapors coming here as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see either of those players come in. And for Argentina, expecting the third player to just be Narcs, yeah, that's what we were waiting for. And while we wait for Poland to find the third player, which is Blue Vapors, guys, banners, don't forget it. They look really good this year. Make sure to decorate your profile with them.
Exactly. This Nomad 3 map by Connor. 3 minutes 20 in length, relatively lengthy Nomad 3. Also a bit uncharacteristic with the Air 9.4. But thank goodness that it is Air 9.4 and not below Air 9, which it usually is. Because this map is hard enough as it is right now.
Yeah, for sure. And we're gonna waste no more time. Is Argentina gonna be able to seal the deal here, or is Poland gonna find a thread to hold on to?
Yeah, they have to pull out a miracle here. This would be the comeback run of a lifetime.
If they manage to bring it, if they manage to bring it to tiebreaker from here, I will be mightily impressed.
Definitely. That would be absolutely great. But then again, one step at a time. Nomad 3, it's their third pick. It's different than anything they've played before, so they could find an opening here in the Argentinian defense.
Yeah.
I think the key part here is, well, obviously to hold on to combo, but even if you think Surganza is going to find an FC, you just have to 3 players get close to an FC here, which is not an easy feat on a map like this Nomad 3, but currently everyone is feeling relatively comfortable, everyone building above 3 on combo. Narc's going to be finding the first drop on Argentinian side. It's going to be early advantage here for Team Poland.
Yeah, Poland gained that early advantage, and there's still quite a bit of combo left as Bover is gonna find a miss and it's gonna swing it back towards Argentina. But the lead for Argentina right now is not as big as it has been on previous maps, so still looking. It's definitely not over for Poland. This is one miss makes the difference.
Exactly. There's an opening here for Team Poland, but Blue Vapors is going to be finding a second drop for Team Poland. Madsen still on TFC really nicely with Surganza and Story, the 2 powerhouses of Argentina. And Blue Vapors is going to be finding a second drop. Not trading it though, so it's going to be stabilized about 28,000 points here in favor of Team Argentina. Going to increase a little bit from that third miss from Blue Vapors, but still really solid teams for coming out from Team Poland, but they have to start holding on to these combos.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen a few teams miss on these standstill slider tick sections, but these 2 teams will hold on through them.
Yeah, really nicely done from both teams. 3 players hitting that 4-digit combo mark. This is the hardest section coming up. No one getting caught out just yet here. Really solid coming out from everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, all the players are just holding on through this, which is
playing so well here. Oh.
Yeah, but they're gonna find a double miss there. Narcs being the only one on the side of Argentina to trade that. And now it's running away a little bit for Argentina.
Yeah, Madsen doing what they can right now, hold on to the double S here, but they're countered by not even only Surganza, but also Story. Both of them, all 3 of them above 1,500 combo. Team Poland's running out of time here, running out of map. It's the match point for Team Argentina. Blue Vapors going to go down once more. Definitely throwing a little bit more in comparison to everyone else in the lobby here. Story going to be dropping the full combo, but traded by Blue Vapors. It's already 100,000 points in difference. And even the FC from Madsen doesn't matter because it's getting countered by Surganza here.
Yeah. And Narc's going to find misses at the end. There's not going to matter, I don't think. No, there's not enough time at all.
He's going to do it again. Hypno, he just tried it again. Another double S.
This surely is the individual performance of the week. There's... I mean, Argentina has played really well as a team, but Surganza I mean, all you can do is stand up and applaud. This is an incredible individual performance.
Definitely. And the thing is as well, they're just really making a statement here. They're definitely here in the tournament. If you're looking towards the semifinals next week, where they'll be facing off against Team Finland, if you're a Finnish player and you're looking at this match, you kind of get scared because is Sir Gonza going to miss on the finals pool? You just have semifinals pool. You just have seed every single map they played, except for the one where he missed on Note 9. In this match against Team Poland, like, what more can you do if you're opposing such a player? It's a really solid performance. It's really scary if for any team is going to face him further down the tournament.
Yeah, like the only thing, the quote unquote, only thing you can do is to match him, but like that's not an easy feat. There's very few players who can perform that way in a tournament setting.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, huge congratulations to your winners here, Team Argentina.
Yeah,
this number 2 seed, definitely proving why they're number 2 here. But honestly, they're kind of making a name for themselves, and they're kind of making, for me, they might even be the favorites at this point. Team USA has, well, I wouldn't say struggled, but they've not looked as good as this Argentinian roster in these early rounds. Kind of depends on the scaling of the map pools, on the scaling of the players as well. But if you're looking at this Argentinian roster, there's just no weakness at this point, and it's just really, really scary.
Yeah, this is a terrifying team for anyone to go up against, and it's going to be really exciting to see how they perform. And Poland is going to be in the losers bracket from here on out. Have played very well in the tournament though, and in this match as well. It's been some very good team scores, but unfortunately went up against Argentina.
Yeah, definitely. Then again, they already beat Indonesia, the highest seed, so that's already a good start for the tournament as well. And they could make a run here in the loser bracket. That's a really solid team scores on the Nomad, for example. I believe on the Hard Rock one as well, there's a really solid team score. So any team facing them in the loser bracket next week is gonna have to watch out for those players as well.
Absolutely.
But anyhow, it's a quick word for us. Hypno is 6-0, the second sweep of the weekend. Yeah, it's the only stream on those live Twitch channel as well, because the only overlap. There's still a couple of matches left, but those are going to be on the also live stream. I believe USA and Japan 4-1 right now on that stream, so definitely go check that out. Also, Chile versus Sweden, Belgium versus Peru later on, Canada versus Germany as well. So a lot of matches on the main channel. So
yes,
I'd like to thank everyone for watching. Hypno, also thank you for commentating this one, even though it was it's definitely still a blast from my end.
Yeah, it's been really fun to cast with you, and an honor as always. And well, I'll see you guys on the main channel.
Definitely. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.